There's Will Hardy talking about Keontae George. Why has he been a better player? Where's the improvement? Why is the improvement? At the free throw line, PK. Easy points, and he's getting there, and he's making them.
Well, I like the idea that he's not settling for jumpers and threes, maybe one or two more. I thought that was counter to what we've been told. You must jack up threes at all costs. Fast break, forget that. Run to the corner and launch. And Will Hardy is saying, and I feel like I'm 41 years old again.
Nice. Keontae averaging about 9.5 free throws a game. We'll see how many he gets in Detroit. Detroit off to a 5-2 start. The Jazz and the Pistons playing tonight. You'll hear the game on 97.5 The Zone. Pre-game at 4, tip-off at 5. An early game, PK, will free up for the rest of the night to go. What was the line you were going to use? The light, Trip the Light Fantastic. There it is, yes.
Not on Wednesdays. That's only on the weekends, buddy.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NBA.
Jose got free. 3-ball right wing. Go!
Jose.
He rattled it in from the wing.
Draymond sides out with a dribble, rips the ball through, throws it out to Podziemski, takes the 3-ball, hits the 3-ball. Brandon Podziemski's first made 3 of the night. Puts him in double figures and gives the Warriors a 102-88 advantage.
Shea, stutter stepping, pulling up. Left side angle three-pointer is on the way. Money. Cha-ching, Thunder money ball. Number 14 tonight. The fourth by SGA, who now has 30. As OKC goes up 8, their largest lead, 94-86. Have outscored the Clippers by 9 in the third after outscoring them by 9 in the second.
10 seconds remaining in the game. Giddey drives left, hangs in the air, gives left corner, Vooch for 3. Bullseye! Bullseye! Bulls take the lead! 3.2 seconds remaining, fourth quarter, and the Bulls have their first lead of the night.
The Bulls were down 24 points. Didn't matter. They came back to beat the Philadelphia 76ers 113-111. Matchup of the two teams that are off to the hottest start in the East. They were both 5-1, and now the Bulls stand alone atop the East at 6-1. Easily, PK, the surprise story of the NBA season here a few weeks in.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I believe that to be true. I was curious if you agreed. So a little bit of both. I am telling you and wondering if you believe it also.
I suppose so, but I don't know that there's such a thing as a surprise story after 7 games.
It is early. There's no doubt about that. Josh Giddey, massive game for the Bulls. Maybe that'll be the trade that helps both teams. Obviously, it helped the Thunder win the championship last year. We'll see if the Bulls can ride Josh Giddey to something that they haven't been able to do in, 15 years since they've been in a conference final? But it's early. Warriors beat the Suns 118-107. Jimmy Butler left the win with a back injury. Yeah, they're good when they have Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry, but how many games are they going to have them together? There it is, PK. Got our first guy checking out with an injury on an older team. It was bound to happen.
Is it a long-term injury? I have no idea.
Back injury. I'll bet a lot of people would say that. How bad is that? How long is that going to last? They seem to be pretty tricky to predict. As expected, the Thunder keep winning there. 8-0 now. They beat the Clippers 126-107. And the Spurs hope for their new arena got a boost. Voters approving a plan to commit up to $311 towards the new downtown arena. The Spurs have committed $500 million. This will be the Spurs' fourth different arena in 40 years. Maybe 45.
Who's committing $311?
The voters approved $311.
$311?
$311 million. 311. Yeah, I got you 311. That's one NBA ticket, depending on where you want to sit. $311 million. And the Spurs have committed $500 million. So from the Hemisphere Arena to the Alamo Dome to whatever it is they're calling they're playing in now to now another one. Here we go. DJ and PK.
Hashtag college basketball.
Cameron Boozer, plenty of time, 9 to shoot. They sag off of him defensively. He can shoot it from out there. Crossover, he'll drive instead. Kick to the right, Harris, a ball fake and a 3. Wow! He made Mark look silly, and it's 26-17. Cameron Boozer, he's got it, 15 feet out on the right. Faces up, drives Cody into the paint, going to work, steps through, count it, and a foul! Cameron Boozer taking over, and the lead grows to 13.
Cameron Boozer, 15 points, 13 rebounds. Want to call those Boozer's kid, projected to be a top 3 draft pick. Didn't shoot it very well in the first half, PK. 0 for 8, but 3 for 4 in the second half, and he went to the line again and again and again. So he finishes with 15 points, 9 to 12 at the line. And Duke beats Texas 75-60. You going to be watching Duke and Cam Boozer the way you watched Rutgers last year?
No.
More known quantity?
I mean,
don't feel like
not for the same purposes.
To watch one of the top 3 picks?
No, because I don't think the Jazz are going to get it. But I mean, I'll watch just for entertainment purposes, as I did last night. I don't. If Keontae continues to do, I don't see that they would be in that position.
Win a few too many games? Not catch a break in the lottery?
Yeah. So it's 2 different reasons. I mean, I've been watching Cameron Boozer for a couple years now, and so so I watched a good portion of that game. It wasn't really the hockey game was over, and so that worked. But yeah, I mean, I just watch him to watch him, but not watch him to try to get exposure. I hadn't had exposure to Ace Bailey. Whereas Cameron Boozer, I've seen him play, these things that they do at the high school level and all-star games or whatever you call them. I'd seen him play several times. Bailey I got to find out who this guy is here. And I've already got the exposure to Boozer, and I just don't know the Jazz are going to be that bad unless they
catch a break
really
in the lottery.
Make an effort to sit guys. Yeah, well, sit guys, and then they told us that they're not going to do that this year.
Local college hoops, Arizona State beat Southern Utah 81-64. And West Coast Baptist, fresh off the beating at Weber State, went to UVU and took another one, 116-35. I don't know what you get out of it.
Yeah, I mean, they've got that rivalry. You got West Coast Baptist, East Coast Baptist. It's been a long time rivalry here. People have died.
Utah Tech hosts Bethesda in their home opener in St. George tonight, 7 o'clock. DJ and PK.
Hashtag NFL.
Trades, and more trades. Former Weber State Wildcat Rashid Shaheed sent by the New Orleans Saints to Seattle for 2026 4th and 5th round picks. Look at him climbing in the standings. Seattle right in the thick of that NFC West race. They were a 10-win team a year ago, the one 10-win team that didn't make the playoffs. And now they had Rashid Shaheed, had a deep threat and special teams threat, depending on how they want to use him. Raiders trade Jacoby Myers to Jacksonville Jaguars in exchange for 2026 4th and 6th round picks. Myers had asked for a trade a while ago, so he's accommodated. The Jets send their star corner, Sauce Gardner, to the Colts for 2 first-round picks. They send their defensive tackle, Quinnen Williams, to the Dallas Cowboys for a 2027 first-round pick, a 2026 second-round pick, and defensive tackle Nazi Smith. So the teams that are out of it, PK, are getting draft picks wherever they can for whatever veterans they're willing to part with. Making moves.
Jets got some other guys if they want to do it, yeah.
Tom Brady says his dog is a clone. He said in a statement from a company he's an investor in that his dog, Junie, is a clone of his late dog, Lua. Colossal Biosciences, which aims to, quote-unquote, fix extinction, among other goals, is said to be valued at $10 billion. Brady's an investor in the biotech startup. Look at Tom Brady, leveraging his fame to help his company out.
I have absolutely no idea what they're talking about there.
Take a blood draw from your dog that's old, and they will clone a new dog that looks a lot like your old dog. Colossal Biosciences.
So does boy dog have to get with girl dog?
Nope. Sounds like it's Petri dish time.
Again, I have no idea what that means.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag college football.
PK, there are multiple reports out there that LJ Martin's going to play against Texas Tech. Do you believe that?
Yes.
Excellent. Going to need all your guys if you're going to beat Texas Tech, right? Best not to go into that one shorthanded.
Well, I don't know that you're going to have all your guys, but you're going to need as many guys as you can get out there.
Yeah.
I mean, both teams got guys that aren't going to play that are good players. Yeah. I mean, this is standard procedure for every team, every game, certainly at this point in the season.
The initial college football playoff rankings are out. BYU, number 7. That's one spot higher than they had been in the AP. And Texas Tech is 8, which is one spot higher. Oregon is a team that is a little lower in the old college football rankings than they are in AP. And Utah in at number 13.
Yeah, we just touch on these things here as we breeze
We got to
through.
spend a full segment on this, right?
I'll take my victory lap here shortly.
BYU would host number 10 seed Notre Dame in a first-round game in Provo, if things stay the way they are, which probably won't happen. But Colorado announced they're making another quarterback change with freshman Julian Juju Lewis set to become the Buffs' starting quarterback, replacing Caden Salter as QB1 in Boulder. DJ and PK.
Hashtag Major League Baseball.
San Diego Padres right-hander Yu Darvish will miss next season. He had Tommy John surgery. Darvish, 39 years old, halfway through a 6-year, $108 million deal. 5-5 this past year. Apparently going to go 0-0 in 2026. And PK, what are your hopes for that 2027 season? Not good, right?
Oh, you're talking about him individually or the season itself?
Well, the season itself. I mean, if he's going to miss 26, and then if we're going to have a labor stoppage in 27, depending on how long it goes, and he could miss 2 seasons, depending on what happens that season.
Yeah, I guess so.
Right-handed pitcher Shane Bieber opting into a $16 million player option to stay with Toronto. Detroit right-hander Jack Flaherty opted in his $20 million player option. And shortstop Trevor Story opted to stay put in Boston. Hot stove news.
I'd opt in for $20 million too.
Yeah, that's a good decision. DJ and PK.
Hashtag golf.
The LIV Tour, shifting from a 54-hole 3-day tournament format to the more traditional 72-hole 4-day tournament in 2026, a shift that Rory McIlroy called a peculiar move.
He did?
I don't know how peculiar it is. I mean, people don't largely seem that satisfied with it. They got to do something to shake it up. I don't know if that's enough, but not surprising they would be tweaking what they're doing.
Enough for what?
Enough to get more attention and get more people watching them, get more people at the tournament, get better ratings. I mean, they have slowly leveraged a better broadcast position.
Is that their goal?
I think their goal is to be more popular, and I think that would help. But I don't know that this is enough. I mean, it seems like the PGA Tour has the upper hand here. We'll see what players do when they, as their contracts come up.
Yeah, I mean, are they just playing for the money, and the money's unlimited? I mean, are they doing it to try to make a profit?
I would think eventually that the tour owners, I think eventually they would want to make a profit. I doubt they want to lose money forever and be viewed as a secondary tournament forever. Maybe they do.
I thought they didn't care. I thought they were doing it for other purposes.
DJ and PK.
Hashtag NHL.
Nice play by Marino to pass it to himself. He lays it back. Keller across. Smoltz shoots and scores! Nick Smoltz puts Utah in front, but the Sabres have the puck in overtime. Dahlin lays it back. McLeod walks it down the far wall. McLeod, tuck, shoots. Glove save by Karel Vejmelka, and he sets it down for Sergachev. Utah has possession now. Keller in the offensive zone. He has an assist here tonight. Keller on the attack, skates downhill and scores! The captain says goodnight in Buffalo. Clayton Keller, 2 points tonight, 2 points for the Mammoth.
Utah Mammoth, a 2-1 overtime win. They beat the Sabres in Buffalo. Clayton Keller literally skating circles out there around people and then blowing by everybody in, walking in on the goaltender and scoring to win it. And they pick up the 2 points and they end the losing streak. 47 seconds into overtime. Mammoth are back at it tonight in Toronto. Feeling a good back-to-back W here? 4 points, 2 games on the road?
I don't see why not. They're a good team, man. Obviously, this is what they talked about. And I really like the overtime in the NHL and with that going on there.
Yeah. Taking a skater off the ice, opening things up. I don't think Clayton Keller could have done that with more bodies on the ice. But with more space, he was pretty elusive, and he's just spinning around out there. It was awesome.
I mean, for entertainment purposes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking just from my perspective for entertainment purposes and what is fun to watch. That's really all I care about when I turn on the television when it comes to sports. What, for me, is fun to watch. And that is fun to watch. And to see him and do his thing and have that space. And, I mean, these guys are so shifty and talented and quick and controlled. And to be able to do all these things, I could probably, give me a couple minutes, I could probably think of 4 or 5 different other words to come up with. And, you're just thinking, okay, this is – I really enjoy it. It's almost like a home run derby where they really care about it. Like, didn't we have that this year in the All-Star game? Was there some tie, if I remember, and they put guys up there and the players are standing next to home plate? And that's what it was. And Schwarber hit 3 or 4 of them, didn't they? They were just so excited. It just seemed like it's so entertaining and it's different and compared to what they normally have, right? And so I just enjoy it, and that was fun to watch. And then, obviously Keller's really good, and he can do a lot of different things there.
The Milk outstanding in goal again. Had a couple of great saves there, and his save percentage 94%. He's been awesome. They are rolling, and we'll see. That opens up a 4-game road trip. Toronto today, 5 o'clock as they go back to back, and you can hear that. That'll be on 1280 The Zone, while the Jazz game will be on 97.5 The Zone. Wait a minute. Sort it out for me, Yak.
So Jazz on 97.5. We have USU Coaches Show on 1280. And then there'll be the Mammoth on 127 HD2.
My bad. All right. What is trending?
How do you keep track of all that?
Well, clearly I don't, is the answer to that.
Right.
What is trending?
That's not your job, though.
What is trending is brought to you by Shamrock Plumbing. There's no job too big or too small. Get the personal touch with Shamrock Plumbing. All right, coming up, Riley Jensen's going to be here at 8 o'clock, his weekly visit. We'll talk college football with him. Brian Jensen, the play-by-play voice of the Texas Tech Red Raiders, will join us at 9 o'clock. It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 will win a 4-pack of tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square, a brand-new immersive holiday tradition opening on November 14th. You can reserve your tickets at the ballpark at afs.com. We'll give those tickets away. Coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. DJ and PK, the question of the day, is next.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got your typical delays along most of the freeways in Salt Lake Valley, along with a lot of congestion getting out of Tooele County due to regular intervals there. Accident on 7200 west of the 201 freeway has been moved out of traffic. Obviously, going to be some residual delays in that area as well. This update is brought to you by the Garden Restaurant in downtown Salt Lake City. Dine in or order out. The Garden is open weekdays 11 to 3. Hearty, healthy, and also craveable. Fresh flavors, iconic location. That's the Garden Restaurant. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatcher on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is JJ and Alex.
I got this. Is Bear more consistent than Jake Retzlaff has been?
Yes, 100%.
Is it a more impressive thing what he's doing this year, not just because of the freshman part, but because of the actual performance part?
Yes, 100%. Jake Retzlaff had to go through a period of learning, growth, gaining experience at the Power 4 level. Bear Bachmeier, he didn't have that chance. And he was thrown into the fire this year, and he has been unbelievable. When you consider the circumstances, if Bear was a senior quarterback and he'd been playing 3 years and he had these type of stats and production, you'd be like, yeah, that's okay. When you consider he's a true freshman who transferred here, didn't even get spring ball, and he's doing what he's doing for this team and leading comeback after comeback after comeback, how can you not be blown away by what he's doing? He's leading. This is not just a freshman getting the job done. He's leading.
Catch JJ and Alex afternoons from 3 to 7 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey guys, Alex Curie here. You've heard us talking about SLC fat loss for a while, and I'm sitting down here with Jeff and Angela, who have also been on the program. How are you guys doing?
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. Well, you look awesome. Tell me how much weight you guys have lost and how long it's taken.
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far.
Tell me exactly what's changed about that health now that the weight has been lost with SLC fat loss.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell somebody who is like you guys and maybe wants to start losing some weight about SLC fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Just get a hold of the folks at Salt Lake City Fat Loss. Just go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at UCCU.com. Visit UCCU.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at UCCU.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today. 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Hey, this is Chris from JCW's. If anything rivals our burgers, it's our bacon. It makes the perfect combination with our guacamole, jalapeno, or our hickory barbecue burgers. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU getting ready for ninth-ranked Texas Tech Saturday morning. Kalani Sitake says BYU is not altering their approach.
Our approach is the same every time, whether we win or lose, and regardless of what our record is. I like to think that we approach every week and every opponent differently with the same mindset, though, that our focus is completely on that, not on anything in the past and any experience that we've done before. I mean, there's some great lessons that you can learn, but the truth is this is a different beast.
This Cougar at 30 update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ and PK, it's time for Hot Takes or Toast. The first college football playoff rankings are out. Utah's 13, Texas Tech's 8, BYU is 7. That'd be a home game in Provo. How you rolling with the first poll? What are you thinking? You finding this acceptable? Or not good enough? Or it doesn't matter because it's just the first poll and you're worried about where this is going? So many options for our listeners, PK. And Leroy, let's get through the weekend and then see how we feel. Leroy's celebrating nothing yet. He's a little focused on the game Saturday morning. Gabe, believe it looks good. How awesome would it be to have 3 teams from the Big 12 in the playoffs? Mark, seems fair at this point in time, and it makes Saturday even more important.
Well, I don't know that it makes Saturday even more important. I think Saturday always is extremely important. I'm not sure how it makes it more important. BYU and Texas Tech, I think we all believe we're going to be in the top 10, and obviously they are, sure. And the 7 gets you the home game, but it's not like it's meaningless. It's a great starting point. But both teams still have plenty of work to do. I think the thing that the biggest news that I took out of this was that Utah is right there, and they very well could get in. And I wrote about it. Some of the comments I looked at, there was a lot of grief, and it was published yesterday. And
you
sure enough,
feel a little vindicated by that number 13.
Yeah, I mean, they're not expected to lose. So they're on the brink, obviously. They're right there on deck at 13, right? Because it's a 12-team playoff. And if they don't lose, are they going to get in? Yeah, I think there's a decent chance. That's what I said. That was the purpose of the whole story. And they're, as long as they do what we expect them to do, I don't know that they don't get in. I think that they have an excellent chance. The Big 12 was respected immensely. It was respected immensely over the ACC, and I told you yesterday, I don't see why. I don't care what happened last year. It's what happens this year, and next year is what happens next year. And they are greatly respected far more than the ACC, and I can argue that they are greatly respected more than the Big Ten. You're sitting there looking at SC and Iowa and Michigan, all of the Big Ten from 19 to 21, and they have the same amount of losses as Utah, and Utah is significantly ranked higher than them. So I don't know that the Big 12 could have asked for more. This was a bonanza for them. It looks like, and obviously we still have 4 more weeks to go, that 3 more weeks, whatever it might be. That
depending on the team, 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why I said.
Yeah,
depending on that is my point. Depending on
well,
what
5
the
with
situation
5
is.
with the conference championships. But anyway, go ahead. We derailed
Yeah, but I
ourselves.
wonder how much those factor into it. But the idea of getting at least 2 in there looks very, very strong, and the possibility of getting 3 at the expense of a Big Ten or SEC team. Oh my gosh, we would have a national convention then. Something would just be turned upside down if the Big 12 got 3. But right now, this morning, this is what they're looking at. I don't see Utah losing, and they could, I guess, sure. They could lose to Baylor. They obviously the Utes are off this week, and then they come back here a week and a half and play at down in Waco. And who knows? You know, Baylor's a decent enough team that if they win a football game in conference against anybody in conference, I don't think any of us are just, wow, that was just totally shocking beyond belief, that type of mindset. I don't see that at all. And so with that in mind here, they had a great day. That was the story of the day if you're looking for individuals, because everything else, the top 6, I think, were all predictable. Right, and I can argue actually probably the top 7 or 8. And you know, we had discussions of Oregon being
how are they
ahead,
handle
but
Oregon?
but I don't see why they should have been ahead.
They should not have been. I mean,
they're not.
I think the committee got them in a pretty good spot right there. You know, the next team you drop them below is Notre Dame. Well, Notre Dame's got 2 losses, and Oregon's got 1. Oregon is a little tricky to judge because they got strength of schedule issues, but it's just the way their schedule is built. In this last month, they're playing a bunch of good teams, some on the road, some at home. Iowa, USC, Washington, all on their schedule, all ranked. Yeah. None of them high.
Those are fine teams.
But all of them sitting in the 6-2. Well, actually, all of them are exactly 6-2 right now. So a lot of that could be. I mean, Oregon could plummet with bad results, and Oregon could climb with good results. So we'll see how that plays out. I was encouraged by how close Utah was. Now, when you look at the schedules down the stretch, you think, what is the path to get them in, and B, get them in not at the expense of another Big 12 team? You know, how do you get 3 in? That gets a little tricky. There is a path there, and I think the most likely path is Notre Dame screws up a game down the stretch. That seems like the simplest explanation for how does Utah get in. You know, Texas and Oklahoma have big games that they could lose. So that's how Utah jumps those teams.
Yeah, but I don't think Utah has to worry about any of that because something will happen.
Do you think any of the SEC? Because I thought the big winner for a conference was the SEC. The SEC is poised to get in 4 teams, maybe 5.
Yeah, but they always are. The big winner? I could have told you 10 years ago that they were the big winner.
Agreed, but they're still the big winner. I mean,
but they're always going to be the big winner. That's understood.
Two of the 4 buys, 2 of the 4 home games, and not just 4 in, but 4 well in. And Alabama did get forgiven that Florida State loss. Don't worry about it, Alabama. We'll take care of you.
Yeah, but that was a virtual lock. I can't get something that I expected to consider them the big winner. No, I think that the Big 12 was the big winner. That was the surprise. At this point, I don't see how Utah doesn't get in.
Oregon and Notre Dame went out. BYU and Texas Tech play a close game and then play another close game in the conference title game, and there just isn't much movement.
That's the only way. But what are the chances of that happening? That everything stays the same?
You'd like to think there's going to be November chaos. You know, Notre Dame will be favored in all these games, but, man, teams lose. They get upset, you know. And Pitt does seem to be the biggest challenge, but maybe, who knows? Navy's taken them down a couple times. Maybe Navy plays the game of their life and Notre Dame turns it over 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, I'm not. If I'm
Oregon,
Utah, I'm not worried about any of that.
Oregon could be a spot. I mean, clearly, they're going to Iowa as soon as this week. They could take a second loss and plummet. So that could be a spot right there.
I mean, you didn't even mention Oklahoma, who's right ahead of them. And
I did mention Oklahoma. I said Texas,
Alabama, Missouri, and LSU.
Texas.
They're not going to go 3-0.
I said Texas and Oklahoma are playing ranked teams. It's easy to see them losing. I did say that.
Then I apologize deeply.
Texas has Georgia, and Oklahoma has Alabama. And it'd be interesting to see if they do win those games, how far do the other teams fall? But I'm with you. I find it hard to believe that Texas and Oklahoma are going to run the table here. They've made it this far, and, man, Texas has been, living on the edge multiple times, and they keep finding a way. But they got to play both Georgia and Texas A&M. Those are huge tests. I would think they get a third loss, and I wouldn't think a 3-loss team is getting in.
So tell me how Utah's not in.
Oregon and Notre Dame went out. Or somebody else below them in the Big Ten who has a tough schedule. What happens if Michigan wins out and beats Ohio State? Do they go flying up and jump over people, including Utah?
Not over Utah, no.
Man, I have a hard time believing Michigan with 10-2 and a win over Ohio State gets left out.
Fine, but that has nothing to do with Utah.
Well, if they jump over them, maybe they take the spot that's created when an Oregon loses or a Notre Dame loses.
And so Utah's not going to jump even higher? And obviously they would have to jump higher to get in. Utah is primed in a great spot. I could argue they're in a better spot than BYU.
Because of their schedule down the stretch?
Yes, obviously.
Will BYU be punished if they lose to Texas Tech? Will they be punished that heavily, you think?
No, it'd be Cincinnati.
Oh, they could get punished if they lose them both. Yeah.
Or TCU, which is not a walk in a park. That's not a guarantee that you are going to beat TCU. This is not West Virginia or Colorado, and I realize that they went right down to the end against Colorado. But that was a month ago, and Bachmeier from September, November, obviously his trend is going upward and up and up, and it seems like each week, each big game, he's getting better and better. So you have to you can't just look at, well, they played Colorado close. Yeah, well, they played Colorado close on the road a few weeks back. Colorado didn't realize how bad they were and all that stuff that goes into it. So with that in mind, looking at who Utah has to play, I thought Utah, to me, was clearly the best Big 12 winner to be right on the doorstep with a much easier schedule down the stretch
than the teams in front of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving them the win over Baylor. That would be disrespectful to Baylor. And that's it's not a trap game. I mean, they know Baylor's good and has the ability to, as I said earlier, literally beat anyone in this league. And it's not a shocking tear down the goalpost, run down Main Street win if they should get that. From the Baylor perspective, I wouldn't think. I mean, I know fans now, everybody wants to storm the field and all. It's kind of become a cliche thing to do in terms of an activity, is to storm the field now. But so be it. It's kids and they want to have fun, and everybody else is doing it. It's like the announcements, at Iggy's or at the high school gym and all. I remember talking to Chris Burgess about that very thing, and he had an announcement at the school, and he said his buddy Shane Battier did it. So it became the thing to do, right? And so the point I'm making is Baylor, they may go crazy if they win that game, but I just don't see where that's a stunning upset next week if Baylor were to beat Utah. So that's going to be a tough game, but I always had that as circled as a tough game. I just think the Utes now, man, they just got to take care of business, and dominoes above them will fall. It's just, to me, you just look at it and you go, well, if this team loses to that team. But I think it's more than that. What is the committee willing to do? Are they willing to take out an Oklahoma or a Texas and replace them with a Utah? Obviously, Texas and Oklahoma are much bigger brands, and they have to play Alabama and Georgia. And if that game goes into overtime, say, and Texas and or Oklahoma lose, is that enough to drop them? It's not simply if they get a loss, because if you lose those games and they're hotly contested right to the end, blah, 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 the committee have the guts to take that and drop them a little bit and just put them on the outside, knowing how much pressure there would be from the SEC. So I think politics are involved to one degree or another. Once you open it up to a vote, it's never going to be in its purest form, right? And so that makes me wonder what would happen under those circumstances. Now, if either of those teams go out and lose, 42-10, that's another story, right? But I do think style points matter, and you can gain style points in a loss. I think we all see.
Well, I think Utah did. I think Utah's done both those things. I think the only way you put Utah at 13, which obviously they just did, is you have to look closer than the final score and say, all right, well, the Tech game wasn't that lopsided. That was actually pretty competitive. That was a 3-point game with 10 minutes to go. And you have to look at the 7 wins and say, those aren't just 7 wins. Those are 7 wins mostly by 30 points. They just seem to be beating everybody by 30.
Yeah.
And there's no other reason that they would have ended up where they've ended up if the committee didn't look at those two things. I mean, the BYU game's easy to see on its face. Okay, that was a 3-point game. And if you look closer at that one, okay, that had a lead change. It's a 3-point game with 2 lead changes in the fourth quarter. That seems to me to be the easiest thing to pick out there. That's interesting about would a 3-loss team get in? Because we've only had one of these and no 3-loss teams got in, and they did draw the line on Alabama. But to your point about what does the third loss look like, Alabama's third loss last year was ugly. And the committee did get a lot of heat, and, you won't do that again. I mean, I don't know. We all have our conspiracy theories on what may or may not go on over the phone or behind closed doors. But your point, Alabama's third loss last year was to an Oklahoma team that was exceedingly mediocre. This Oklahoma team looks much better than last year's. And it was decisive. It was a 20-point loss. So it wasn't just a third loss. It was a third ugly loss. A bad loss to a decisive loss to a mediocre team. It was definitely a bad loss.
Yeah. And they're already politicking. I saw Sarkisian talking about should a 9-3 SEC team be in, and obviously you know where he's going to come down on. Of course, he's going to look for his own interest and his conference's issues. Interest, I should say. So with that in mind. Yeah, there's going to be that politicking between now and when the final thing is released. The Sunday after the final games there in December, and the next 4 weeks is going to be a campaign. Apparently, we had an election yesterday. Well, now we're going to have another one here in another month.
Sarkisian's
they're going to politic all along the way.
Yeah. Sarkisian's case, which is actually, based on things I've said in the past, pretty strong, is, we got 2 losses, and we could get a third here, but the third loss would be to a top 5 team. We've beaten another top 12 team, and we only have 3 losses because we were willing to go to Ohio State. We could have scheduled ourselves a win right there, and then we'd only be on 2. So if you want those big games played, you better not penalize teams for playing them. It was a 7-point game on the road in the season opener. That's about as strong a case as you can make for a 3-loss team, right? I mean, the Florida thing, he's deflecting. Don't look at Florida. That was ugly. But Ohio State and presumably Georgia or Texas A&M, I mean, it'll be a 3-loss team is they'd have to get another big win and then lose one of those as well.
I think that the point that they make, you used a lot of words, the point that they will make is we're the SEC and you're not.
That too, yes. We're the SEC, you're not, and we had the guts to go to Ohio State. So don't penalize us. None of these other pansies took that chance. But you're right.
But I mean, Alabama didn't go to Ohio State last year, and they still pitched a fit. So go to wherever you want to go. We're the SEC. You couldn't survive this schedule with 2 losses. And so this is what you need to do. We're the biggest brands. We're going to benefit. We're going to make the most money. People go, who wants to see Utah? Who wants to see Texas? Well, the majority of the country is going to come down on the side of Texas. That's just the reality of it. So the scheduling is almost irrelevant. Because if they would have lost 3 conference games, the point would still be the same.
And Oklahoma will be out there celebrating that win over Michigan, depending on how Michigan plays down the stretch. That'll be their big win to hang their hat on. And presumably they'd have to get another one. They got Alabama and Missouri coming up. All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Riley Jensen, college football expert and middle performance coach, is here at the top of the hour. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Got a minor fender bender on I-15 southbound approaching the 500 west exit and bound off what's over on the right. Shoulder traffic very congested on 2100 North and Pioneer Crossing, Utah County, as they try to get drivers over to I-15 due to construction, mainly on Pioneer Crossing. This update is brought to you by Advanced Window Products. $2,500 off 10 windows or more. Go to advancedwindows.com. Affordable windows guaranteed. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like
Buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update.
158!
Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utah on the bye week, then 3 games to finish the season. Devin Dampier on Utah's mindset about the stretch run.
You know, there's still a way for us to get to the championship. That's still in our mind. That's been our goal since the beginning. So for us to know that, we know we got to win out from here on out. But one game at a time. That's how we take it. And this was the game that we had to come out and win.
This Ute update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got my first real 6-string, bought it at the 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled.
Music of the day, Brian Adams celebrating his birthday, brought to you by Live Nation. For all the live concerts events in 2025, check out livenation.com. PK, can we remember something for 3 days?
Like what?
A show topic? A segment topic? Or should we just do it now? David Locke is pointing out that there's a bunch of quote-unquote star players available in trades. Should the Jazz go for it or should they wait? I thought it was a pretty easy wait. You want to just take the pop quiz?
Go ahead.
Zion Williamson, hamstring injury, out for about 10 days, maybe more. I guess reevaluate in a week or so. Zion Williamson, available. Trade or wait?
Pass.
Yeah, okay. Trae Young.
Discuss it. Consider it.
Ja Morant.
Pass.
I was going to pass on all 3, so we can discuss quickly Trae Young.
What am I giving up?
An excellent question. I assume they would want to go into the Jazz draft picks. I don't know what they think about younger players, so that who would they want thrown in going the other way?
Right now, I think you go George, Kessler, Markkanen. Aren't they the 3 most marketable players?
Yeah, I would think so. Markkanen's the best scorer. Kessler's the best defensive presence. Since Quinn Snyder was here and we saw what he did with Rudy Gobert, I could see why he might look at Kessler and be super intrigued. Not exactly the same player, but close enough to intrigue him.
Yeah, I understand.
I would say that a small, undersized guard, and the goal is to win a championship, and it's really, really hard to do with those guys. So I would say 3 passes. But I guess you're right about I don't guess you're right. I know you're right as far as if you're Austin Ainge, you absolutely take the phone call and start talking and see what they think about players. And it doesn't mean that you pull the trigger on this deal. It's out there. and you can see where it goes. There's always a chance for three-way deal down the line. You never know if you don't talk to people. So I don't have a problem with the talking.
No, I would think that you would talk
a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if the word constantly, maybe frequently is the better word, and see what's available. What are you thinking? What are they thinking? And go from there. I mean, it's the classic last year blockbuster. And we know what that blockbuster was between Dallas and the Lakers, right? That seems like, well, you want Doncic? Yeah, click.
But you better call and ask about Doncic because you never know. There might be
yeah, right. And so things can go from there. I don't know. Maybe Oklahoma City wouldn't just disconnect the phone for the next 3 years because it looks like they've got things set up pretty good here. But everybody else should be in the discussion mode, I would think, and go from that. You never know what's going to lead to something's going to lead to something else, lead to that. And I mean, there's all sorts of directions that things can go. So I would even take the phone calls on the other two guys that you mentioned. It just seems like Zion is constantly injured, and Moran is a wild talent, no doubt about it. But we're getting into stuff that get in the way of winning. And personalities and family. This has been going on with him for years, but we keep making apologies for him and want to say, oh, well, that's not really who this young man is. But it's happened in different aspects of it, in different forms of it now, several times. So really, is this who this young man is, or is it not who this young man is, right? Because we've had multiple issues and variety of issues, not the same issue each time. But his talent is why he's still in the league. If he was a marginal talent, of course, if he was a marginal talent, he wouldn't be doing all this stuff, because it's amazing how guys who are marginal talents usually end up being low-maintenance guys, because they understand, I don't have the game to be all this trouble.
Yeah. I think that the argument for taking the New Orleans calls, even though it's easy to say, no, not Zion, is New Orleans made a couple trades that could charitably be described as lopsided. So you would talk to them because you don't know what kind of crazy trade you might be able to fall into. I mean, they had 2 number 1 picks. They've dealt them both, their own and another one. Maybe I can explain one of those trades a little easier than the other, but I'd keep talking in New Orleans. You might end up with something lopsided in your favor. It's happened before. It might happen again. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back, Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach, BYU, Texas Tech. We're talking with him about the big game Saturday morning. That's next. Stay with us.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to UtahMammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's UtahMammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey.
Get ready, Utah. Mountainland Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day-only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day-only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be in Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110 or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes. UCCU, proud sponsor of GNL. Get cash and save on loans this Black Friday season. Check out UCCU Black Friday money deals now at UCCU.com. UCCU, love where you bank.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress, bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. Come eat with Hans and Scotty today from noon to 3 at Kenny J's at the District. DJ PK, and we're joined once again by Riley Jensen, college football expert and mental performance coach. Riley, good morning.
Hey, what's going on? Is there anything to talk about today? I mean, there's nothing to talk about, is there?
There's plenty of stuff to talk about, and you know it. We can hear the tone in your voice. So let's just jump into the top 10 showdown. We all watched Texas Tech's defensive line put on an awesome performance against the Utah offensive line that's been crushing people. So I assume that BYU is going to get out there and try to run the ball. It looks like they're going to have L.J. Martin back. Multiple reports about that. And obviously, Bear Bachmeier can run the ball. If they can run it, obviously they'll keep running it. But if they can't run it, And if it's a real problem at the line of scrimmage, you're a former offensive coordinator, what tricks do OCs use? What might BYU be able to do if they're struggling at the line of scrimmage the way the Utes did? But like the Utes, they're locked in a low-scoring, winnable game late in the game. Where do you go in your bag of tricks in that case?
Well, I think there's a couple of things that BYU brings to the field that maybe the University of Utah didn't or couldn't do against Texas Tech, and that is, I think Parker Kingston, and believe it or not, he hasn't had a ton of catches this year, but I think Cody Hagan and Parker Kingston are legit deep threats. Even if you don't look at it as like, oh, they're deep threats, they're much more of a deep threat than what the University of Utah had at the first of the season when they played against Texas Tech. I will say this. I know LJ Martin's going to play. He's not going to be 100%. Nobody's at 100% at this time of the year. But I think the fact that he's giving the effort and he's willing to play and willing to helps BYU, believe it or not, in the pass game, because people don't realize how important the running backs are in pass protection. They're going to have to pass the ball to beat Texas Tech. I think they knew that. I think that even with LJ Martin, that was going to have to be part of the game plan. But it's pretty fortunate for BYU that they're in game 9 now, where really Bear Bachmeier, I mean, he's not a freshman anymore. I mean, this is a guy who understands big games. He understands pressure situations, and they're just going to continue to put more and more on him in the passing game, and I think he's totally capable of doing that now. I also think that he is a load when it comes to the run game. And I think where he might beat this Texas Tech team is going to be on the plays where he drops back to pass and then he's able to run the ball. Now, Texas Tech is going to try and do things to spy on him. They're going to try and do things to take that away from him. But the one thing Texas Tech's not going to be able to do that they did against the University of Utah is they're not going to be able to have their safeties hang out at 8 and 9 yards and not worry about a deep throw over the top, because BYU can hit that. They've shown they can hit that against numerous teams. I still think that it's hard as an offensive coordinator, if you're A-Rod, to dial up enough what we call extended handoffs, meaning, swing routes, short routes, what I call a stick route to the tight end. Those type of things are tough to do when the box is stacked. And so would you prefer to beat them throwing the ball? No. Are they going to have to beat them throwing the ball? Yes.
Yeah, I can see where you're going. What's interesting is that when Martin went out against Iowa State, Bear only had 12 carries, which is a lot for a quarterback. I understand that, particularly one that, Dampier, that would be a half practically, but it's a different style of quarterback. And you look at, for instance, Arizona. Now, there was the overtime, so they got some more carries. But, he had 22 in that one. He had 15 against Colorado. And it seemed like every yard was needed in both of those games because one was the overtime, the other one was just a three-pointer. Whereas even with Martin out, they only carried him 22, but he also threw the ball 35 times, which I believe is his highest. Everything that's highest this year, obviously, his career highest since he's just a first-year kid. So the point being, I think Aaron Roderick and the offensive guys, they seem to have, what would you say, Riley, a comfortability with Bachmeier putting the ball in the air, and it's because you just look at the attempts and they've increased, and it doesn't seem like they're that concerned if they have to go through the air. Now, maybe I'm reading it differently, but that's just looking at that, and statistically, I feel like they're okay with that.
I mean, look, Bear's a dude. He's a dude, and I know it might be normal to stumble and have a bad game at some point, but he just keeps doing whatever they have to do to win. I mean, the Arizona game was basically like hurricane downpour weather, and he carries it 22 times for the win. In the Utah game, he makes some really, really key runs to win the game. At ISU, he throws 35 times for 300, and I think he has no turnovers in 6 of their 8 games. I mean, look, Tech's going to be a huge challenge, but it's not going to be a challenge because Bear isn't up to the challenge. And so he's really good, and I wouldn't be surprised. When people talk about, hey, does Bear wants the ball? Bear wants to throw 30 times and he wants to run 22 times. He's a competitor, and when it comes to these big games, when it comes to rivalry games, and when it comes to conference championship type games, where you have a chance to win a conference championship, like everything's on the table. If they got to run it 25 times with him, they will. If they got to throw it 50 times with him, they will. If it's some sort of combination, they will. And I think they have a lot of confidence in Bear right now to be able to make enough plays to win these type of games. And then you've got all these guys that can make plays offensively for the team, and it feels like every single game is somebody different. And look, we spent this whole time talking about the offense. Their defense has been opportunistic, and their defense with Jay Hill, I know it's probably ad nauseum that I've said this, but man, the halftime adjustments are real and they're concrete, and Jay Hill's as good as anybody in the country at making halftime adjustments.
All right, that's enough defense. This is Sports Talk Radio. Now I have 2 more questions about offense, Riley. Okay, so here's a point about defense, is that Utah and BYU, these coaches, all right, everybody's worked under Kyle Whittingham. All the philosophies are the same. They go back to Kyle's dad. We all know this, right? So what better roadmap than for the BYU coaches, which I assume they did immediately. Gary Anderson, I think he gets to work a little further out. They're out there looking at the Utah versus Texas Tech film. They know what Utah did to Texas Tech that kept that game so close for 3.5 quarters. So they got a perfect roadmap. So I wasn't really that concerned. And I mean, as soon as I say that, of course, Texas Tech will have some awesome game offensively. But I want to go back to what you said about the receivers. They make they're deep threats, but they're not deep threats. I think what you were trying to say, but I'm curious, I think that these guys can take 10-yard routes and turn them into 20-yard gains, and can take 15 and 20-yard routes and turn them into 50-yard gains. So you're talking more about their ability to make big explosive plays without it being some deep post and you're hitting a guy 50 yards downfield. Is that the point you were trying to make?
Well, no, what I was trying to say is you have to respect the fact that they can make deep plays. I think Parker Kingston is the only legitimate guy that has beaten teams over the top of the defense. Chase Roberts is a guy that will catch the ball over the middle. He'll break 3 tackles and do what you're saying he'll do. Mm-hmm. But just because you don't land a deep threat doesn't mean that you're not a deep threat. And that's what I'm talking about with Cody Hagan. I mean, he has legitimate 10.5, 10.4 speed in the 100, where if you're not guarding him deep and if you don't run a guy with him, he will catch it and he will make a play. So that spaces out the defense regardless of whether he scores a touchdown or not. Parker Kingston stretches the field vertically regardless of whether he lands one or not, and that makes those intermediate plays with Chase Roberts so much of a dagger, is because you have to respect the deep threat. I don't think they really respected it that much against the University of Utah. I don't think they did. Now, I think University of Utah has come up with some answers to that over the season, and they're obviously in a great situation. And maybe we'll talk about that in a minute with the new rankings to get an outside shot at the playoffs. But this is a BYU team that's dynamic offensively, and not just because they can run the ball, but because they can throw the ball. And Bear Bachmeier is making plays. He is making plays offensively for BYU.
Yeah, there's no question about it. I think we've got enough, as you say, evidence to see that we're now 2 months into the season. We're obviously into the last third of the season here, so we know what's up, and we know the methods that BYU offensively has to beat these guys, whoever it might be, whoever these guys are. This week, it's obviously Texas Tech. From the defensive perspective, Morton's a little banged up and all that type of stuff. You wonder, do you think that the defense can not have its way, but keep control of the game from the defensive perspective against Tech's offense?
I do, and I think part of what you guys were talking about with, Jay Hill's been in that University of Utah defense. You got Gary Anderson that's been in that BYU defense. There's plenty of guys who played in Jay Hill's defense that are helping coach there, and they understand the intricacies of Morgan Scalley's defense. So when they watch it, they're probably calling it the same terminology and basically the same way that they call it. They're like, oh, we can easily adapt to that and do this and do that and do the other, and it's not going to be a big stretch for their defense. Now, do guys have to make plays? Yes. Do guys have to be able to withstand, this offense from Texas Tech? Yes. And is Texas Tech going to make plays? Of course they are. But I feel like BYU right now, they're not perfect on offense. They're not perfect on defense, but I do feel like they've been opportunistic and they've made the plays when they need to make the plays. Now, does that lead to some heartburn sometimes against Colorado or against, the rival at the University of Utah? Of course it does. But that's what championship teams do. Sometimes they win ugly. And I really feel look, this gets really interesting to me with the psychology of beating a team twice. Like, I also don't think all is lost if they lose to Texas Tech. It's going to be a really good game. If they lose to Texas Tech, all of their goals are still intact. There's no goals that aren't intact. But if BYU wins, it changes a lot of things. And I personally think that it's really, really hard to beat a team twice in a season. So I guess my question to BYU fans is, if you lost this weekend but you won the conference championship game and played in the playoffs, do you really care? And I don't think very many BYU fans would care. They'll care on Saturday because there'll be some things that are exposed that maybe shows that BYU's not that they don't have any problems. But I think overall, it's not as big of a game as maybe everybody thinks it is if they lose this game and then they win out.
Well, you wanted to talk about the rankings. What would you like to say about BYU at 7, Texas Tech at 8, and Utah at 13? Do you dare believe 3 Big 12 teams in the playoffs? Because it seems tantalizingly close.
I mean, it's possible. I mean, who is Utah going to lose to? I mean, I don't see Utah losing out. And I think, they're at 13. And it's not like they can't sneak into 10, 9.
Yeah, they got to get to 10. If they're anywhere in the top 10, they'll be good. But there's one berth for the G5 and there's one berth for the ACC, and they may not come from the top 12. So you got to be in the top 10. You got to assume that right now.
Correct. So they win out, and there's different shuffling that goes on. If they get to number 10 and they're in the college playoff without playing in the conference championship game, how great is that for the Utes? I mean, how great is that for Utah fans? And I guess in some ways, if you're not playing for the conference championship, doesn't that give you something to play for as a player? I would think that if I'm a University of Utah player this morning, or even a fan, I'm super motivated. I'm motivated about this team and the ability for them to get into the top 10. I think they're going to make it, and I think that would be a huge compliment, because I think there's been a lot of pundits around the country that have been talking about, hey, man, this Big 12 conference is really good. What would be wrong with them having 3 teams in there?
That sounds good. We're aboard. We're all for it. Obviously, get a local team, get 2 local teams in it. That's great for business. So certainly we would jump on that. I think that I hear what you're saying, and DJ and I are both saying the same thing. But it just seems like, oh my gosh, the politicking that would go on, that the powers that be, even if it's right, just wouldn't allow it at the expense of an SEC team. Maybe possibly at the expense of a Big Ten team, but not at the expense of an SEC team, another SEC team, obviously.
PK, the negativity,
No, I'm not going to let you do this. I'm not going to let you do this, Riley. No. Of the two of us, I'm more negative than PK is. And I'm not slamming the door. I absolutely believe 3 could happen.
I don't believe you for a second.
Nobody ever does, but it's true. It's 100% true. And I know nobody believes it. I'm way more into the conspiracy theory they'll get screwed right at the finish line.
I get it.
And they will. They will. I do think the fact that there's multiple Big 12 people in the room, I don't necessarily think that's conspiracy theory, but I think that they make sure it's a deeper dive. It's like, hey, that Utah-Texas Tech game, that is a 3-point game with 10 minutes to go. I mean, it looks like a blowout when it was done, and the last 3 drives, you got me. The last 3 drives were lopsided. That was a really good game for 45, 48, 50 minutes. And a BYU game, that had 2 fourth-quarter lead changes. That was an awesome game. That was,
and both losses are to number 7 and number 8 in the country.
Right. Yes.
And
yep. But
it's a great argument.
But I'm sitting here. Here's the thing. Michigan State, if they went out and they find a way to beat Ohio State again, they're 10-2, and I don't care that they are 8 or 10 spots, whatever they are, behind. Right? They're going to jump Utah if they're 10-2 and they beat Ohio State. 10-2 Michigan is going to sit on the sidelines while 10-2 Utah goes, and Michigan just beat Ohio State. I don't even know if I could argue that with a straight face. That'd be pretty. So there are teams that are still dangerous. There are a lot of Big Ten teams down there, and they play each other. And if they all split and beat each other up, they're not coming anywhere near Utah. So I don't know that it's going to happen, but I'm also, we got to see the scores before you know for sure.
Well, of course, but what I'm saying is hope is way alive.
Oh yeah, absolutely, totally believe that.
I mean, it is so alive, and of course, it's gonna come down to an SEC team or a Big Ten team that they're gonna have to choose. But I mean, there are so many scenarios where those other teams can lose, and I just don't see the Utes losing the rest of the season. I know that.
All right. Well,
I'd love to say that, and when they were in the Pac-12 and when they've been in the Big 12, there's always been a head scratcher. But man, there's a lot to play for, and I think it's really exciting as a football fan in the state of Utah right now.
Well, that's why the coaches keep saying the process and stay humble and all that, because the head scratchers are going to happen to somebody in November, and you have to make sure they don't happen to you. You just can't go out and play a B- football game and let a playoff berth slip away. And there's a lot of teams. There's a lot of coaches saying that to a lot of teams. I don't know if they'd phrase it just like that. That's a little negative, but they definitely know that's something they got to be aware of. Somebody is going to turn in a B- game, and it's going to cost them a game, and it's going to cost them a playoff spot. Because with parity, there isn't much of a difference, and there's a lot more parity now.
You guys got to be more positive, man. We got to work on this.
Well, it's a bye week. There's nothing to do this week. It's like, we know what's happening this Saturday. FaceTime with the family, watch some college football, and don't go play any pickup basketball games that get hurt. Yeah.
That might be the most truth that you've spoken this morning.
There you go.
Basketball games that get hurt.
Riley, we appreciate it as always. Thanks for joining us.
Love you guys. Thanks, guys.
All right, there's Riley Jensen. We got Brian Jensen. How many Jensens we have on the show? Why didn't we book Alex today? Let's go. Famous Jensens. How many Jensens? Ready? And go. Brian Jensen, Texas Tech play-by-play voice, going to join us at the top of the hour to talk Red Raiders and Cougars. DJ and PK, it's a win ticket. It's Wednesday. We're giving away those tickets right after the break. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Unusual delays, I-15 southbound from 5300 south in Murray to 72nd south in Midvale, possibly due to a crash, but not showing up on the cameras currently. Typical delays everywhere else across the Wasatch Front at this moment. This update is brought to you by GoPave Utah. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal service with GoPave Utah. Go to GoPaveUtah.com to get started. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to sign somebody that wants to be in Utah, that's a budding superstar in this league and is committed long-term to the franchise. I can't tell you how fired up it makes this fan base here in Salt Lake.
I can't tell you the number of people went by me in the last week just so enthused about the fact that we were able to get him signed and he committed to Utah. It's a big thing for the franchise, and I think Dylan Gunther, you got to give him a lot of credit. He was the first one to kind of commit and make that long-term commitment to our club, and he's a heck of a player too. And JJ Paterk also has a long-term deal with us too, so we've got a lot of the talent locked in for a while, and that's exciting for this organization because now we have a chance to get into some windows here to push to be a championship organization.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, you refer to yourself as a full-service jeweler. What does that mean?
Once upon a time, before national stores and online sites flooded the market, your local family jeweler was the expert in your life that handled all your jewelry and watch needs. J. Brooks is that full-service jeweler today, where everything is handled by us, including appraisals, jewelry repair, watch repairs, as well as general service of all Swiss brands, and the most beautiful custom creations, including our new JBJ Bridal Collection. We can take your existing jewelry and freshen it up, or we can repurpose it completely with a fresh design using all of the sentimental parts that you already own. And of course, if she's ready for the upgrade you always promised, we can help you with a selection of a new larger diamond to say I love you more than ever. So whatever your celebration is, let J. Brooks help you any way you may need. J. Brooks Jewelers, Murray and Lehigh, and online at jbrooksjewelers.com, where women know what women want.
Ready for a home upgrade? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit before November 30th and enjoy an introductory 4.99% APR for 6 months. Perfect for projects like a new deck, roof repair, or kitchen refresh. Don't wait. This limited time offer won't last. Apply today at HerculesCU.com. That's HerculesCU.com. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
The weather is cooling off to the lower 70s and 50s at night. Prep your home early for fall and winter with a call to At Your Service Pros, your whole home service professionals, family owned by people like you. At Your Service Pros cares about their customers and know things are tight. And to help with fall prep, they're offering $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspections, and $75 off electrical repairs. At Your Service is all in the name. They're there for you, giving solutions without unnecessary upsell and backed by 5-star reviews. They want to earn your trust to be your go-to whole home service company for commercial and residential. And they support the community they live and serve. Save money, time, and eliminate expensive home utility repairs by using a pro all completely at your service. $49 furnace tune-ups, $39 electrical inspection, $75 off any electrical repairs, plus maintenance or replacement with straight up, honest work, done right, guaranteed. Call AYSP 801-YOUR-PRO at yourservicepros.com. 801-YOUR-PRO at Your Service Pros.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Hey, Utah! Are you ready for the Utah Mammoth to hit the ice? From game-winning goals to behind-the-scenes moments, Mammoth Plus brings the action to you all season long. Whether you're at home, on the go, or in the stands, don't miss a single shift. Visit UtahMammothPlus.com and start streaming today. That's UtahMammothPlus.com. Every game, every goal, live on Mammoth Plus.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Drop in for one of our delicious gourmet burgers made with 100% choice Grand Chuck. We're in Lehigh, American Fork, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman. JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU, Texas Tech, 10 a.m. Saturday in Lubbock. L.J. Martin, leading running back for BYU. He's been out, but here's Aaron Roderick on L.J. Martin's status.
We expect him to play. I mean, he's practicing. It's not sure what percent he'll be yet. I mean, we're still working our way through that, but I'm expecting him to be ready to play.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
This is Utah's best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth. Here we go. From the guys who have been there for all the biggest moments in Utah sports history. You're listening to DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's a Win Tickets Wednesday. Caller 12 right now. 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-ZONE. Wins a 4-pack of tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square. A brand new immersive holiday tradition opening on November 14th. Reserve your tickets at the ballpark at afs.com. DJ and PK, we just talked about a little bit with Riley. The big news, an hour-long show to list 25 teams as they stand now with so many big games, head-to-head games to go. But PK, there was nobody who turned off the TV and thought, I really thought the Big 12 was going to do better. Nobody thought that. That was either what you expected or better than what you expected, because that was the most any of those teams could hope for. I don't think anybody at BYU thought just, yeah, we're undefeated, but those SEC teams with one loss are going to be behind us. Not going to happen.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. I actually liked the TV show because I thought it was like much better than the NBA lottery where they take forever to get to it. Here they put it out there and then discussed it. So if you wanted to stay with it, you could, but you already had the information so you can make your decision as far as your viewing. And because it's our job, obviously I stayed with it and watched the whole thing, listened to the interview of the Rhodes guy and went from there. Yeah, I think that it was best case scenario for the Big 12, but it's just a start. I think that as far as what I believe in my gut, I guess you could say, is that if the Big 10 and SEC, if they give the committee enough reasons to include a fourth, to include a fifth, can't go half, that they will do that. And, you bring up Michigan and Ohio State. Okay, if Michigan runs the table,
they're in.
Then, yeah, you have better wins. It's not just about the losses. It's about the wins.
Mm-hmm.
You would have better wins than pretty much anybody. I could argue that you would have a better win than anybody in the SEC, for that matter. The SEC is going to tell you, hey, our strength is the week after week. And I get it. Those are legitimate arguments. It's not like they're completely up in the night for certainly 3 and probably 4 teams. 5, I may have to look at it individually, and we'll look at it individually anyway when we get to that point. So with that in mind, if you give them enough opportunity, you will get the benefit of the doubt. And the thing about it right now, from BYU and Utah, or BYU and Texas Tech's perspective is their path is clear. Win, in. Maybe only one loss for BYU, still in. I think it would be a joke if they only had one loss. Now, obviously, if you have one loss in the regular season and finish with one loss, then that's going to mean you're going to win the Big 12 title game, so you're going to get in either way. There is that automatic opportunity there, and you don't have to worry about that. We'll see how that plays out. It becomes a little dicey with two losses, but I have to feel a sense of positivity in that they put Utah on the doorstep with two losses. So if Tech and BYU, one of them ends with one of them ends with two, or maybe both with two, and that second loss does come in December, then I think they should get two. So I have more positivity about multiple bids. Now, there's various avenues and scenarios. You could spin your head or spin yourself into the ground like you do with those baseball things where they do those contests. I always have to look away because it always makes me nauseous just watching them, even though I don't even do it myself. Certainly if I had just eaten a hot dog, I can't look at it. You go to the ballpark and you see that, right? But the possibility is greater today. Now, you still may think, hey, wait a second here. This is just still Lucy and Charlie, and she's going to pull the ball away at the end. We'll have to wait it out. But I'd rather have the possibility be stronger now than not have it, even if it doesn't happen at the end. And maybe it's baby steps, and then when they go to an expansion beyond the 12, then you're certainly looking at, well, at that point, there's no question we get in two. Of course, at that point, they expand it, you're going to want three. And it seems like it's better opportunities ahead by what the poll came out, the way it came out last night. So I feel more positive about it. I'm not as negative, and I agree with you. You're more negative about it than I am. I felt all along yesterday you told me that the ACC is better. It's viewed as better. And I'm saying, no, it's not. And the committee backed me up. No, it's not. It is not viewed as better. There's just no doubt about it. Right now, today, the Big 12 has got the respect that it has earned, and that's been Yormark's big sticking point. You got to earn it. You got to earn it. Rather than just to have it be a formality, this conference gets X amount of bids, and that's just the way it is every year. No, I agree with them on that. I agree with them 100%. They've earned the right to be respected, and they are respected today.
BYU, Texas Tech, and Utah are a combined 23-3. Now, they play two head games head-to-head, so you know they're going to go 2-2 there. So those three against outside competition are 21-1. That's pretty impressive. Texas Tech lost ASU. That's the one. But they largely got what they deserved there. And I do wonder if the SEC is going to get a fifth team in, and we'll spend the next month talking about that. But watching the show, as they got to number 20, I'm like, there's no way. I mean, Death, Texas, and Utah football. When they put the first five on the board, I thought, there's no way Utah's going to be in the first five. They're going to be higher than that. And so they rattled those five off, and it was pretty much, I think, what we all expected. And then they got to the next five, and I thought, all right, let's see if they pop up. And they weren't on that board. I was like, huh. And then they just kept listing the ACC teams, which I think was justified. And I think, honestly, this last weekend really hurt the ACC. Georgia. It wasn't that long ago that Georgia Tech and Miami were looked at differently, but Georgia Tech taking their first loss and Miami taking their second, they dropped like a rock. So I wouldn't, and really I don't think going forward, if they get right to the finish line and then they get the door slammed on their fingers, to mix my metaphors, I don't think it'll be an ACC team. I do think that that's pretty much settled. Sure. The ACC will beat itself up a little bit. Whoever wins out, they get the league's automatic berth. So it should be a one-bid league. Okay. Now we'll see about the Big Ten and the SEC, and we'll see
they're not one-bid leagues. I can guarantee that.
Thanks. We'll see if the Big Ten gets a fourth or the SEC gets a fifth. And there are scenarios out there where it starts getting hard to argue. Because if Michigan wins out, not only when we say win out, not only they get to 10-2, but at 10-2, then it's a tiebreaker, and we'll have to see how many teams are in the tiebreaker and what it is. But maybe they end up in the conference title game the same way with a 2-team tiebreaker. Maybe the Utes would end up in a conference title game. There's still a lot of different things that could happen. Right. I mean, if the Utah's in a 2-team tiebreaker with Texas Tech because BYU wins out, and that gives Cincinnati a third loss, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think right now we need to look at big picture rather than individual possibilities because there's just too many. It's too early, even though it's late. So I'm hesitant to go down there.
The SEC's got 6 of the top 12, and they could end up with 5 of the top 10. And that's what's really going to matter, I think, because really we're looking at there's 10 teams to get in plus an ACC and a group of 5 team. So you got to get to 10th, and the SEC's got 6 of the top 12. Can they get 5 of the top 10? Right now they only have 4 of the top 10. But they could get there.
The way I look at it here is I think Texas Tech's loss is a better loss than Alabama's loss. I don't think there's any discussion on that.
Totally agree.
Right?
But here we are.
But, okay.
And BYU doesn't have a loss. BYU doesn't have a loss. But the SEC is the SEC.
But they also... Do they have the wins too? I mean, you focus a lot on the wins, but I don't think it's like 80-20. I mean, you focus on the losses. I don't think it's
Alabama's
80-20.
win over Georgia is a great win.
It's a great win.
That's a great win. Yeah.
And it doesn't eliminate the Florida State loss. It just doesn't. And Texas Tech, I'm encouraged because I think the committee looked at it and said, "Hey, you went into Tempe and you played a team that won the thing last year and had their guys." And as I've been from a Big 12 perspective, I've been saying they lost to a team that was 15-2 with their top 2 guys. That says something to me. And you barely lost. You literally lost in the last seconds, right? By 4 points. So how do you criticize those guys for that? I don't think, and they did have a backup quarterback too. So I've got like 3 or 4 variables, and the encouraging part to me is I believe the committee looked at all that and is aware of that, and it's not just our voices screaming, "Hey, how about us? How about us?" Mm-hmm. That they took all those things into consideration. You lost to a team by 4 points that's 15-2 with those guys, man. That screams something big time, right? That really matters. Not just this year, but last year what they did and how good that team is when they have their quarterback and their top receiver. They're virtually unbeatable, really, right? 15-2 is very impressive. So that means to me that when we get to the first Sunday in December, at this point right now, I'm shocked if they don't have 2 teams in. And that's a significant advancement over from year 1 to year 2. You've taken a quantum leap in terms of your perception, your respect, obviously the money and all that stuff that goes into it, right? I don't necessarily know which 2 teams are going to get in from the Big 12 right now. It's too tough to say with 3 or 4 or possibly 5 games to go. But the fact that you got 2. Now, who do I want? I want Utah and BYU. Of course we do. We want both those teams in. That would just be a bonanza for us and everybody in our sporting community. Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. A couple of fans who, they will want BYU and BYU fans don't want Utah. I understand all that. But that's not who we are. And I'm not sure that's who Yormark is. Yormark probably doesn't care just as long as 2 teams get in. But there's still a decent possibility at 3. I don't even know that I would go 50-50 right now because I do have that skepticism. But there still is a decent possibility that, yes, this could happen.
And that's awesome because we have not had that possibility before. So it's more. It's better. Didn't have it in the Pac-12. Certainly didn't have it in the Mountain West days. So this is the best it's been. These are the best of times, PK. And that's why Riley was saying don't be so negative. Even though this could play out lots of different ways because there's still a lot of football games left. And, some of the scores we saw last weekend, Miami losing to SMU, that was a surprise. So who knows what the next surprise
a little
is.
bit. I mean, it was in Dallas there. I don't think it was a shocker of all shockers. And I also think that, like I've been saying for years with the NCAA selection committee, that it's not just from November to March when the basketball committee meets and creates the brackets. No, you factor it in. And I think clearly, like I just said, 15-2 with the Devils when they have Levin and Tyson. Yeah, so you got that. And I also think that BYU 19-2 in their last 21. I think they have to factor in. You're dealing with human beings, and you're dealing with knowledgeable human beings too. They're not taking this thing lightly. So they see that those two things, 17 games, the Devils won 15. Oh, and Texas Tech beat them. Yeah, I get it. On their home field? Of course. It's not that big of a deal. And then BYU 19-2. Yeah, maybe we disrespected them last year. So now we have an opportunity to make up for it this year. I got to believe that even if they won't admit it, those are in that line of thinking, those lines of thinkings are in their mindset.
Well, the reason all the leagues have to be represented in the room is whoever is representing the league, whichever league, in this case it's obviously the Big 12, right? Doesn't somebody have to say, you screwed BYU last year? Didn't even consider them at 10-2 with a win over SMU, at SMU who you put in, and then they go to the bowl game and Colorado plays the Heisman Trophy winner and their NFL quarterback, and BYU blows them out. And now they're 8-0. You're not really going to dismiss them again. Clearly got dismissed last year. You're not going to do this again, are you?
No freaking way.
That's actually a pretty strong argument, even though last year isn't supposed to matter. It's still a strong argument.
Oh, of course it matters. How do you forget last year? You just don't.
All right, DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Coming up, Texas Tech, BYU, the big game. The guy who calls Texas Tech football games, Brian Jensen, is going to join us at 9 o'clock right here on the Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
So there's some delays. I-15 southbound from 5300 south and Murray to 72nd south in Midvale, possibly due to a crash in that area. Also typical delays everywhere else across the Wasatch Front along the major freeways. This update is brought to you by UTA. Take UTA instead of driving. Actually enjoy your ride. Try UTA and see the difference. Plan your trip today at rideuta.com or on the Transit app. With your KSL traffic update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Our preparations underway for the holidays. Yeah, it's about that time of year. You're starting to hear Christmas music on the radio across the hall from us, too. And with that in mind, it's going to be here. It's going to cost money, right? All that stuff. That's kind of a understated thing, but the holidays can get expensive, and you got to have the money for it, right? And you take it even bigger beyond that, right? You got to have the money for down the line when you're ready to enjoy the good times in your life. Well, how about getting the opinion of some experts? Trajan Weld. I'm literally going to meet with them next week, so I'm getting the opinions of the experts at Trajan Wealth. I wouldn't tell you to do something if I didn't believe in it, right? Because they know what they're talking about. I've met with them. I've talked with them. I've texted with them. You name it, I've done it. And I can tell you, they know what they do. And the way their style, when I met with Steve, no pressure. Hey, listen, what do you got? What do you have available? How can we help? What do you think about this? What do you think about that? The point being, you create a plan, and then you put it to bed and let the money do its thing for you. Yeah, and you get that peace of mind. Tough to buy peace of mind when it comes to finances. Get going with Trajan Wealth. Initial consultation is for free. Not going to cost you anything. They are your local trusted financial fiduciary. Give them a call, 801-210-6800. 800-210-6800. I met with them in Draper, so they got you covered on the south end. You live up north, no problem. They'll come up, meet you in Farmington. Got you covered both ends. The website certainly got you covered. TrajanWealth.com is the website. TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
DJ PK and John from J. Brooks Jewelers. John, whenever someone loses a parent or a grandparent, it's difficult. Things get passed down inside the family. But if someone doesn't want a watch or a piece of jewelry, what's the next best step?
At J. Brooks Jewelers, we're happy to help you sort through such a collection of things to help you know what is real and what has value. Of course, repurposing the items for the family is always the best solution, but if no one loves or wants the piece, the estate experts at J. Brooks Jewelers can help guide you on the best way to handle the liquidation and, of course, in complete confidentiality. We have buyers all over the country that we've established to get the largest return possible for your jewelry, coins, or watches to retain as much money as possible for the family. So whether you want to repurpose and create a new heirloom or liquidate part or all of the estate, let me and my team help you decide the best way to proceed. Call and make an appointment today at J. Brooks Jewelers in Murray and Lehigh or online at jbrooksjewelers.com. Your trusted custom and estate jeweler.
Hi, this is Doug Wright. The other day I was reading an article, and it talked about the finest restaurants around the United States. And right at the very top of the list, it was Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. And I'm quoting now. They say, high-quality food in an atmosphere that is sure to impress. Isn't that the perfect description of Ruth's Chris Steakhouse? And here in the state of Utah, we have 2 locations. Hotel Park City, that's where Dee and I celebrated our anniversary the other night, and downtown Salt Lake City at 275 Southwest Temple. And at this time of year, it's not too early to call and make your reservations for a special holiday event or a corporate party, whatever it might be. And remember, too, everybody loves a gift card from Ruth's Chris Steakhouse. It is the best meal you will ever have. You're going to love your dining experience at Ruth's Chris Steakhouse.
Western Nut makes corporate and personal gifting stress-free. Save 20% off everything during the holiday preview, November 6th through 8th. Western Nut, your one-stop for gifts, wrap, and mailing. Downtown or westernut.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mack Utah County High School Player of the Week Award this week will be coming your way in just a moment. But first, the Utes in a bye week. Kyle Whittingham on Wayshawn Parker's emergence.
He's practicing very well. Not that he was a bad practicer, but he's starting to separate himself. And concerted effort on our part to get him more touches, because when you look at his production, he deserves more. And so I think we're getting him now to the place. He was over 100 yards tonight. We're getting about the right dose of what he can contribute each week. And so it was just a matter of him. Knock had some good games early on and still is a good back. But again, Wayshawn just seems to be the back with a hot hand. How about that? He's got the hot hand for us.
This Ute Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Over 2 decades of sports radio dominance in Utah. My favorite. This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The Mr. Mac Utah High School County Player of the Week award is American Fork High School quarterback Nate Childs. Nate Childs completed 19 of 31 passes for 208 yards and a touchdown while running for 2 more scores, including the game winner. This gave him beat Lehigh 21-20 in the 6A playoffs. Don't miss the KSL Sports Game Night Live Game of the Week this week as Harriman Mustangs take on the Mountain Ridge Sentinels. Catch the action Friday at 6 p.m. on KSLSports.com, the KSL Sports app, or here on the KSL Sports Zone. The Utah County Player of the Week award proudly presented by Mr. Mac. No one buys, no one sells, no one cares the way they do. Absolutely no one. PK, there is another football game coming up this week. Utah State and Nevada. Now, we're talking about a stretch run. You know, if Michigan wins out, they're kind of off the radar, but they could end up in the Big Ten title game and maybe take an automatic berth for the Big Ten and change this whole debate about how many leagues get how many berths and all. Right now, we're assuming Ohio State or Indiana will get the automatic berth. You know, in the Mountain West, the Aggies are lurking, as is basically half the league, sitting on 2 losses because Boise State looked terrible, got drilled by Fresno State. They got a loss. They got some games in front of them they might lose. So this feels pretty wide open all of a sudden. That involves winning 2 road games and they haven't won any. So there's that.
I think I'm not looking at the Mountain West title just yet. I'm not even close to going there. I want to see the Aggies get to 6 wins, and that's what Bronco did his first year at BYU. And not to say they're going to then win double digits the next 4 years. That would be incredible. He's done it. But for the Aggies, you got to win this game. You clearly have to win this game. You're not playing a good team. And I know any given Saturday, all that stuff, I buy into that to a good degree. But I just don't see how they can maybe they can get there. But one of the things that I don't understand is why the San Diego State Aztecs are not getting some love nationally. This is an incredible defense that they got going on. I mean, they have been doing it game after game after game defensively. I watched a good portion of that Wyoming game, and they just, they really lock you up. And I know they had the loss to Washington State.
That's
and Washington
why.
State
there it is.
Isn't great. Yeah, but freaking Alabama lost to Florida State. Now they don't have the wins like that. I get it, but I want to. And you know, we're still a Mountain West area here.
Yep.
For a few more weeks.
Well, and they'll be going to the Pac-12. San Diego State and Utah State are going to be in the same league going forward. But your point, the Aztecs have 3 shutouts, and they've held 5 teams to single digits because they beat Northern Illinois 6-3, and now they beat Wyoming 24-7. The defense is like, you got tape on them. Okay, they crushed this team doing that, so we'll try something else. Well, now you're like 5 games deep where nothing's worked. No, I mean, I don't know how Washington State got 36 points. CSU got 24, which is the next worst performance because the game was out of hand, and they were playing backups. That's why CSU. And then the other teams are all at 10 points or less. I mean, their defense has been awesome. Some of the games have been a total snooze fest. So they should get 1 berth, but the other one seems very much up there. And Boise State may win out here, but Boise State has to play at San Diego State, and they still have to play at Utah State. So Utah State's got a say in that. But first things first, you know, they have to win 4 in a row if they're going to get the conference title game. They have to win 2 to get to a bowl, and they need to check both those boxes with a win here and change those numbers to 1 and 3 after they beat Nevada this weekend.
Yeah, I think they beat Nevada, and then next week UNLV has some more susceptibility. Clearly, they're not the UNLV of last year. And UNLV goes and loses to New Mexico and all that stuff. So let's get these next 2 wins, get to 6-4, and get that out of the way and then go from there.
DJ and PK, it's 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The play-by-play voice of Texas Tech joins us next. Brian Jensen, right after the break to look ahead to the big game. Stay with us.
Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Hey guys, it's Woodrow from Mint Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED? Well, you are not alone, and now there's a real solution that treats the root cause, not just the symptoms. Introducing our trifecta approach, a breakthrough combination of acoustic wave therapy, hormone replacement, and cryotherapy, all designed to restore blood flow, boost performance, and rebalance your hormones, whether it's ED or hormonal imbalance. If you're ready to reignite your love life, this treatment helps bring back your energy, your drive, and your confidence. And right now, when you call, you'll receive a free consultation, a blood flow ultrasound, and an intimacy gift. That's a $650 value, absolutely free. And here's the bonus. The next 20 callers will also receive a 5-night stay at a luxury resort in Hawaii just for taking the first step. But you must call now. With 2 convenient locations in Layton and Sandy, help is closer than you think. Call 801-804-8000 now. That's 801-804-8000. Mint Medical Clinic. We'll get you back to mint condition.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Make game day yours with the Utah Mammoth app. Get your tickets, order food and drinks without leaving your seat, track live stats, and stream every game with Mammoth Plus, all in one place. It's the ultimate game day essential, designed for Mammoth fans. Stay connected to your hometown team and never miss a moment. Download the Utah Mammoth app today on iPhone and Android. Turn on push notifications and make every day game day. Tusk up.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody brings you better coverage of the teams you're passionate about than these guys.
Try some more.
This is DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
DJ, PK, and we're joined by Brian Jensen, Texas Tech play-by-play voice. Brian, good morning.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good. Everybody's all sorts of fired up here. 3 Big 12 teams in the top 13. Utah seemingly with a path. Maybe they won't make it, but at least they got a path. They got some hope of getting to the playoff. And then Texas Tech and BYU 7 and 8. That went over pretty well here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Right?
Yeah, went over pretty well in Lubbock, too, so far.
This game seems like a massive game, but I guess the first thing to ask you is about Baron Morton. He was out a couple games, knocked out in the Kansas game, knocked out in the Utah game earlier, and he missed the ASU loss and blowout win over Oklahoma State. But he's back against Kansas State. He looked good. Is he 100%? You got any questions about him going into this game?
I don't have any questions about him going in. No, not at all. He came out of that game fine and his health has improved, and he's ready to go.
How have they been able to compensate for the loss of Skylar Gil-Howard up front?
Well, one guy in particular, A.J. Holmes, who was the transfer from Houston, defensive coordinator Sheil Wood, of course, came from Houston and brought A.J. with him. He has been absolutely dynamic and has filled the spot very, very well. But he hasn't been alone. They've also used some of their depth to try to, help fill that void as well. But, I mean, with Holmes, he's a guy that came in with, quite a pretty good career at Houston before he got here, and there was a lot of buzz about him as well. He pushed Skylar a little bit in that starting role. So it's turned out pretty well that they've been able to plug somebody in, right away and not have to expect too much of the depth to fill in.
There are positions where Texas Tech seems incredibly deep, and one of them, the receiving corps. There's no one player who seems like they're going to get to 1,000 yards, but it seems like there's 3, 4, 5 people who Baron Morton can turn to who can hurt you.
Yeah, it's really the top 3. You could say 4 with their tight end Terrence Carter, who actually is as much a wide receiver as he is a tight end. He comes in with 27 catches, 5 touchdowns. Reggie Virgil and Caleb Douglas on the outside are the go-to guys, and then Coy Aiken on third down is their big slot receiver that, Barron loves to find in that role. And then their running backs as well are very good out of the backfield catching the football, especially Jacoby Williams. So you start talking about that group right there, it's hard for one guy to stand out because all of them seem to be, pretty much the same guy.
We talk about BYU and their linebackers, and they've got some good ones, no doubt about it. But I think at least minimally, you have to put Texas Tech's right there, and maybe even above, because particularly with Bailey and obviously Rodriguez there, but there's others. You put that collection there, and this is a dominant linebacking crew. Could you speak to that?
Yeah, so Jacob Rodriguez leads the way. He was the preseason Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year and has proved that selection was the right one. He's got 77 tackles coming in, but more importantly, he's forced 7 fumbles and has done the job in scooping a couple of them, pulling one away and taking it for a 69-yard touchdown. Seems like every game when they need a big turnover, he's the guy that punches it out. I mean, I know BYU has the plus 10 turnover margin. Most of that coming in interceptions. Tech's plus 8 turnover margin. Most of that comes in fumble recoveries and forced fumbles by Jacob Rodriguez. So he leads the way. Ben Roberts, who's alongside, a junior that has been homegrown and has really done very well as the years have gone on, especially this season. And then you bring in John Curry, who's their star back, and he also slides into linebacker position as well, has played fantastic. Those are the three guys that are behind the defensive line that you mentioned, David Bailey, who leads the nation in sacks with 11.5 and 55 pressures. So, he has certainly caused a lot of havoc in the backfield, and that's helped the linebacking core, because the quarterbacks and the running backs try to get away from him and find themselves in the arms of Rodriguez or others.
Texas Tech's run defense was on full display against Utah. It was awesome, and Utah's been running the ball, just piling up the yards on everybody else, and they got nowhere that day. Has anybody, even with a QB run game, has anybody really impressed you running the ball against this Texas Tech defense? Because obviously BYU is going to bring the QB run game and see what they can accomplish with that.
Right. Well, keep in mind in that Utah game, Utah was without their leading rusher, and Dampier looked like he was still hanging a little bit on to that ankle injury or whatever it was, that foot injury. So I'm not sure we saw Utah at its best in the running game. The other quarterbacks that, last week, Avery Johnson had a couple of plays where he busted loose. He had like a 46-yard touchdown run early in the game, but they made some adjustments to do different things on the rush, and that really shut him down after that, which was a great sign for the Red Raider defense in the fact that they have multiple ways to slow down a running quarterback. That's what they've shown all year long, whether it was Daniels from Kansas or, as I mentioned last week, Avery Johnson or even Dampier. They come in with a different plan for each quarterback depending on what kind of running style he has, and obviously BYU's quarterback, different running style than the ones I just mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see what Shield Wood, spins out for the Red Raider defensive line and linebackers to slow that down if they can.
How about Dickey and Williams as far as running? Are they a 1-2 combo? Break that down for us.
Pretty much. Dickey is more of your straight-ahead power-type runner. Does have a little bit of juice, but you're going to see him more of a power guy. And then Jacoby Williams is just, he's just a flat-out he's just a talent that dances. I mean, he's very patient in the backfield. He waits for the holes to open and then hits them quickly. He can juke very easily. He's got a 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, and it's because he's got not only great speed but great vision, great moves. So they're two different style running backs. So I'd call them a 1-2 punch certainly.
If this game is close and comes right down to the end, BYU's been really good in the place kicking game. But I look at the numbers for Texas Tech; they're also very impressive. But I'm also stunned there's two different kickers there, but it looks like they've both been awesome.
Yeah, we've got a very interesting situation at kicker and have all year long. When the season started, there wasn't a clear leader, so the special teams coach, Kenny Perry, said, well, let's just go ahead and let them battle it out through the season. They've done that. One of them, Stone Harrington, who kicks off, is the long field goal kicker. He's got a 58-yarder to his credit. I think that's the longest in the conference so far this season. He's 11 of 14, and again, a lot of his kicks come deep. So a couple of the ones he's missed have either hit off the uprights or they've just been a little off, but they certainly haven't been short. And then the other one, Upton Belafonte, who was their transfer from Buffalo, he's 6 for 6 and has just been, obviously perfect so far. Doesn't stretch it out quite as far, but if they get one that's relatively short and it's in the middle, he's the guy that's going to come out there and bang it through.
It doesn't matter the line of the game, obviously. You just win by 1 point and you got the win. Any surprise, though, that the odds makers have Tech as a double-digit favorite?
A little bit. I think a little bit of a surprise. I think the part of the reason for that, I would guess, you got a little bit of it being at home and 3 or so, and then you've got a little bit of it because the defense numbers that Tech comes in with. And then you've probably got a little bit of it, in my guesstimation, is that Baron Morton is back and what he did last week against Kansas State. So I think just the momentum of those kinds of things probably has helped a little bit of that. But I'd be really surprised if that doesn't come down a little bit as we get closer.
Texas Tech has not just been undefeated at home. They have been annihilating people at home. There's been some competition on the road, maybe not a lot. Obviously, the only loss was on the road. How good is the home field advantage there, and how much of it is just a product of, well, the teams that have come in, of course, they've blown them out?
No, the home field advantage is a real thing, as it is at most places, really. I mean, we obviously played at BYU a couple of years ago, and what a great atmosphere that was, and I'm sure that had quite a bit to do. We had, I think it was a third-string quarterback starting, but that obviously rattled the team a little bit. The penalties were real high. That's what happens mostly when they come, opposing team comes to Lubbock. They get a lot of pre-snap penalties. The crowd is really into it, and they have been encouraged by Coach McGuire that when we're on defense, make sure that you are making as much havoc as possible. And, it seems to have helped. And then the same difference, you get a team that, yes, they have blown teams out, but when they have had times that they were in a tight situation early on, you can see them get a charge from the crowd that's like, all right, let's get going, and typically they have. So whether they can keep that going again this week against a team that's going to be as good, if not better, than anybody they've faced all season long is going to be, it's going to be really interesting to see.
Game day, 2 top-ranked teams in the top 10 on all the polls and all that. I'm just wondering, how jacked is the community?
Oh, it's ridiculous. I think Monday, maybe Sunday. I believe Sunday, students started putting tents up to get in line for the gate, and the tents have stretched now way past the athletic department and wrapping around into parts of the campus now, as students are building up, getting ready to get in there, because the way they have the ticket situation at Tech, they have a certain number of student tickets and they're general admission, so they all want to get up close, and they're on the BYU side of the field, so they want to get over there and do as much as they can to help the cause.
I've seen $500 tickets, $1,000 tickets. We had someone tell us this was the biggest game in Lubbock since number 1 Texas came and got beat by a top 10 Texas Tech team in like 2007 or 8. 2008.
2008.
Yeah, 2008. So this is it. This is the biggest home game in 17 years?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, definitely, just because of the stakes. The winner of this game obviously has the most direct path to the Big 12 championship game. And so if Tech can get a win here, and, the fans know this, they experienced it in 2008, you get a win here and knock off a team that is the other team that is expected to be in that Big 12 championship game and give yourself a path. I mean, that's huge. Tech's never been there. Never been to the Big 12 championship game, and something that at the very beginning of the season was goal number 1. So it's huge.
Is this viewed as far as maybe not getting to the playoff, but getting to the conference title? Is it viewed as a must-win?
I think in Tech's perspective it is. Tech has a loss. So, can you get into the Big 12 championship game with 2 losses? Yes. Is the path going to be clear? Absolutely not. And obviously with BYU and Cincinnati playing at the end of the year, it's, that's one of the reasons that there's a possibility that, your path still is there with 2 losses. But, man, you sure don't want to have to deal with that. You want to, have what you've got right now, go up against the team that if you can beat them, now you've got a much clearer path with 2 left against teams that you're expected to win against. You know how that goes, though, when you start expecting to win against a team. But, yeah, this is as must-win, I think, as there could possibly be for Tech until you get to the very last game of a season if you have to win to get in.
Yeah, I have no idea what the 2-loss 4-way tiebreaker would be. I couldn't possibly explain that to anyone, so.
I'm not that good a mathematician either.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. They'll figure it out and they'll notify us. Hey, Brian, exactly. We appreciate the time. Enjoy the game. Thanks for coming on and talking Red Raiders and Cougars with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Brian Jensen, Texas Tech play-by-play voice, joining us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Huge. Absolutely huge. This is what BYU has desired for pretty much almost 15 years when they chose to go independent, right? And they haven't had anything like this. November, so much was just playing out the schedule. Now, forget about playing out the schedule. You've got 2 ranked teams, and the implications couldn't be any bigger, obviously, starting with Saturday and having students camp out since Sunday. Oh, my goodness gracious. This is going to be the game of games, man. I mean, you can argue, and I'm a prisoner of the moment. I fully admit it. But is this the biggest game in BYU history with the ramifications? Now, I suppose that Michigan game when they were undefeated. Well, I think that was in '84. I can't remember. I'm just kidding. But here with these 2 ranked teams, you're not beating a 6-5 Michigan team. You're beating a team that has just taken the college football world by storm. I can argue once the NIL came down and all that stuff, that no team in all of college football has benefited more from where they were, and where they are than Texas Tech. It's clear. They're just not just this year, obviously, and they got a bunch of guys who are one-and-dones, David Bailey being one of them, and they've got several, particularly on the defensive side, that this is it. This is their year, and everything's at stake. But the recruiting that they've got going, all you need to go is look at it, and this team figures to be a power, but they want it now. And they're going to have it with Kirk Herbstreit is going to be in Lubbock, Texas. Did you ever imagine that would ever be something that comes out of your mouth?
It's getting treated as the game of the day because it's the game of the day. It's 2 top 10 teams. One of them's unbeaten. The other one has 1 loss. It's Kirk Herbstreit and Chris Fowler. It's the number 1 broadcast team. It's 10 o'clock ABC over the air. Even with all this going on with Disney and YouTube TV, if you get the antenna, you get the HD antenna, you can see the game. The pregame show is there. I mean, it's all there, PK.
Well, yeah, it is.
What more could you want? Seriously.
Even if you have YouTube TV, I would imagine that the bars in Provo will just be flocked with people watching the game.
Yeah, the bars. Plural.
Yeah.
Plural.
Yeah. I mean, the pubs that are, it's like freaking Dublin, Ireland there when you go to Provo.
Dublin, Ireland.
Yeah, Guinness is flowing, man.
What are the top 10 sandwich places with TVs?
There's a handful of them.
Yeah.
Check out Ernie's Sports Deli. That'll take care of you.
Sandwiches? What are you talking about?
Well,
Sandwiches.
I don't know about you. Games at noon. I'm eating. That game's going from 10 to 1:30.
Games at 10.
I know, but the game will be going on at noon, and I will be
eating.
I
understand.
I'm not skipping lunch. Yeah,
Minosos are going to be flying in Provo. Bloody Marys? Are you kidding me?
It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's always 5 o'clock in Provo. When's it? Guys are wearing earrings. What's the next step, people?
No, nose. Wait a minute. We got a nose piercing. Never mind.
Aren't earrings the gateway jewelry?
Gateway jewelry. I was in there once. They had really good customer service and very reasonable prices. Stop on by. Gateway Jewelry.
Hey, Jay Brooks is on the other line, buddy. Watch yourself.
That's where Jay Brooks sends the stuff that he doesn't want associated with his brand, Jay Brooks is like Merritt. He's got several lines going. All right, DJ and PK, when we come back, everything you missed in this show. The basketball, the hockey, and yes, tons of football. That's coming up. Stay with us.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
The lane restriction on the southbound Mountain View corridor has traffic at a crawl between 47th and 54th South. Traffic is also easing, but some pockets remain of slowing on I-15 as you go north and southbound this morning. This update is brought to you by the Whipple Service Champions. From system installs to fast fixes to delivering award-winning heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical services, call the Whipple Service Champions for the win today. With your KSL Traffic Update, I'm Jake Hatch here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades.
Yes!
But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious. With multiple engine options and impressive towing, while Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability.
Nice.
Making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at UCCU.com. Visit UCCU.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at UCCU.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Step into the warmth of the holidays at Western Nut Company. It's a season for connection, gratitude, and sharing. And we're here to make gift giving special and stress-free. Grandpa's favorite peanut brittle, a festive nut and treat basket for the neighbor who brings in your garbage cans. And your coworkers? We've got you covered with our pre-wrapped nut gift boxes. Homemade caramels, baking nuts, popcorn brittle, cashews galore, and more. Want a gift that keeps on giving? Our Nut of the Month subscription delivers a variety of nut boxes right to your door all year long. Western Nut's downtown location is a holiday wonderland filled with beautiful gifts for everyone on your list. Don't miss our holiday preview sale, November 6th, 7th, and 8th at 4th South and 3rd West, where you'll save on everything in store. Can't make it in? Visit westernut.com or call our friendly team. We'll pack and ship your gifts with care. For nearly 60 years, Western Nut has been a part of Utah's holiday traditions because here, it's more than nuts, it's memories.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Hey, bro. You hear us every day with our crazy opinions.
Hey, what you doing?
Well, now, it's time to hear from you.
Hey, great show.
Download the KSL Sports app and fire off your thoughts with the call-in tab on the bottom of your screen.
Your show is fantastic. It's the one that captivates me the most.
You can tell PK to stop singing.
Cheap bangs! Cheap bangs!
Let Jake and Ben know what you really think of the Jazz.
Woo!
Tell Hans and Scotty about your favorite barbecue spot or what color of tie JJ should be wearing on TV. The best entries will be played on the air. Download the KSL Sports app now and hit the call-in button to let your voice be heard.
I think you guys do an incredible job.
This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU 8-0. Can they get to 9-0 for the second straight year? Tanner Wall on what went wrong last season when they started 9-0.
I think last year we might have gotten stuck in a little bit of a mindset of a play not to lose instead of a play to win. You know, we were 9-0 and we're in a position. I think some guys just kind of got on their heels a little bit and we're too much in that mindset of playing not to lose. So we still got to have a, attack mindset where we're out there playing to win, knowing that no team's going to just, hand that to us. So we got to go attack it. And every game we play, we got to take it.
This Cougar Update brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
For all of you, less motivated listeners, it's time for your 9 o'clock. Where the heck have you been headlines?
Where you at?
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Slacker Radio headlines are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Call Trajan Wealth today, your local trusted financial fiduciary. Call them at 801-210-6800 or visit their website at TrajanWealth.com. Big game, we talked a little hockey this morning. Literally skating circles around people. The overtime goal for Casey Keller. Haven't seen it. Go online. Clayton Keller.
Casey Keller, huh?
I don't know. It's out there somewhere. I've almost done that multiple times. Somewhere in my past, that name lurks. I haven't figured out where. I finally did it on the air. I've been on the verge of that problem before. Clayton Keller skating circles around people. If you haven't seen the game-winning goal, wildly entertaining. He starts in, he swoops around, spins around, and just goes flying by everybody and scores.
I know
the
why
game
you goofed up on it.
Why?
Casey Keller, the former American soccer player, the goalkeeper.
Oh, the former goalkeeper. That's who it was. Yeah. There you go. So Clayton Keller wins it. The losing streak is over, and they start the road trip the right way. 2-1. Another game they had to grind out late. They're now a perfect 3-0 in overtime this year. And that was not really where they shined a year ago. So if you're looking for where they're making progress, right there, picking up 3 points, subtract 3 points in the standings, you look a little different right now. Those have been critical overtime goals and wins.
I think we need to, from my perspective, get to at least next month before I can say this team is substantially better than last year, and everything they've talked about has come to pass. Now it's trending that way because 2 games is a losing streak, but it's not really a streak. It's just you lost a couple of games. So with that in mind, let's give it about another 3 to 4 weeks, and then I could think that, all right, everything that they've told us that could happen has happened, and it's a matter of them, barring something really crazy, getting into the playoff and what is going to be their seed. Who are they going to play, or who are the possibilities that they may play? So I'm not there yet, but certainly it's going in that direction. But the point being, it's still a little too early.
If you had to circle a specific day, I would circle December 6th for what you're saying, PK, because this is their second big road trip of the year. That December 6th date marks the end of their third big road trip. And at that point, I don't know that they've seen everybody in the league, but they've pretty much seen everybody in the league, and everybody else has. So the schedule starts to even out as far as, we're way behind you because you've played the bottom of the league and we played the top of the league. That all evens out. So I think when you look at the standings there in early December, you will have a pretty good read on things.
Yeah.
I think they are largely who they are because they've already, we're already out here into their second big road trip. But I think by then we'll really have it nailed down. You're right. We talked a little basketball. The Jazz are back at it in Detroit. Detroit's off to a good start. They are 5-2. Are we going to see continued development here? Every game's a test. What is Keontae going to do? Kessler's not on the trip. So Filipowski, I assume Markin is going to keep scoring it. Maybe not at this clip. Or they're going to get him so many touches he is going to score at this clip.
Yeah, I would go with the latter. If he was on a better team, certainly he wouldn't be scoring to this level because I don't think that he would be getting the opportunity, but certainly he would make the team a lot better because he's a very good player. So if you're looking at him as a down-the-line option, 2 or 3, maybe certainly 3, he can be really good. But on this team being the number 1, and you can see it because he's coming around, getting high screens and turnaround threes essentially. There's virtually no shot that if he's open, he's not taking. He's letting it fire away, and I think that he's been told that that's what it should be and go from there. So I suspect that he will have this level of scoring average as long as he's healthy and plays pretty much the whole season. And George, what do you got, man? Each game is another piece of evidence that I can be a player in this league. And I can be a player on a good team. And that's exciting to watch.
His field goal percentage is creeping up. I think there were a couple red flags in what has been a pretty good start for him. And one of those was that he was not shooting the ball well enough. Now, I don't think he's where he needs to be yet, but he is moving towards there, and it's back to the hockey argument, right? The NBA season's even earlier than the hockey season, so let's give it a little more time. But I think he needs to be shooting at least 45% from the floor, and he was down around 39-40 for a while, and now it's up close, not quite, but almost to 44%. So he's definitely trending in the right direction there. The three-point shooting is still 27%. That's not good enough. That's got to move up. So it'll be interesting to see in another couple weeks if that's trending in the right direction as well. He's crushing it. They're both crushing it at the free throw line. They're both getting there a lot and shooting. Combined, they're shooting almost exactly 90% at very high numbers.
So that's why I think that the 3 doesn't need to be that big of an arsenal. Now, certainly it needs to go up, but it doesn't need to be where he needs to shoot a whole bunch in the average or above average, because if he is getting to the situation where he's scoring close to 10 points per game at the free throw line, and if he gets there, he's probably going to make it. Overwhelmingly, he's probably going to make it. That can offset that. So, and that's what we played that clip earlier in the 7 o'clock hour of Will Hardy talking about that very thing with this young man. So there's other ways for him to be effective without being this pure three-point shooter, and he simply is not good enough to be proficient at everything across the board.
And he just needs to be good enough at 3 that they respect it. He doesn't need to be fantastic or dominant, but if he's open and his feet are set, he's got to be able to make it. Because otherwise, they're eventually going to take away his ability to get into the paint, and that will take away his ability to get to the free throw line.
Well, why wouldn't they do it? Why eventually? Why wouldn't you do it right now?
Well, that'll be interesting. Detroit's a team. That's something to watch for tonight. I mean, I think Detroit is the kind of team maybe that could do it. And we're getting enough games into the season where there's patterns here. And it's not just that the coaches recognize the patterns. It's that when the coaches tell the players, they believe it. And once players are thinking, I better believe this or I'm going to get embarrassed, then they start executing the game plan at a higher level, as Bronco would say. In addition to talking basketball and hockey, we talked football, the NFL. You can tell it's the trade deadline, and we're half the way through the seasons. This really doesn't it remind you of baseball? Yes. I mean, there's more of the we're not in it. I'm trading this veteran or that veteran, and I'm getting draft picks, and we're moving on. Rashid Shaheed, who went to Weber State and has been with the Saints for a few years now, was traded to Seattle for 4th and 5th round picks, so they get a deep threat and a guy who's made a bunch of big plays on special teams in his career as well. The Raiders traded wide receiver Jacoby Myers to the Jaguars. The Jets making trades with the Colts and the Cowboys. It just moves all over the place. Playing for the future because they're down in the standings right now.
Well, NFL draft picks are extremely valuable, literally every one of them.
And we spent a lot of time on the college football playoff rankings. BYU is 7. Texas Tech is 8. Utah is 13. We had on Brian Jensen, Texas Tech play-by-play voice, to talk about the game. You can listen to that wherever you get your podcasts. It's available. His take that Baron Morton's healthy, that's not anything he's worried about at all. And he is intrigued to see how they defend BYU's running game. He kind of went along the Kyle Whittingham route of, yes, Texas Tech was awesome against the run at Utah, but that wasn't Utah at 100%. Now LJ Martin's coming back, but we played the clip with A-Rod where he says, I think he's coming back. He's practicing. I don't know what percentage he'll be. And obviously then they got the QB run game as well. And Bear Bachmeier has really hurt teams with his ability to run between the hash marks.
Well, I go with what Riley Jensen was saying, his brother in the Jensen family, that, I think they're going to have to throw the ball. Yeah. The quarterback throw game is going to be very important.
The quarterback throw game, as opposed to the halfback option pass? Or what the Utes did, the end-around sweep option pass?
Parker Kingston, that play they've run about 30 times this year.
30 times. A-Rod, another quarter, another trick play. Let's go. Hey, if they work, right?
Yeah.
And they have. Riley was very big on deep threats that have to be respected, even if Hagan doesn't catch a pass for a 70-yard touchdown. Just him running that pattern, his speed, he's got to be respected, and that opens up the middle of the field for the tight end and for Chase Roberts. So whether it's Carson Ryan or Roberts making a play and breaking tackles and picking up more yards and running away from guys, going to have to make big plays and flip the field, which we hear all the time. All right, anything else you'd like to pass along to the people? Very optimistic about I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Are you very optimistic on 3 teams getting in? Or just reasonably optimistic? Open to the possibility?
I think that it's there. The road is there. It's an uphill road full of obstacles, blah, blah, blah. But at least it's there. The first poll couldn't have been better, realistically, for the Big 12. And having Utah sitting there at 13, it validates what I've been thinking. And having all those ACC teams behind the Big 12 validates what I've been thinking. And anytime I get validation of what I've been thinking, I really like that.
Validation is awesome.
See, I told you.
Yeah. I did think it was good they put Oregon at 9. And I also think that there's no guarantee Oregon is staying there. I almost think they won't. The way Oregon's schedule is built, they had a pretty good idea what their record was going to be right now. I think they thought they were either going to be undefeated or have one loss. And now November, lots of intriguing games. They've got to go to Iowa this weekend. That game that's in the second TV window, so as soon as the BYU game ends, that comes on. I would think that in the Big 12, I believe Commissioner Brett Yormark will be rooting for Iowa to beat Oregon and for the Big 10 to beat itself up.
But doesn't that just put Iowa? You're just trading?
Well, that's where Iowa has to win that game, but then Iowa, I think Iowa goes to USC. So have the home teams keep winning because a lot of Big 10 teams have a couple of big games left, one home, one away. Because you're right about Iowa. I mean, Iowa's one of those teams that come flying. Yeah, they do have they have Oregon at home and then at USC. They'll probably handle Michigan State and Nebraska to end the season. So, they probably need Iowa to split and finish 9-3.
If I'm Iowa, I love that schedule because it affords me the opportunity to make headlines.
Yep. And USC has Iowa, and then they go to Oregon. Oregon's one who's really loaded because not only do they have Iowa and USC, but then they have Washington. And those teams are all ranked. They also have Minnesota in there. But
it should be that way because it seems like they've been cruising for the first 2 months. Indiana, not withstanding Indiana, obviously.
They had their non-conference schedule was soft. They scheduled Oklahoma State, but then Oklahoma State collapsed. So they beat Montana State, Oklahoma State, and Oregon State for their non-conference. They beat Penn State. It looked like a big game at the time, but Penn State collapsed.
It was on a road. I know, but
Yeah.
maybe that led to the collapse.
But they had Penn State and Indiana, and I think they figured either we sweep them or we split them.
Yeah, now their schedule in its entirety is fine. I want to make sure that I state that. I'm
but
not
it's all
criticizing the schedule whatsoever.
They're at 9 now. If they win out, could they get to 5 maybe? If they lose a couple games, they could miss the playoff altogether.
Right, and I would have no problem. When you're playing that level of scheduling in the last month, I have no problem juggling, which is why I'm not jumping up and down and say, oh, the Big 12 is going to get 3 or even the Big 12 is going to get 2, because now it is ultimately the most fascinating, mysterious crunch time that we have in college football as far as what needs to be accomplished by many teams in different leagues.
Yes.
Especially for us, eyes are on the Big 12.
That Oregon Iowa game to me is the most intriguing game. Although Texas A&M undefeated at a 6-2 Missouri team, that's a pretty good game at 1:30 on ABC. That's literally on the exact same channel as BYU and Texas Tech.
Yeah,
the Oregon
no
Iowa
question.
game's on CBS. But
agreed.
Check those two games out at 1:30 because they could have a massive impact on what this next poll or next rankings looks like next Tuesday night. All right, DJ PK, your feedback next. Stay with us.
And it's all over almost here. Don't go nowhere.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G.
Don't touch that button.
Check this out. Bill Armstrong, general manager of the Utah Mammoth, to be able to sign somebody that wants to be in Utah, that's a budding superstar in this league and is committed long-term to the franchise. I can't tell you how fired up it makes this fan base here in Salt Lake.
I can't tell you the number of people went by me in the last week just so enthused about the fact that we were able to get him signed and he committed to Utah. It's a big thing for the franchise, and I think Dylan Gunther, you got to give him a lot of credit. He was the first one to kind of commit and make that long-term commitment to our club, and he's a heck of a player too. And JJ Paterk also has a long-term deal with us too. So we've got a lot of the talent locked in for a while, and that's exciting for this organization because now we have a chance to get into some windows here to push to be a championship organization.
It's Hans and Scotty, weekdays from noon to 3, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Angela and Jeff. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We're glad to be here. You both look great. So how much weight have you lost?
I lost 36 pounds in the 60-day reduction phase, and I've lost an additional 6 pounds on maintenance. So 42 pounds total so far.
And I've lost 59 so far. That's incredible. Tell me what changed about your health.
I immediately started sleeping better. I also quit craving things late at night that I knew were sabotaging my diet.
What kind of things can you do now that you couldn't do before?
I don't have to take a deep breath to tie my shoes anymore, and I can actually stand up after I've been kneeling on the floor without feeling like I was going to pass out.
What would you tell someone who's thinking about losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Don't wait another day. This plan will change your life.
Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day at SLC slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
This is Devin Dampier. As a new quarterback for the Utes, preparation is everything. Every practice, every play, every decision. And that preparation starts long before I step on the field. It starts with what I put in my body. That's why I choose Culligan Water, Salt Lake City. Their healthy, clean water isn't about quenching thirst. It's about optimal hydration, faster recovery, peak performance. It's the foundation of staying sharp on and off the field. For me and for my game, it's got to be Culligan of Salt Lake City. Drink what I drink. Visit CulliganSLC.com or call 801-509-9602.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9871. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9871. That's 800-575-9871. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
And now, enough of us. It's time to hear from you. From all your texts, tweets, and posts. This is the best feedback of the day.
Ooh, I was there. That's the best game of my life.
With DJ and PK on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I got my first real six-string, bought it at the 5 and dime. Played it till my fingers bled. Was the summer of '69. Me and some guys from school.
DJ PK brought to you in part by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today by reaching out to them at 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. All right, PK. Time for people to weigh in on this show. Everything they think about what's going on, and largely they are trying to figure out the playoff scenarios. That's really what it comes down to.
Good luck.
Case, got to win. Yes, that's a fair point right there. Win out. Everybody still has time to mess it up, including Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and BYU, who are the last 4 undefeateds. They've all got a chance to mess it up. Don't think they will, but it's there.
Well, BYU and Texas Tech can't win out, both of them, obviously.
Right.
But for BYU, a lose Saturday and then win out, I think you should be in. To me, especially if you play Texas Tech close, that's good enough. And the thing about Utah could win out and probably will, but still not get in the playoff or get in the conference title game.
That could happen. JD says the best case scenario for the Utes is to win out and be in the top 12, but not have to play in the Big 12 championship game.
Oh, man, I suppose, but you're risking it. I think if it were me, I'd rather win out, get in, and then I could determine, at least this way, if I got to that point and lost, it was on me. I didn't have to leave it to a committee. And I think that at that point, Utah would run into that game with just an immense amount of confidence, as long as everybody's healthy, the right guys are healthy enough. So I would rather go and put it in my own hands because they've had that situation here multiple times. Sometimes they didn't, 2 times they didn't, 2 times they did, and it was sure sweet when you did.
Mike, that's great respect for the Big 12. I'd love a home playoff game in LAS, but there's still a long road ahead. Yep. Wow, getting to 8th? Yeah, I'm not sure I see that. A 2-loss team getting a home game? I can see a 10-2 team getting in. I don't see a 10-2 team getting a home game. Ohio State did last year, but they're Ohio State.
You said LES. I thought you were talking about Provo.
You're right. I had RES and LES. They're both ES. BYU could get it. Well, what we were talking about yesterday was if you run the table, or even if you don't run the table, will the Big 12 champ get top 6? Now, top 8 to get the home game, yes. Top 6, now you're playing the ACC champ or the Group of 5 champ with a real chance to win. As it's set up right now, the SEC gets 2 byes, the ACC champ at home and the Group of 5 champ at home. The SEC's getting taken care of.
Fine, and Texas needed every last play to win that first game last year, so I'm not worried about that.
Well, the home game is sitting out there for the Big 12 champ. That does seem like whoever wins that gets the home game. I suppose if a 2-loss team gets in and then wins the title game, that's the one way the Big 12 doesn't get a home game. But otherwise, that ranking seems like both Texas Tech and BYU are set up. I wonder the winner of this game, how much they'll jump next week. I mean, Texas Tech with a win would obviously move up 1 spot. Would they move up more than that? Would they start catching some of these SEC teams in front of them? Or would BYU, as an undefeated, with a top 10 win?
Yeah.
And 2 top 15 wins.
That would not be something I'd worry about, because that's where I think that you get into the situation where they're going to reward those teams. We'll get you in, but we're not going to go crazy here. And so I get all that, but go ahead and win. And, boy, if you had a home game in Provo, Utah in December, wow, that would just be – it would be not record-setting, but it would – unprecedented, I guess.
Yep. All right, DJ and PK, we're all done. Jake and Ben are next. Stay with us.
Show's over. Show's over.
Well, I've so enjoyed our little chat.
Will you get going?
Goodbye.
You're wasting my time, so get out.
My suggestion to you is that you try again tomorrow.
I'll take that advice into account. Get going. See you.
See ya.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. Did you know that we offer 3 distinct styles of gutter protection? Each one meant to handle a specific leaf problem. You might not even know there are different styles of gutter protection, but there are. And if you pick the wrong one, it could be a huge waste of money. Now, the big gutter guard companies won't tell you this. They try to sell you a one-size-fits-all gutter guard. And it could be completely wrong for the amount and types of trees and leaves you have. Not RGS Exteriors. We understand which kind of leaf problem needs which kind of gutter guard. We'll do an in-depth evaluation to assess the types, locations, and numbers of trees in your yard. Based on that data, we match your home to the right gutter guard. So don't risk wasting money on the wrong gutter protection. For a free evaluation and estimate, call RGS Exteriors at 801-280-3110 or visit rgsexteriors.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsexteriors.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier. Turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Attention Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. And now, it's 10 a.m.
Let's just get down to it.
And it's time for your sports fix.
Strap yourselves in, folks.
From two guys who have covered the teams you're passionate about for years.
We are professionals.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Come on. Hot, sicker than your average. Pop a twist cabbage off instinct. Just don't think, jits think, pink gators. My Detroit players. Tim's for my hooligans in Brooklyn. That's dead right. If the head right, Biggie there every night. Papa been smooth since days of under rules. Never lose.
Jacob Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake Scott, Ben Anderson, thank you for making us a part of your day. No matter how you may be consuming the show, streaming, over the air, YouTube, KSL Sports, the KSL Sports app, and of course, our friends in the future in the podcast world. Did I miss anything, Ben?
Nope.
I guess if you were standing in the next room with Christian, you could be hearing us.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. How's it going?
Doing well. How are you?
Doing fine. Christian, you in a better mood today? Man, you were salty yesterday.
Salty.
Yeah, I found out who the tire place was.
Was it who you suspected?
There were two options.
There were two suspects. There were two possibilities, and one of them was...
It was one of the two.
It was one of the two. It was fun to hear Scotty explain it. I don't know if you... were you podcasting yesterday?
I was in a meeting, yeah.
I don't know if you heard Scotty explain it, but it didn't sound pleasant.
Sure.
I still couldn't help but thinking, why not just get a ride to the show? Because that was his big focus, because Scotty's a pro. Wanted to make sure he was at the show yesterday at RGS. But hit Christian up. He'll pick you up.
Yeah, please do.
He'll give you
He loves going to Brigham City.
Yeah, he does. He could visit family and pick up Scotty. That's like 2 birds.
8 a.m. on a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's like 2 birds, 1 stone right there. You can't tell me your parents wouldn't be thrilled to see you, Christian, at 8 a.m. on any day.
They'd be working, but so, yeah.
At 8 a.m.?
Yeah.
Already at work?
Yeah. My mom's a teacher, and then, yeah.
No, I start at 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah. Teachers.
Not a second earlier.
Teachers do go in early. That is true. We could visit her at school.
What grade?
6th,
Oh,
math.
okay. Oh, so it's a junior high.
Yeah.
Okay. 6th was elementary school for me still. So
Bless her heart. And you know why I say that, Ben? Because I actually, for a hot second, years and years and years ago, considered becoming a teacher.
Oh.
And I thought to myself, I think elementary school would be okay. And I think high school would be okay. I don't think I could handle junior high.
Don't want any part of junior high.
I think, and I don't know, I haven't experienced those years with my own kids, so I don't want to speak.
Your instincts are correct.
I don't want to speak to anything I'm not an expert on. But I do remember what a terrible person I was at that age.
Yeah.
And I can't help but think, man, your mom, Christian, is doing God, what's the best way to put this?
God's work.
Yeah.
The Lord's work.
The Lord's work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bless her heart. And I mean that entirely. What were you doing in 8th grade, Ben? You were vandalizing something.
Yeah. Probably was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You were vandalizing
Troublemaker.
something.
Of course. Yeah.
And of course, those days continued till Ben's early 30s. Took him a while to shake it.
Yeah.
His neighbors really got tired of it. Ben, stop spray painting my fence.
It's Ben again.
Because Ben got lazy and didn't want to climb
Well, I
things
got to be
or
in bed
anything.
early. Yeah. The sun was still up when I was doing it at some point. Pretty brazen.
I'm not vandalizing billboards anymore. I'm just
Whatever's around. Whatever's close.
Ben, stop it. Or at very least, stop signing your name at the bottom.
Ben Anderson, KSL Sports.
Facebook.
Yeah.
Put your socials on there. Oh, Ben, that's funny. All right, Ben, do you want to start with college football?
Yeah.
Do we care? And I know people do, but do we care about the college football playoff rankings?
I was honestly pretty surprised that Utah was at 13, obviously. And my other question is, why is BYU not higher?
BYU at 7, Texas Tech 8.
Utah 13.
Uh-huh.
At this point, it feels, on the Utah perspective, feels far more likely Utah makes the college football playoff than it does Utah makes the Big 12 title game, which is a little strange. Again, Utah has to have a couple of things go right with very specific, actually kind of several things go right with two very specific teams, the two teams in front of them, in the Big 12 to make it to the Big 12 title game. They either need BYU to lose, 3 games before the end of the season, which I don't think is going to happen, or Texas Tech to lose 2 more games, which I guess is potentially possible, but I'm not really betting on that either, to make the Big 12 title game. On the flip side, they need any one of these teams in front of them to fall back, and then Utah's sitting there at number 12 and has a real puncher's chance when they finally decide who's going to be in the playoff to go in. And if 2 teams screw up in front of them, now there's always a potential that somebody jumps them, Utah's going to skate into the college football playoff.
So now don't get my take wrong here, because I've spent the week so far laying out the scenarios for Utah to get into the playoff. I brought it up when DJ and PK had a guest, Big 12 expert from
TuneIn Radio.
TuneIn Radio, yeah. And he was super optimistic about it, which kind of stood out to me. And so, little discussion. And yeah, I've been, that's reasonable. So don't get my take wrong here. This is meaningless.
Sure.
Like them being at 13, you go, oh, well, now they just have to jump one spot. And absolutely meaningless. And we've seen them pull crazy stuff right out of their backside over and over and over again. We've seen them rank teams for storylines.
Yeah.
We've seen them do all of that. And so why we would take any of this seriously is honestly beyond me. And think of how they make the college football playoff committee in the first place. They throw a big group of people that all have their own agenda into it, and this is what falls out. It has nothing to do with, I think that Utah is the 13th best team in the country. It has to do more with, and even if you don't want to be cynical about it, it has to do more with, wow, should we weight the Big 12 teams higher than the ACC teams? Or should we weight this over that? Or heaven forbid, we don't want to piss off Alabama, so let's rank them here. Or let's make sure there's this many SEC teams in the top whatever. It's about anything other than let's come up with a fair ranking like the Jake and Ben Big 12 power poll, which is obviously completely fair, logical, and legit.
And objective.
Completely objective. There's nobody ranking the Raiders like 18th because they don't like their fans personally. Yeah, they never would anybody do anything like that. Never would some SEC clown go into the committee meeting and try to throw his weight around or her weight around or whatever. Well, I mean, I heard DJ and PK talking about the Big 12 people in the room that are sure are just playing defense. And what are they trading to, hey, put Utah a little higher? Like, it's meaningless. Ben, you brought this up yesterday? They took an undefeated Florida State team out because of circumstance.
Yeah.
And everybody knew that them losing their quarterback would affect them.
Yeah.
But what's the point? They were undefeated. They had beat everybody.
Yeah.
What is the point? Is the point for some bozo clown to look into all the depth charts of the team and go, I don't think the backup left tackle is going to be very effective with his 60% ankle, so therefore let's pick Ballore. That's so dumb. This is dumb. I think, sure, it's good for Utah. Sure, it's good for BYU to be in the top 10, but it doesn't mean anything. I put more stock in the AP top 25, to be honest.
I don't, but I agree with you that they are not beholden to whatever their rules are today. A month from now when they are deciding who's going to be in this playoff. What they did in their first ranking is going to have nothing to do with what they do in their final ranking.
And there are no rules.
Right, there are no rules. And to your point, if they are willing, and I understand that Florida losing their quarterback when they were undefeated, Florida State, and they were only doing a 4-team college football playoff at that point, right? And pulling them out and saying, well, we don't think it's the same team without their starting quarterback. Well, that's legit. Yes, it totally derails everything else that they have said, but it also highlights that they can just change the rules when they want to best fit what you have always called it, which is it's a TV show. It's not about fairness. It's about what they think is going to get the best ratings. So
/ not getting sued. Because there is that component to it, too.
Over the next, 3 weeks, 4 weeks if you count this week, which, not for Utah because they've got the bye week, but 3 games, Utah could win out. And yes, even if they are sitting at 11 or 10, 3 weeks from today, going into what will be the final week of the season before the college or the conference championship games, there could be a situation where, yes, a team behind Utah wins a conference championship game or loses a conference championship game, and they say, well, yeah, I know Georgia Tech technically won the ACC, so we're going to put them in, but Virginia really had a great year, so they deserve to be in too, and they're going to jump Utah. Those shenanigans are still very much on the table. So Utah being at 13 is better than being at 19. It's better than being at 20 or unranked. But you're right. I don't think it necessarily lays out if these two teams in front of you lose, Utah's automatically in. There's nothing automatic about how this process works.
I totally agree with you other than the word better. It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Why did SMU make the playoff last year? They were a story.
Yeah.
They got headlines because of the way they got into the conference and because they all of a sudden were the new person and they were rattling off all these wins and they were in the right time zone. And so they were a bigger story than BYU, so they picked SMU. What was SMU ranked last year in the first week of the College Football Playoff Bowl? I bet you $1 zillion it was lower than BYU.
Probably, yeah.
So how much did that end up mattering?
Right.
None. Like, is it better? I don't know. It's not worse. It's not better. It's meaningless, which is sad, I think, honestly.
Well, again, the only thing that matters is your ranking in the final ranking that comes out.
So don't do this. This is stupid. These polls, this is dumb. And the reason I put more stock into the AP is because it's a much larger sample size. It's not, I don't even know, how big is the College Football Playoff Committee now? Is what, like 10, 12 people?
Let's look.
10, 12 self-interested bozos. I'm going to trust their evaluation over
13 members.
Yeah. At least the AP has, they have a over 100 people vote at least.
Yeah, ton of writers, yeah.
By the way, last year's initial college football playoff ranking, SMU was 13, BYU 9.
Now, BYU lost before the end of the season, right?
They were undefeated at that point, and then they lost 2 games after that.
And SMU did not. Am I correct? SMU ran the table from there on out. So if you want to look back at it, Utah sitting at 13, SMU sitting at 13. SMU continued to win. Utah, and they needed teams like BYU to lose a couple of games and fall out. That's the case for Utah. But again, you can't apply last year's logic to this year.
You're going to discount the BYU win over SMU because BYU's losses came at a different point during the schedule or the calendar? That's stupid.
I agree.
So what is the scoreboard? There is no scoreboard.
Well, and the flaw of having a ranking after week 8 is it inherently does reward what you do late in the season, right? If you lose in week 10, like we saw with BYU, they're going to ding you worse than if you lost in week 4, which is what happened to Utah, or week 5 when Utah lost to Texas Tech. I guess it was week 4, right? It was the Big 12 opener. Or if you lose to BYU in week 7 or whatever that was, because the ranking just hasn't come out yet. So yeah, a late loss is going to hurt you worse than an early loss, which is very silly. If it's just a loss and you're not just...
No, wait, not just a loss to the other team they're considering.
Right.
But a head-to-head on the field result.
But that's why this is silly.
It is.
Conceivably, you should be able to put these in a hat and just draw out all the victories and not know what week these games were played in and say, well, BYU finishes the season 11-1 or 10-2, but they beat Utah. Yes, maybe they lose to Texas Tech twice and lose to them in the conference championship game as well, but they beat Utah, and so, of course, that's a better season than what Utah had, who also finished 10-2 but didn't go to the conference championship game. But that's not what they're doing. It's not without context. It relies entirely on the context of when you're winning these games, which, again, is extraordinarily silly. And that's not enough. Congrats, Utah. I think Utah is a really good team. I think Utah could be the top 13, 14, 15 team in the country. Maybe they are. I'm a little surprised, honestly, BYU's as low as they are. Why are they behind Ole Miss? Why are they behind some of these teams that do have a loss of their schedule already? But needing context is a little bit silly about what the whole idea was behind the playoff.
By the way, did you see that Sark is already crying about maybe getting more SEC teams in?
I believe it.
Yeah, a 3-loss Texas team. What do you bet me that narrative of, they've got a Manning and they're Texas and whatever eventually wins in that playoff committee room? I mean, it's anyway, I don't mean to be bent out of shape. I think Utah's red hot, and I think they're playing great, and they're steamrolling teams, which is a good thing. And they're running the heck out of the ball, and the defense actually looks better than I thought it would going into the season, and I thought they were going to be pretty good. So that's great. Utah deserves recognition. And BYU does too. 7, should they be ahead of Ole Miss, Georgia, Alabama? They have a better record than all 3 of those teams, maybe. If it mattered, I'd care more.
Here is the top 10, if you did not see it yesterday. Ohio State 8-0, number 1. Indiana 9-0. Number 2, Texas A&M 8-0, number 3, which is why I'm a little bit perplexed, I guess, is why BYU is not higher. BYU is also 8-0, and they are not sitting right behind those 3 other undefeated teams. Alabama 7-1, Georgia 7-1, Ole Miss 8-1. And I get you can say, well, strength of schedule, they're playing in the SEC, all 3 of those teams. That's why they're ahead of BYU. BYU's playing the teams they can. They're beating all the teams they can. They beat the number 13 team in the country, according to your list. That's their best matchups. They've won them all. So they'll get Texas Tech this weekend. You would hope if they beat Texas Tech, they do jump up to 5, because that's a huge top 10 win. You can no longer argue against them. But, yeah, that does show, I guess, I don't want to say bias, but a little bit of how they're viewing the value of the Big Ten and the SEC over the Big 12.
Yeah, sure. Great.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Well, I honestly just want to go back to the old bowl system. Like, not the BCS, not the Alliance, but just like if you win the Pac-12, you go to the Rose Bowl. That's what I want. If you win the ACC, you go to the Orange Bowl. It was better.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with
that. Now, nobody will agree with me except for you, which I'm grateful for. But, yeah, I mean, people want to watch a bunch of 2-loss and 3-loss teams have a chance at a title. Okay. I guess it's more games, which, I like watching football, so that's great.
And Utah fans can be happy that they're ranked above Miami, USC, Michigan, Washington. Those were teams that were measuring sticks for a while. Not Miami necessarily, but USC, Washington were certainly teams that you were compared to for a long time over your life in the Pac-12. So you don't have to, or you can still wear that as a feather in your cap.
Well, you should print up a certificate.
First college football playoff ranking.
Send it on up there.
2025.
Get it. Give them something they can put on the fridge, Ben.
Ahead of Michigan.
Yeah, that's it. Now, if there is something you can hang your hat on, boy, howdy, that is it.
You're right. There is absolutely a case, though, that Virginia, who's sitting at 8-1, and Virginia would get an auto qualifier because they're leading the ACC right now. But Louisville at 7-1, Vandy at 7-2, Georgia Tech 8-1, even Miami at 6-2 or USC at 6-2, all based on how the wind blows could jump Utah for really no reason, just because the committee says like, oh well, they're more exciting,
because
they're more fun.
Someone got a hemorrhoid over the weekend and is in a bad mood when they walked into the committee meeting. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's totally silly. If Stinkin' wins out, yeah, they're putting them in over Utah. I bet you $1 zillion.
As much as you can look at, Utah only needs Notre Dame to lose a game and Texas to lose a game and, Ole Miss to lose a game, and Utah can jump up into that top 12, 11, 10, you also have to understand those 5 teams before you are looking at the exact same thing. And if push comes to shove, are they going to take Utah over, a Vanderbilt? Not that Vanderbilt's necessarily a great program historically, but they're an SEC school, and they have been a fun story this year.
Ben, just to prove your point, Stinkin' Riley and USC have these 4 games left. Home against Northwestern, home against Iowa, who is currently in the top 25, at Oregon, home against UCLA. If Stinkin' wins out,
yeah, they're going to jump Utah, no question.
No question.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to win out. I don't think they're going to beat Oregon, but if they do, yes.
They're going.
Absolutely going to leap Utah. Because they're going to say, well, Utah beat Kansas State, whatever.
And
Kansas,
yeah. But did you see Stinkin' take it to the Ducks?
You're right.
It's a guarantee. So then what does this 13th ranking mean?
Right now, absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe Kalani's taping it up to the bulletin board and saying, we're getting no respect.
Yeah.
That's about all it's good for.
Vanderbilt closes the season against number 3 ranked Tennessee. You win that game, that's better than what Utah has done over the final 3 weeks. You can justify Vandy jumping Utah. Absolutely you can.
Which is what they likely want to do.
Could be. Utah needs some help in front of them if you believe this ranking.
So even the ranking number 13 is kind of condescending if you really think about it. Like, oh, we'll give you a cute little ranking in week 1. But guess what? When these other teams win, we're moving you back.
You're gonna drop.
And then when you complain about it, we're going to say, we thought you were great. It's not our fault.
Yeah.
Hate it.
Yeah.
They should just take the Big 12 power poll.
Absolutely.
Or they should let us vote. I'll go in there with all sorts of personal vendettas.
Cincinnati number 1.
Yeah, you want to see it? The Bearcats are getting in. That's my first decision. That's my
non-negotiable.
That's my non-negotiable. Yeah. Is Cincinnati's going to be playing?
Texas Tech out of the 25.
Not a chance.
Oh, yeah. Texas Tech is getting. I don't know. Can the NCAA punish? Can the College Football Playoff Committee punish? I'd take away scholarships. Is that even a thing anymore?
No, because you just pay the players.
I'd have their stadium condemned. Could I do that? Okay.
Joey McGuire gets suspended. Moe Jaguar gets banned from the stadium.
I like this idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot. Let's put the wheels in motion. Christian, call somebody. All right, stay tuned. Top 3 stories of the day, KSLSports.com coming up next. It's the Jake and Ben Show, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honest eats with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
The Utah Mammoth and Smiths are teaming up to get you to the game with qualifying Smiths purchases. You can score single goal view tickets, hot dog and a bottle of water included for just $15. The catch? These tickets go fast. Download the Utah Mammoth app, enable push notifications, and be the first to know when new tickets are released. Shop at Smiths, then snag your seat for $15. Simple. Grab the Utah Mammoth app today and watch for the next release. Tusks up. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Cougars at 30 update here on Jake and Ben. Here's offensive tackle Andrew Gentry preparing for a big matchup against David Bailey, the nation's leader in sacks.
At the end of the day, right, the main focus is just winning this week. I mean, it's a great opportunity. He's a phenomenal player. Watched a lot of film on him, and, you know, there's a reason that he's number one in the nation in sacks, and there's a reason he's going to be a high draft pick. And I'm just excited for the challenge and the opportunity. At the end of the day, I'm more focused on helping my team get to 1-0 than what my future holds. So whatever I need to do as a player in order to help my team get to 1-0, I'm going to make sure I do that this week and help my team to the best of my ability.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's. Make Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Kenny J's.
It's time to break down the biggest stories of the day. This is the top 3 stories of the day on KSLSports.com. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week. Submit your nomination at kslsports.com/contests. And listen every Thursday to JJ and Alex for the winner. Help us celebrate those volunteers making an impact with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Sponsored by Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals. Time for the top 3 stories of the day. KSLSports.com, brought to you by J. Brooks Jewelers. Cherish your love with J. Brooks Jewelers. Explore their expertly crafted engagement rings made from the finest materials. J. Brooks Jewelers. All right, Christian, where do you want to start today?
Number 1, the Jazz have an early afternoon matchup today at the Pistons.
Pistons are good. Pistons are 5-2 on the season. They're the 3rd-ranked team right now in the Eastern Conference. And this is an interesting matchup. Keontae George, who's been so good defensively and just so good overall this season. I want to see how he does against Cade Cunningham, who is one of the best guards in the NBA.
And bigger than he is.
Much bigger than he is.
Yeah.
So like 6'6".
He's going to have to dig deep a little bit. You know, one thing about these Eastern road trips that I like, Ben, is it kind of gives us an excuse to talk about the Eastern Conference and teams over there that we don't necessarily talk about a ton. And I'm curious where you're at on the Pistons. They didn't really show up at all in our preseason NBA predictions. You and I, neither one of us thought they would be in the conference finals or go into the finals. Where are we at on Detroit and their evolution as a team? I mean, not only Cade, but they've got some other nice pieces, and then they added vets and took a step. How far does that step go?
I didn't love their offseason because I don't know if they necessarily got better other than they got more mature, and then you're betting on their young guys like Jalen Duren to take a step forward. And Jaden Ivey's never really become a guy. He's just always hurt. And, there's kind of some hope that he might become a player, and he just has not. So they are a midseason acquisition away from being a real contender to come out of the Eastern Conference. I do believe that. Now, it's a big acquisition. It's a Lowry, Markkanen level acquisition if they were to go out there and try to make that type of trade.
Toby Harris isn't doing it for you.
He's a good player. He's just not that caliber of player. But they're well coached. I think JB Bickerstaff is good at doing what he does, which is taking okay teams and making them better than that. I don't know if he takes them to conference title contender or conference championship, even like the conference or the series to get them there. So I don't know if he's going to get you to the conference finals, but I do think he kind of raises the bar from mediocre to good pretty well. So that's where I think they are still. But again, a nice start to the season. They're not fully healthy, but they're better than some of the rest of these teams. Again, the weird thing about the East right now is Chicago Bulls are the number 1 team in the East. It's like the East is truly a mess.
I like Cade, but he is not my favorite young player.
Okay.
I think he's good, but I mean, if I had to pick between him and several other players of his generation, I think I might go a different direction. But outside of him, who I do like, I don't love this roster. No, where are you at on Asar Thompson?
He is definitely the lesser of the two brothers, but he's still good. It is the hard thing if you can't shoot. At what point, what's your ceiling going to be? And he certainly does not have the ball skills that his brother has, where, Amen is playing point guard right now for the Houston Rockets, and Asar doesn't have to do that because they do have Cade Cunningham. But yeah, he's good. He's a good player. He's not an all-star future player, and I guess that's the question: is who is their other young guy who's going to make the leap? Who's gonna be the other guy with Cade Cunningham to kind of give them a big 2 and then fill out the rest of the roster. I don't know if he's on the roster yet.
Well, it was going to be Fontecchio, but they traded him away.
They got rid of Simone.
That was a big loss for them.
Not great.
The one thing Cade doesn't do it well is shoot it. That's kind of the reason I'm not. I mean, I don't know. Paolo Banchero doesn't shoot it all that well either, but I like Paolo better than I like Cade, even though they play different positions. Don't get me wrong.
Again, they are still a big piece away from being taken seriously, in my opinion. And look, they're better than the Jazz tonight. They should beat the Jazz tonight. And I think the Jazz can make this a tough game, but I don't think Tobias Harris can be your third leading scorer at 13.5 points a game, and you be taken seriously. Good for Asar. He's taken a little bit of a leap forward. He is at 13.3 points per game, and he's at 7 rebounds. He's at 3 assists. Like, he's a very useful player. If he's the 5th guy in your starting lineup, I think you've got a really good team. If you're asking him to do a lot more than that, I think it's going to be difficult. So can you go out and get the Lowry or, whoever the other guy is going to be out there to pair with Cade to make that run?
Maybe the best argument for Detroit and overachieving this year is that the East is really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. Mm-hmm. They're going to play against a lot of bad teams. They're going to be able to get a lot of easy wins. The East is just dreadful.
Yeah, again, the Chicago Bulls are the number 1 team in the Eastern Conference right now at 6-1 to start the season, and they do have some good wins. They beat Milwaukee, they beat Detroit, they beat New York Philly last night. I think they've already beaten the Knicks. Like, they've had a good start to the season as far as beating the who's who of the Eastern Conference, but I don't know what the who's who of the Eastern Conference means. I mean, Orlando's been absolutely awful to start the season as well, and we like them. So what's going to be the next step that puts them in that legitimate company? And then how legitimate do we believe anybody is in the Eastern Conference? I don't know.
Orlando's making weird, strategic. Well, they're trying to go to a high-paced offense, and it doesn't really suit their roster.
Their defense is falling off.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Memphis is doing, where they're trying to implement a new concept, but they don't really have a roster that really works with. So I don't know. I find Detroit interesting. As far as the Jazz go, I want to see if the effort level is maintained. I mean, I'm sure Will Hardy doesn't want to yell at his team about effort after every single game, and he did it once after the Phoenix game. And then they responded. No, against Charlotte.
Yeah.
No.
He did it against both.
He did it against both.
Phoenix and Charlotte.
And then they really responded against Boston. Well, now do you do it again?
Yeah.
And then do you do it again? And if there is reason to be optimistic about Keontae George, is he's brought it in every single game.
Yeah.
That is big reason to be optimistic about that guy.
He is on the radar. That's what's interesting about Keontae now is he's not going to sneak up on anybody. Lowry is scoring 30 points a game, and all of a sudden he was the focus of everything Boston did to try and slow him down, and they had a lot of success, and then Keontae picked up the slack. Now that Lowry's obviously at the top of the scouting report and being taken seriously because he averages 30 points a game, and Keontae's averaging 23 points a game, and you're starting to understand that he's mining free throws. He's averaging 9 free throw attempts a game. Teams are going to start adjusting. So how do you adjust that now? Asar Thompson, who we're talking about, who's a very good defensive player, is probably going to be on one of those two guys and probably going to do a pretty good job of taking them out of it. Can the other person carry it? Can Keontae keep getting to the free throw line? Does Lowry keep getting open looks, which he's leading the league right now? Those are the types of things I'm keeping an eye on tonight.
What is next?
Number 2, Clayton Keller, the captain, wins it for the Mammoth in OT.
Keller in the offensive zone. He has an assist here tonight. Keller on the attack, skates downhill and scores! The captain says goodnight in Buffalo.
Overtimes in hockey are funny. They're either 30 seconds long or or it goes to a shootout. You either score right away in the 3-on-3 or nobody seems to score in these games, and that's certainly what happened last night. The Mammoth gave up a really good opportunity to the Sabres right out of the gate. Vamelka made a great stop. They kept the puck alive, and Keller just drove down. And it was horrendous defensive play from the Sabres because they just let Clayton Keller, as you heard there in the highlights, skate right towards the net and got a good shot on goal and put it in. But a nice win after losing back-to-back games to start this road trip with another victory against a feisty Buffalo team. That was their 5th straight overtime in Buffalo. Pretty brutal.
How did Peterka do in his revenge game? Did he fist fight everybody?
No, but Kesselring almost got into a fight. It got pretty feisty. So we didn't quite see that. But, no, it was really the Clayton Keller show. Clayton assisted on the Schmaltz goal. That was the only goal in regulation, and then had the game winner.
He's quite good.
Yeah, Keller's good. And you know what? He's among the young players on the team, or I should say, I guess the faces on the team, those top 6 players on the offensive side. He's maybe been kind of weirdly the most quiet other than Barrett Hayton. You know, you've had big moments from Peterka. You've had big moments from Cooley. You've had big moments from Gunther. Schmaltz had 16 or 17 points, whatever it is. Keller, as good as he is, has been just a little quiet. So I think that was a big moment for him last night.
Now they head across the border to take on the Maple Leafs. I hope they make sure to get all their fruit out of their bag. And I hope they're not taking their pets, because that's a no-no, right?
You can't take your pets to Canada?
Well, crossing the border with any sort of animal, isn't that not a thing?
You can get something greenlit. Maybe not.
You can't take fruit and stuff?
Well, relationships right now are tested.
That's not specifically about Canada. That's like anywhere.
Oh, you can take pets wherever you want. Just fly them around. Just sneak them in. Yeah, next to all your lemons or whatever.
Yeah.
Your invasive fruit.
So anyway.
Tonight against Toronto. So another chance to get a victory. We'll see how they do.
What's next?
Back to the initial college football playoff rankings. Big 12 has 3 teams in there, about what we predicted here on the show.
Surprised nobody's coming in 25, 24, 23. Again, not that those teams matter in the slightest. But are we surprised there's not any love for your Bearcats or Houston, both coming off of a loss, which I think certainly hurt them?
Yeah, because all that matters is when you lose. Nothing else matters because nobody has a memory.
TCU? I mean, TCU was on a bye week, so they all only watched football last week. The College Football Playoff Committee decided the season began on Saturday, so they watched those games Saturday. They said, well, if you won, we like you.
I'm just convinced that people, more and more as I go forward, I think most people are Guy Pearce in Memento. Just
no memory.
Memory hole something 15 minutes after it happens. Why didn't TCU get ranked? Well, they didn't play this weekend.
Yeah. That's very fair.
You know the season's been going on for several months.
Nope.
I didn't see them.
Doesn't matter to me.
Doesn't matter to me. What? Who?
I think you're right about the committee not being big enough. I actually think that's a good point. Legitimately, it's hard to watch all these teams for just 13 people. It's a lot of games. It's a lot of context that you're looking for and trying to parse out with just 13 people in this committee. But you have the AP poll, which has hundreds of voters, and they represent different blocks of the country and every market. Yeah, probably gives you a reasonable idea of like some fairness, and also it accounts for bias. Inherently, there's going to be bias in our state towards our local teams, but that happens everywhere. When you only have 13, that bias gets weighed more heavily depending on where these people are.
Again, the watch the games argument is funny to me because even if they're not doing it on purpose, to your point, they're not evaluating based on who they think the best team is or actually trying to rank. Coach Witt ranked the 2008 Utes number 1 in the coaches poll, was he really trying to fairly rank the teams or was he just ranking himself number 1? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Silly. I don't know. The poll is silly, but I part of me thinks they put the Big 12 teams there just to move them down.
They have been known in the past to set up talking points with their rankings.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And Utah, I think, is more of a victim of this. I don't think they're setting up Utah to play patsy. I think what they're doing is they are setting up Michigan. They are setting up USC. They are setting up Washington. They are setting up Miami. They are setting up behind the teams behind Utah in the ranking to move up.
To jump them with big wins.
Vanderbilt to climb. Yeah. Georgia Tech to climb. Now, look, if Georgia Tech finishes the season 8-1 or 11-1 and beats Georgia the last week of the season, they've had a better season than Utah and they deserve to be in. I'm not trying to discount some of those aspects, but yes, the Miamis, the Vandies, the Louisvilles, they set those teams up to jump Utah with big wins late.
Utah is the sacrificial lamb.
Which, you know what? It's another argument against the Big 12 scheduling Utah and BYU in the middle of the season. If BYU is going to be a good team every year or Utah is going to be a good team every year, they should play late. Play late and let that win have some value late in the season. Whoever goes in is going to get a big victory in the college football playoff committee's perspective. And they value those late in the season.
Man, look at some of the bozos on this committee. Mike Riley, nice man, huge bozo. Mark D'Antonio.
Huh?
Yeah, he's killing it. One lady on the college.
Only one. Okay.
Carla Williams.
Who's she?
Let me see. In her 7th year as director of athletics at, I automatically dislike her, the University of Virginia.
Okay.
No, but think about it. Why would you have Virginia's AD in the?
Yeah, that's weird to me.
Why would you have any AD?
Yeah, why would you have somebody who inherently isn't impartial? And she can say she is, but no, what does she watch? What does she see? What does she have to do? She has a responsibility to watch her school specifically.
Oh, man, I've interviewed one of these guys. Ivan Mizell, remember him?
Okay.
He's a reporter.
All right, that's good. Have more of those guys.
Sports writer for decades. I think I interviewed him at a BYU Media Day when they were independent, of course.
Yeah.
But, anywho. Yeah, well, I'm glad you agree with me about the sample size.
Yeah, it's a good point.
All right, stay tuned. We'll have more coming up next. We've got What You Got Wednesday at 11:30. It's Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whirls around and down. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone is your exclusive home of the Utah Jazz. And we want to send you to the Delta Center to see the Jazz in action. Listen every Tuesday for the Jazz Ticket Tuesday Sounder at 30 past the hour, every hour, all day long. And if you're caller number 12, you'll be on your way to an upcoming game.
Buy one, you'll get one free.
It's Jazz Ticket Tuesday, every Tuesday throughout the NBA season on your radio home for the Utah Jazz. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots, built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Hey guys, Alex Curie from the KSL Sports Zone here. I'm here with Blair today. Blair's also been on the program at SLC Fat Loss. Thanks for coming in, Blair.
Pleasure to be here.
Awesome to see you. So let's get down to it. How much weight have you lost?
I've lost an amazing 52 pounds in just
That's
60
awesome.
days.
But I guess more importantly, how do you feel?
Oh, I feel great. I have more energy, and the GERD and acid reflux is gone.
Now, talk to me about the scale for a minute. Were you surprised how quickly that number came down for you?
It was astonishing to me as I'd get on the scale, even in the very beginning when I saw, 2-3 pounds drop off. But I ended up looking forward to getting on the scale to see how much I'd lost in the last day.
And what are the biggest benefits that you've seen now that you've worked with SLC Fat Loss for a while?
I have much more confidence in myself, lots more energy, much more adventurous walks with my dogs.
Blair, thanks for sharing your success with SLC Fat Loss. To learn more about the secret of losing up to a pound of healthy fat a day, just like Blair, get a hold of the folks at SLC Fat Loss. That's slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
It's Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
At University of Utah Health, we're mapping DNA
to find the cause and the cure. Because 1 in a million is really just one. One person facing one incredibly difficult diagnosis. Looking for one thing: hope. Learn more at uofuhealth.org.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to americafirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Utes at 50 update here on Jake and Ben. Here is Devin Dampier talking about wide receiver Creed Whittemore and how he's been working hard.
Creed's one of those guys, kept putting his head down. He's had multiple times on, scout team to make plays, and he's been making plays, and, that gave our coaches trust that, let's start putting him in the mix. He's been doing a great job all week. Happy to show it on the field. He's been waiting on that moment, so I'm happy he got it.
This update is brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. It's Kenny J's.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies return home to Logan for a battle against the Nevada Wolfpack. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Let's lock in.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Win big every Wednesday on the station with Win Ticket Wednesday, which is today. Let's get it going. Caller 12, 801-575-ZONE. We're going to hook you up with 4 tickets to go to the Magic Holiday Lights at the Ballpark at America First Square, a brand new immersive holiday tradition opening November 14th. Be the 12th caller right now, 801-575-ZONE. Ben, I usually like transparency when it comes to most things. I think most people do. But is it about time that we just stop with the referee pool reporter and the 5-minute reporter, whatever that stupid
2-minute
thing
report,
is?
yep.
Like, everybody's demanding referee accountability, and all the stuff they've come up with is basically just cats in the wall because refs are terrible and probably bent. And
cat in the wall, eh?
But, well, the example here, Ben, from the Jazz Celtics game. In the final minute, there was a play where Keontae George was guarding Jaylen Brown. Keontae slips.
So clearly a wet spot on the floor.
Slips and kind of kicks the ball, too, by the way. Does both of those things. Jaylen Brown goes toppling over him.
Also slips, though. Like, clearly stepped on the same wet spot.
And then there's a run out for the Jazz on the other end, and the Jazz eventually win the game. The referee...
Jaylen Brown was livid, by the way, after the game.
Livid, yeah. He was upset about it. And the referee did the pool report. And for people who don't know, they pick one reporter who's covering the game, and that reporter gets to ask him a question about a controversial
If there's something that goes on that the media wants explained, they can go and talk to one of the referees, representing the rest of the referees about what happened in the game.
And they always, Ben, give some clown explanation that doesn't make any sense because they're, I don't know, sensitive to self-criticism.
Sure.
They actually told Jaylen Brown in the moment that they didn't see it, which is actually, I think, believable. Like that they were staring at some gal in the third row instead
with the ball in his hand?
Instead of doing their job. I would actually believe that. But they said, well, both of them slipped before there was contact, so that was not a foul. That is ridiculous. That is a ridiculous explanation and has nothing to do with the rules of fouling. So you can foul anybody you want as long as you slip first?
Yeah, as long as you slip, yeah. This was the question.
No, am I crazy? Am I taking crazy pills? Or is that a ridiculous explanation? Ridiculous. Not to mention they missed the kick in the first place. Keontae fouls Jaylen Brown. He does. I understand why Jaylen's upset.
Sure.
And he went on Twitch, which is, what is that, Christian? What is Twitch? Is that like
It's a streaming platform.
Is that like the Snapchat?
It started streaming video games, but now it's just a way to have people come and watch you do whatever.
Anyway, he says on Twitch, the whole staff blows the bleeping call, costs us the game. Unacceptable.
Yeah.
You know what I think should have happened? The ref blows the call, then they say nothing, then they don't talk to anybody. Jaylen Brown gets upset in the postgame, and then we all move on with our life. What did the pool report with this stupid excuse do for anyone? What did it do for anyone other than make Jaylen Brown angry all over again?
Again, if you didn't see the play, Keontae goes to defend Jaylen Brown above the three-point line, straight on from the basket. Keontae tries to jump into a stance. Both feet slip out. Jaylen Brown realizes he's slipped and kind of tries to, dribble around him. Jaylen Brown's left foot absolutely slips on the same wet spot, and he does, and he starts to trip, but then he falls over Keontae George's entire body, which would be illegal to be on the ground to just trip somebody because you can't just lay on the floor and trip guys, to your point. And when asked about it, the pool reporter says, with about 47 seconds left in the fourth quarter, Keontae George fell in front of Jaylen Brown, who was driving towards the basket. No, this is the question.
Oh, okay.
Brown then fell over George, but no foul was called. What was your view of this play, and why was no foul called on George? And the referee says, during live play, the crew observed George slip and fall prior to Brown slipping on the same spot, resulting in the ball becoming loose prior to any contact. So they did agree that it was the result of two players slipping more so than Keontae George. Regardless, nobody's buying it. Nobody cares, and it didn't change the outcome of the game. So to your point, while, yes, you may believe that that is transparency, what did it accomplish?
Nothing. And it's not even that transparent.
Because and it's still over something subjective. Do you think that Jaylen Brown slipped and that's why he lost the ball? Or do you think he slipped and then fell over Keontae George and it's still a foul on Keontae George? That's the story.
Right. Yeah.
So who cares what they think they saw? Everyone's going to still feel differently about those types of plays.
I mean, it's got to be like a highway patrolman listening to people throw out excuses about speeding.
What did they say in the last 2-minute report? Do we know? Let me go back and see if I can find it really quick.
But even that, what does that give you? Dick Bavetta shafted the Jazz. Do you think anybody on the Jazz or even the fans would have felt better if a pencil neck reporter went up to Dick Bavetta and said, hey, explain that call? Do you think that would have helped anyone?
Well, again, this is the funny thing.
Would that have done anything for anyone?
So the pool report is the mouth, it's the word of the actual official. Exactly what they saw and why they didn't call the foul. The last 2-minute report says, George slips and falls into Brown's path, tripping Brown. Incorrect, no call. So the last 2-minute report contradicts what the ref says he saw.
Said himself.
So, yeah,
what does it do for anyone?
What transparency are you getting?
What does it do for anybody? Except for re-anger Jaylen Brown while he's just trying to do a what is it called? Twitch?
Twitch.
He's just trying to twitch.
Christian, do you stream?
No.
Your wife works evenings sometimes because she's a nurse. God bless her. And you have the night to yourself. And you have the camera equipment because I see you post Utah and BYU doing the show with Alex. You guys do our post-game coverage. You can use that gear to set up your Twitch and play NHL.
I don't have anything interesting.
What's the new game you're playing? Satisfactory? It comes out today. You playing that? What are you doing?
Madden.
Madden. Okay, you're on Madden right now.
No, I'm not a streamer.
You should be. Supplemental income.
Nobody wants to watch me take my Broncos.
Got that baby on the way.
15 years in the franchise mode.
Are you that far out?
No, not yet.
Okay, how many years in are you?
I think 2.
2, okay. So you still got to throw picks?
Yeah.
You haven't had to lose him yet.
So you can play video games and then stream on Twitch. So people just watch you tweak?
Yes, people are watching the tweakers. You can interact. You send questions. You talk to people while they're doing it. And a lot of times it is celebrities or attractive people, or which is where you would fit in that. You kind of cross both. Yeah, your Venn diagram is attractive person and celebrity. So you should be tweaking on camera.
I did play Juju Smith-Schuster in Madden on his Twitch once.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's a fun thing. That's cool.
I lost.
You lost. He was good.
Juju tweaks?
Or were you bad? Big tweaker.
Big tweaker. I wouldn't have pegged Christian for a tweaker. So
what's your tweaker handle? At Esparza Tires? At Brigham City Tires?
Brigham City. At BC Tweaker.
I bet there's a lot of tweakers in Brigham City.
Yeah, that means a different thing. Certain small towns.
Well, I'm just saying they're video. Well, Christian's obviously into video games.
Tweaker is a great social media app as a concept. Better than the idea of Twitch. Better than the name.
Tweak.
It's great.
I'm tweaking. All right, stay tuned. We'll have more next. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Hey, everyone. Jake here for my friends at Trajan Wealth, and that's Trajan, Trajan, Trajan Wealth. Listen, I went a long time without truly thinking about, important things like the financial well-being of myself and my family, both in the short and long term. And I'm guessing there are a lot of folks out there maybe that have not paid that its proper attention. Have you really sat down and thought to yourself, what do I want to do when I retire? What lifestyle do I want to live when I retire? When do I want to retire? You got to set those goals. You got to figure out that long-term stuff, and then you can put the train on the tracks and get there. And Trajan wants to be on your side to help you do just that. So give them a call, 801-210-6800. 801-210-6800. They have offices in Draper and Farmington, so there's one close to you. I've sat down. I've gone through it with them. They make it very simple and easy and show you exactly why they do things, and they can customize to you and those goals that I was talking about. So call them, 801-210-6800. You can also go online to TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
buying a car should be a fun experience, like a kid getting a new toy. And at John Watson Chevrolet, it was.
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
After 30 years of plumbing experience in Utah, we've compiled a list of items we plumbers commonly find in sewer systems. First off, hair. Lots of hair. Like, so much hair.
Oh.
Roots, dental floss, marbles, and every other toy imaginable. Dentures, watches, coins, live animals. Also dead ones. Photographs, we assume from active and very healthy relationships. Wigs, kitty litter. Look, the point is, don't use the toilet as a landfill. This has been a public service announcement from your buddies down at Shamrock Plumbing.
Get ready, Utah. Mountain Land Supply is bringing Milwaukee Counter Days to a branch near you. Join us for a one-day only savings. 10% off all Milwaukee power tools, hand tools, and accessories. Plus, free sale day only items. Start your morning with a light breakfast, stick around for a delicious barbecue lunch, and connect with the Milwaukee team. We'll be Peoria and Nephi on November 11th, St. George on November 13th, and Orem on November 20th. Don't miss it. Mountainland Milwaukee Counter Days. Food, freebies, and fantastic savings.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-sized French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at utahjazz.com. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colbert, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Can you read my thoughts? I'm not sure what I said. I feel dumb and long night coming.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben, Anderson, thank you for making this part of your day. I want to remind you to make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the streets and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 and come eat with Hanson. Scotty coming up today from noon to 3 at Kenny J's in the district.
I probably discount the value of having College Game Day broadcasting on your campus and getting you at least prepared for your game, whether they're carrying your game or not. Numbers just came out for College Game Day at the University of Utah over the weekend. It was their highest. They're their most watched College Game Day to date. 6.5 million viewers on linear TV. An additional 1.2 million on the Pat McAfee Show via Twitter alone. 2 million viewers, 2.7 million viewers at their peak moment tuning in live, and then 2.5 million in the final hour. It's a lot of eyeballs on your campus.
With a carriage dispute going on, too.
Yeah, right.
At the same time. Well, that's...
And a huge one.
Well, you read Armpit's his numbers on the Snap Talk. What was it?
1.2 million.
Those are all the YouTubers they couldn't get.
Yes, could not.
The YouTube TV people. It was a
probably
story.
right.
It was a story over the weekend.
Yeah.
People wrote about it that people couldn't get it on YouTube TV. Went to Armpit's Snap Talk.
And then you're going to see, I would imagine, BYU and Texas Tech beat that number this weekend.
Yeah, I don't know. I was you bringing that up. It got me thinking. Does that have anything to do with where it is?
What do you mean?
I mean, can Utah take any sort of credit for having the highest rated?
No.
Of the year?
No, it has nothing to do with. I mean,
That's what I'm saying. Does it have anything to do with the location? That's all. I don't know whether the answer is yes or no. But when you read that, it sounds like a Ute fan taking a Ute fan taking a victory lap. Like, did you see the highest rated of the year? Go Utes!
No,
but does it have anything to do with it? You know what I mean?
It does not. And even kind of the funny thing, and not a knock on whoever's running the socials up there, but in the responses to this post from ESPN. Someone from a University of Utah football account or University of Utah account said, Utes fans show up. It's like it literally has nothing to do with how many fans were there.
In fact, if they're there, they're probably
they're
not watching it on TV.
These
Good point.
numbers don't account for those people at all. It's the fact that the later in the season you get, it becomes a better show because the rankings start to matter and, people want to watch college football. It's fall. People aren't going outside as much in the mornings. You're not working in the yard. You're not mowing the lawn, so you're sitting inside watching TV. You benefit from it, though, regardless. Yeah, I don't care where it is. It's good for you that you're on TV. You're in the right place at the right time. You've got a good team, which is what you do control. Is your team good or not? You're in a conference that is relevant, and you're playing against another team that was perceived as relevant because of how they were ranked in the Jake and Ben Big 12 Power Poll every Tuesday.
They're still a monster.
And you put them up there, really, you put them at number one, and the nation saw that and wanted to watch the game.
Correct.
So that's the value, and that's, I guess, what you can control. But being good late in the season just puts eyeballs on your school and puts eyeballs on your university. And you have talked about your friend who enrolled at Valpo because
Bryce
Drew hits the shot.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're like, that's relatable.
I'd like to go to Valpo.
One of my big things that I believe in life is if you know somebody who's done a specific job, whether that's a doctor or whether that's a sports writer or whether that's a TV personality or whether that's a professional athlete, it makes it 1,000 times more likely that you can reach it because it seems relatable. I know somebody who did it, therefore it doesn't seem like it belongs to other people. It becomes a pathway for me. There are some genetic things involved, but even just like, oh, I grew up in the same neighborhood as a guy who played in the NBA, maybe I have a chance to do it too. I think that really does matter. Seeing a school and being like, well, I saw that on campus on a Saturday morning when I was having a good time in my life in high school. Maybe Utah becomes a potential landing spot for me that I didn't think about before. I do think that stuff does tend to matter, as silly as that sounds to me.
You're right, Ben. The mouse is too powerful. They should break up that company.
Well, we can get into the big conversation of, our conglomerate's too big, which I think the answer is absolutely 100% yes. But
I'm kind of joking, but you wonder why the universities sell out to all these companies. It's because
they wield a huge, huge stick.
But it's not, and this is just my personal peccadillo, I keep coming back to it's not supposed to be about money with universities. So talking about this value and stuff like that actually bugs me because you wonder why the mouse can just ruin college football and ruin relationships with universities that go back decades and sink entire conferences and do this because they woke up and felt like it one day.
Mm-hmm.
Because these universities are so beholden to the not only the money but the exposure that brings
advertising
in
wing.
Even further money.
It's all advertising.
It's
all marketing.
Valpo wants to grab my buddy because he pays tuition there.
Yeah.
It's I find it gross.
Yeah,
I think it's super gross.
Some lousy people, and I'm not pointing at anyone in particular, but we will let some lousy people onto our campus that we actually don't stand for at all, but man, they've got a big microphone.
And man, our logo is, if you look at the amount of free advertising in a football game, it'd be really interesting to come up with a financial figure. Your average, not even like your game of the week kind of thing like BYU and Texas Tech this week, but like your average ESPN nationally televised game, non-prime time.
Yeah.
I wonder what the financial value of the marketing or exposure or whatever.
Yeah, if you were to view it as, can we buy a 30-second spot across the country that's going to air in front of X million viewers, how much money would that cost? And then you think, well, actually, it's a 3-hour commercial because your logo and your name is all over it. And then if you mix in College Game Day, which adds, how long is game day? 2 hours?
Yep.
Yeah, you tack on 2 hours,
What's
and then it
that worth?
has your most famous alumni, and it has your helmet out in front the entire time. I mean, tens and tens of millions of dollars in advertising.
And you wonder why Texas picks up the phone when the mouse calls and says, hey, you should get out of that crappy league.
Right.
Like, okay.
Sure. You'll advertise us better, more.
They're addicted to the
limelight,
addicted to the money.
Yeah.
I mean, and I hope people understand. I'm not getting political here, but one thing that President Trump proved in 2016 is I'm not going to buy TV ads. Why would I do that? I'm on TV all the time.
Yeah.
I'm getting the value for free.
Yeah, it's not a criticism to say he's probably the greatest marketer of all time.
He's on TV all the time.
Yeah.
He's figured it out.
Yeah.
Why would I pay for spots when I'll just go on?
He's a master marketer, and it got him to the presidency.
Yeah.
Is a big part of it, and now everyone's following suit.
So I get bothered because that's not what universities are supposed to be about, and it's all they're about anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And to the point where stories like that are super relevant to them.
Like that?
Because they're lucrative.
Yeah. No question
because
about
some bozo in, I almost said Lubbock.
Well, it's where they are tonight.
Decided
or this
that,
week, I should say.
Decided that, wow, Armpit looked like he was having a really good time up there. I should go to the University of Utah.
Yeah. And, whether we think we're arguing about are these too powerful or what is this actually
They
good
are.
for?
They should be broken up.
But the truth is it is super valuable, regardless. And I probably downplay, I just kind of, I didn't go to college game day. I didn't go to Big Noon Saturday when it was out at BYU and Utah was playing there either. I'm not taking part in the festivities of it. KSL Sports was up there. Shout out Chandler. Shout out Mitch. Shout out Steve, who have gone up and take photos and, participate and do all the interviews. It's cool, but you do understand why the schools do it. And I've probably not appreciated how much it means for them.
Yeah,
not just because your friend went to Valpo.
No, but it's true.
But
it's true.
That helps. It's good advertising.
Because it puts it front of mind. I mean, my friend, I make it sound like he just picked it because he's a huge basketball fan. It was like, wow, I'm going to that school. I like the cut of their jib.
Which actually, if you were a huge college football fan and you wanted to go to Alabama, I actually would understand that.
But you look into it. That's the point, is you go, oh,
Yeah.
what's that V logo?
Name
Valpo?
value.
Oh,
That's name
that was a hit.
value.
Well, I should look up and see what they're all about. I'm about to decide where I want to go to college. And it ended up working out for him terrifically. So it's not, I don't mean to be flip about that he's just like, sign me up. Like I decided to go to Maryland, Baltimore County because they beat UVA in the first round of the NCAA tournament. No, I'd be crazy to do that. But maybe did I look into the Retrievers? Because I'd never heard of them before and I thought they were interesting. Probably.
Yeah. And it's not just sports. This is, if you're on the Tweaker app, TikTok, there was a whole thing of the dances that sororities were doing for, what is it, pledges or rushing or what's the term? Then they were like filming these TikTok videos and it was like, come and be a part of our fraternity at this school. And, we have this celebrity, not even a celebrity person, not a real celebrity, an influencer at the college who is in that fraternity, is saying like, well, she's at the front of this dance. Don't you want to hang out with her? Now there's some familiarity with the school and with that fraternity, so come and pledge there. So, yeah, it works throughout, but you're right. It is certainly not the altruistic, this is about education for people.
And has not helped the sport, in my opinion. Now, has helped universities get rich?
Yeah, it's been great for Kyle Whittingham and Kalani Sataki and all of their coordinators and the coaches that have come before them and the coaches that will come after them. And it has made some players very rich, which I don't protest.
No, not protest. Not as long as it's under the rules. Now, the rules are stupid, in my opinion.
Agreed, but the rules are the rules.
Or lack thereof, yeah.
But you're right. It has changed, I guess, the concept of what this was.
Yeah, honestly, the exposure Utah, and now BYU is going to get as well, is worth millions.
Mm-hmm.
Millions.
And it's cool. It is cool that it's happening. This is the third time we're getting one of the two big ones. We've had Big Noon at BYU.
Big
Utah.
Noon twice.
Oh, we've had Big Noon twice?
Yeah.
Oh, because they
once
came
at
to Utah.
Once at
for Texas
BYU,
Tech.
yeah.
So this will be the fourth time. National fans got to be sick of what's going on in our state.
Yeah,
Why,
no kidding.
why do they keep showing these games?
By the way, I was surprised to learn yesterday that only 9 million people subscribe to YouTube TV. The amount of complaining that I have heard, you would think 50 million people subscribe to YouTube TV. I was actually pretty shocked to hear that number was so low. No offense to the Christians of the world who are subscribers, but...
And this clearly ties into our conversation is how many people subscribe to YouTube TV specifically because of the sports accessibility. There are
only 10 people subscribe to begin with.
Well, that's the thing. But if it's 9 million people, which doesn't seem like that much on a nationwide scale, but how many sports fans are you actually talking about? Again, ESPN's bragging that they had 2.5 million viewers at one time. That was their peak. That was as many people were watching at one time. Well, 9 million people. Are 7 million of those people tuning in because they love football? Are 7 million of those people, do they have a YouTube subscription because of what it provides for them on the sports front? Because if so, that actually kind of seems like a large number to me. If it's just nationwide, that's not that many because there's 600 million people in our country. 9 million is not a huge chunk of that. But if 80% of those people are just there for the sports, and now you're losing ESPN, I get why that would become as loud as it was on your feed on social media.
On the Snap Talk. All right, well, maybe this is here for some better perspective. 7.4 million people subscribe to Dish Network.
Okay.
DirecTV, 11.3.
Okay.
Cable, now this is not just, there are many cable
this is
subscribers.
Xfinity, this is whatever. Yeah.
Cable, 70.2 million.
That's a lot, yeah.
So cable still dwarfs basically everything else, which is actually kind of interesting to look into.
Mm-hmm.
But 9 million is right in the DirecTV Dish Network, so maybe I shouldn't be surprised.
Is that what you have? Is that all the numbers you have? Is there not another distributor that's mentioned here?
No, that's all I looked up.
Okay. So 70 million, it's about 20 million between Dish and DirecTV, and then about 10 million on YouTube TV.
Yeah, 9.
That's almost 10% of that grouping, and there are other people, you can subscribe to Fubo. Christian, do you know what YouTube TV costs a month?
No.
Yeah, because it's not yours.
No, I just get the password.
I know what the password costs. 0.
I think it's like 80-ish.
Okay. I think Fubo is a little bit more than that. Fubo is more directly sports, though you can, it does have just kind of your traditional guide of whatever you're.
We did YouTube TV for a hot second, and I didn't like it. I don't know.
Was there something specifically you didn't like about it?
I didn't think it was particularly convenient. But honestly, I didn't really understand that. If I'm comparing that to Dish Network, I'd rather have Dish Network.
Okay.
It's not really giving me anything that Dish Network isn't. And I didn't think the price was that much different. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Fubo Deluxe, I'm not trying to advertise for any of these people, just curious, is $85 a month after your trial, which, you get a first month free or $30 off your first month. But it can be as high as $115. I'm sure that's after the first year. It jumps up to $115. So at that point, YouTube TV is cheaper and makes a little bit more sense. But that Fubo includes NHL and NBA. And
I will say this, though. None of it, everybody thought cord cutting was going to be the most simple thing in the wave of the future because it would be cheaper and easier and all that stuff. It is not.
No, it's been far worse.
Yeah, it is. It is not easier. It is not cheaper.
It's not more convenient.
It is not more
easier.
convenient.
Yeah.
And maybe somehow this whole thing gets streamlined, but the way that it is now is just a mess.
It is also funny to me, though, because, I would imagine if I were to poll Jazz fans, it'd be interesting. How do you watch the games? I would bet the overwhelming majority is through some subscription.
Oh, see, I bet K-Jazz is the majority.
You think? Yeah. I kind of bet it's not.
I bet it's is it terrestrial TV? I know it's terrestrial radio.
Over the air, yeah.
I bet it's over the air TV. I bet it's K-Jazz by a mile.
I honestly wonder. You might be right. I could be way off. But I'm curious, even when people have access to it, if people are not choosing to watch kind of normal broadcast TV, the way they used to with the Rabbit Ears.
What percentage of the Jazz fan base is in the footprint of K-Jazz? I'd say probably
a big
95%.
Sure, but that's where I think it gets interesting is if it is available to you for free, are you still watching it for free, or are you watching it on YouTube TV or Fubo or DirecTV or whatever your provider is? If you have the provider, you just watch on the provider. It's digital. It's not you don't have to worry about moving an antenna around.
I don't think it's on those.
On what?
K-Jazz?
It's over the air. You can get it on the Rabbit Ears.
No, but he's wondering on
no,
what
it's not on YouTube TV and stuff.
Yeah.
I had to go buy a digital antenna to watch it.
So I'll be curious.
But yeah, you paid $3 for that digital antenna. Honestly, Ryan Smith, his big thing about accessibility might be his best policy, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's really smart.
Like that he is prioritized, okay, I'm going to take a bath putting it on K-Jazz, but you know what? Bam, we're putting it in front of everybody. And I bet the vast majority watch K-Jazz.
Be curious.
Have you seen subscription numbers for SEG Plus? I have not.
I have a rough idea.
27.
People?
26?
It's far more than that. Obviously.
30.
So they did better than the Clippers.
Well, the Clippers were embarrassingly low.
Yeah, but it is in Los Angeles, you know.
Which, by the way, not to revisit this because we got to get to What You Got Wednesday, but like, talk about the dumbest team to do that experiment possible. Your whole advantage is that you can make money off your regional broadcast because you are in
a huge region.
A huge region.
Yeah.
Moron.
They'd privatize it.
All right. What You Got Wednesday is coming up next. It's Jake and Ben. Stay tuned. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Here's a tale of Becky. Didn't know what to do with new meds prescribed and no real cost clue.
She squinted at prices, that can't be right. Then tapped GoodRx and saw the light.
She can get a deal. Book telehealth if she feels.
Learn about those meds without any stress. That one little app does all the rest. Even my horse downloaded it. Dang, save time and money on prescriptions.
Check GoodRx. GoodRx is not insurance.
High school football is back for another exciting season. And Trucordia, the group name for a nationwide insurance brokerage based here in Utah, is proud to be a Game Night Live sponsor. The Trucordia companies deliver insurance solutions to help you protect what matters most. Home plus auto, employee benefits, construction, cyber. Trucordia blocks risks to help ensure your goals. Learn more at Trucordia, spelled TRUCORDIA.com.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Your Cougars at 30 update. Here's Kalani Sitake's thoughts on Bear Bachmeier, not his guitar playing, but his passing ability.
But we always knew that he could throw the ball. It's just a matter of, can we be dependable to be in the right spots when he's throwing, and can we get the timing right? Him being here for a short amount of time before we started fall camp, all that stuff we had to factor in, and that's what A-Rod did. I thought he did it brilliantly, and there's still work to do though. He hasn't arrived, and there's still some things that he can accomplish in the next little bit. He knows that, but he's a great learner, and he's a student of the game, and he's always trying to get better. And so when you have someone with that work ethic, it will make it a lot easier for us to get him where he wants to be.
BYU 30 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's BBQ. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. You can find them online, kennyjsbbq.com for your Thanksgiving meal, or give them a text, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Whether it's the Jazz, Utes, Cougars, or Aggies, these guys have got you covered.
Time to eat, fellas.
You're locked on to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
1, 2, 3, move it.
On 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
What you got Wednesday? What's the deal? Jake Scott rules, Ben's out to steal. Bozo takes their spinning around. Flush it down, flush it down. Emo skater Ben with a devious grin. Jake rolls his eyes, lets out a sigh within. If rules had feelings, they'd probably cry. Ben's chaos just makes them fly. What you got Wednesday? What's the deal?
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Jake, Scott, Ben Anderson. Time for What You Got Wednesday. If you're new to the show, Ben and I go head-to-head every Wednesday on 2 5-selection drafts, one sports-related, one not. Then we put it out on the Snap Talk for you to vote. What happened last week, Christian?
Guys, it was a big week last week. After several sweeps in a row, we finally had a split.
Oh, we did.
Biggest sports trailblazers. Jake won 81-19, and famous Minnesotans, Ben won 57-43.
Quick amendment. Logan Cooley's not from Minnesota, but he did play his college hockey there.
So there was a loose tie, just not the tie we thought.
But you know what? If you were to draft Utahns and someone took Andre Miller, I don't think anybody would be like, how dare you?
Uh-huh.
I think that makes sense.
All right. Christian, what is today's sports-related topic?
BYU at Texas Tech this weekend, so we're going to go best Raiders of all time. Not just Red Raiders, all
best Raiders of all time. All right. So Ben gets the number one pick in the sports-related draft. Is that correct? Is there an automatic numero uno?
I actually think there is, but I wonder if you're going to try and veto it. Thanks for putting the music. I was like, this is dry. This is boring.
I knew we were missing something. Yeah.
Can I take John Madden?
Yeah.
Okay. I do think that's the answer.
All right. I'm going to take Patrick Mahomes. I think he'll eventually go down as a top 3 or 4 quarterback of all time, at least.
Yeah, I think he's probably already there. No question about it. I think Mahomes is the other obvious choice if you're not going with John Madden. I kind of suspect most people are taking Mahomes, if I'm being totally honest with you. All right, I'm going to go with... I'm just going this because it's going to get me votes. He's not one of the greatest of all time. Well, he is, but he didn't play long enough. I'm going to go with Bo Jackson.
That will get you votes. That is true.
Everyone loves Bo Jackson. Everyone loves the story. That's where he's known. If you were to poll the 10 greatest Raiders of all time, I think the true Raiders fans probably wouldn't say Bo Jackson, but I think casual fans, myself included, would say Bo.
That was the first name Lloyd just said.
Well, he's a casual.
Yeah, Lloyd gave that to you.
Not a real fan.
You can thank Lloyd for that. Honestly, the problem I'm encountering here is all of the greatest LA, Oakland, Vegas Raiders of all time are all 1,000 years old.
They are, yeah. They have been mediocre for such a long time.
All 1,000 years old.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with somebody who was actually probably a better running back, certainly for longer than Bo, but Marcus Allen.
Yeah, Marcus Allen would have been my pick. All right. I will go with Howie Long.
That guy sucks. Did you know he made a stupid action movie in the 90s? Do you remember what that was called? It was about like a forest fire or something.
I don't. Not Backdraft? Which
No.
was not about forest fires. That was about
No.
fires in the city of Chicago.
No, but it was the moment I knew I could have to stop taking Howie Long seriously. Let's see. Howie Long, Firestorm in 1998.
That sounds cool. Was it
There's
cool?
no way. Oh, man. Yeah, who else is in it? Scott Glenn's in it. I know you're a big fan of old Scott. Anywho, you can have Howie Long.
Okay.
I'm going to go with... let's see. God, the Raiders are bad. I'm going to go with Tim Brown.
Okay.
Former Notre Dame receiver who was very good with the Raiders.
I'm going to go with Michael Crabtree.
He sucks.
He was awesome in college. And obviously had the big catch against Texas, right? The tiptoeing down the sidelines to beat Texas with, man, what was it, 7 seconds left in the game?
Is this number 3?
This is 4 for you.
4 for me?
But I'm going to go with Michael Crabtree, who did not become the great NFL player that he kind of promised to be in college.
But he did also play for the Raiders.
But he also played
so
for the
you're
Raiders.
Dipping.
Yeah.
Didn't Richard Sherman yell at Aaron Andrews about Michael Crabtree? Do you remember that?
Yes.
It's quite slow. I'm going to go with the great Zach Thomas, former Texas Tech Raider, and then eventually Miami Dolphin.
Linebacker?
Yeah, really good one.
All right, I got a couple options on my board. Which direction do I go? Name value or actual production? I'm going to go Baker. I'm going to go name value. I'm going to go Baker Mayfield.
Baker played for Oklahoma.
He started his career at Texas Tech.
Oh, it transferred. That's right. Oh, that's weak.
Why is that weak?
He doesn't belong on that. There's there's easily 10 people that we have yet to pick from that belong on there ahead of Baker Mayfield.
People belong on this list ahead of Bo Jackson. Bo Jackson played 4 games in the NFL.
I mean,
Bo Jackson was in one good video game, and people were like, well, it's the greatest of all time.
okay, I'm going to pick somebody that I think is going to get me votes, and I liked the man dearly myself, so I'm going to go with the great Todd Christensen. But over Baker, I would have taken... I mean, just looking at the Texas Tech Raiders, I would have taken Wes Welker,
Wes Welker
or
was the name I was
Danny
debating.
Amendola.
I was debating Wes Welker or Baker, and I went with name value with Baker.
The Oakland/LA/Vegas, I mean, we left Kenny Stabler on, we left Jim Plunkett on the board.
Max Crosby.
Max Crosby?
Well, I guess you should have drafted some of those guys.
No, I got the ones I
wanted. If they were going to get you the win and guarantee it over Baker Mayfield, you should have just drafted those guys.
I got the ones I wanted. I'm just shocked you drafted Baker Mayfield.
Well, we'll see who wins next week, I guess. Be shocked all you want. Baker was a hell of a college player. Won the Heisman Trophy.
Not for the Raiders.
No, he did not.
All right. What is our review, Christian?
Yeah, let's review this one. Ben had the number 1 pick. He went John Madden, Bo Jackson, Howie Long, Michael Crabtree, and Baker Mayfield. Jake went Patrick Mahomes, Marcus Allen, Tim Brown, Zach Thomas, and Todd Christensen.
And I would remind you, though I agree it's where we started our whole vitriol campaign against Texas Tech, was that Patrick Mahomes, too, was not Patrick Mahomes when he was at Texas Tech. Now, he was very good.
He just lost a lot.
But they didn't win,
Yeah.
and he was not viewed as the future top 3 quarterback of all time when he was playing there. Otherwise, if he had been, he would have been drafted in the top 3 picks. Or number 1 overall. Or been the first quarterback from his own draft, and he was not.
I would have taken Rich Gannon over Baker Mayfield.
See who wins.
All right.
Oh, man, I don't know where I'm going here at all.
Not sports topic today, Christian.
The Utah Mammoth inspired this one. They are on a Canadian road trip in Toronto tonight. So we're going to go with best Canadians of all time.
Is there an automatic number 1 pick?
I guess it depends on if you're talking sports or not.
Well, yes is the answer, and it's Wayne Gretzky.
Okay. That's what I was thinking too. Wayne Gretzky. Dwayne Jetski. You guys seen that ad? I'm going to go with John Candy.
I do love John Candy.
I want to see his new documentary out. I have not watched it yet.
I haven't either. I've heard it's good. All right. I'm going to stay in the comedy lane, Ben. And I'm going to go with Marty Short.
Okay.
I still say that Clifford is one of the most underrated, hilarious comedies of all time.
What's his Glick? Jiminy Glick?
Jiminy Glick is
It's
so funny.
It's kind of silly. It was like on TV when we were younger, and I just kind of passed it off and not realizing how funny the things he was saying and how mean he was to the people. You know, you let Between Two Ferns now with Zach Galifianakis. It's just a straight ripoff of Jiminy Glick.
It is. Three Amigos is amazing. And even his cameos in Arrested Development were some of my favorites.
Yeah, he's great.
Marty Short.
I'm going to go with, I'll go music. I'll go Neil Young.
Oh, good. You can have him. A Southern man, don't need him around anyhow, Ben.
Old man. One of the greats.
I'm going to go with probably the best television producer of all time.
Yeah.
Lorne Michaels. The producer of Saturday Night Live, which has been on since the 70s.
Year 52 now? 51?
Pretty wild. Lorne Michaels.
Unquestionably the most impactful comedic person of the last
and
100 years.
The spin-off show about him I thought was funny too. 30 Rock.
I mean, he's the basis for Dr. Evil.
Is he really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, that's who
Mike Myers fashioned it after.
Speaking of which, Mike Myers.
Canadians.
Are you guys just going to take all SNL people?
I got John.
No.
Was John Candy ever on SNL? I don't think he was.
No, he was not. He was on the Canadian knockoff.
Yeah.
What's that called?
Probably the one that actually preempted it. Or not Second City. Yeah, whatever it was called. You're right.
Let's see here. I'm going to go with the great Bill Shatner. Who doesn't love Bill Shatner? Even people who don't like Star Trek like Bill Shatner.
Well, he's funny.
He was, we were talking about him off the air yesterday. He was hilarious in Boston Legal.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go with... Give me Gordie Howe. I got to get one athlete on my board.
Do you? All right. I always think of the Simpsons episode when Bart was catfishing his teacher about dating Mrs. Krabappel or whatever.
And he sent Gordie Howe's picture as the picture of the boyfriend that he was pretending to be. He's like, "You're going in, Gordie." That's stupid, I know, but I always think about it when I hear Gordie Howe. All right, Ben, go. Where to go? You know what? I'm going to go with director, even though I don't necessarily love his movies, but Jimmy Cameron.
Big Jim.
Most people know him by James, but when you're as big of an Avatar 2 fan as I am, I can call him Jim.
I was going to say, you're like in a really friendly relationship with a lot of these people.
I am. It's true. I know Jim well. I've actually never seen either Avatars.
The new one comes out in like the next couple of months. I've only seen the first one.
A third one?
He's doing 6?
What?
Yeah, he's wasted. I mean, look, Avatar 1 made $3 billion. It's the most successful movie of all time. He is freakishly talented as a director. Can make any movie he wants, and he's wasting his third chapter, his final chapter as a director, making these insanely dumb movies. With all due respect,
he should do a Titanic sequel.
Sure. Yeah, underwater. That's kind of what Avatar is.
Somebody told me when Avatar first came out, somebody told me it was just Fern Gully, the last rainforest, but with live action. And so I never bothered to see it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it is.
I don't want it to ruin Fern Gully for me. I quite enjoyed that movie.
But that's exactly what it is, right? It's people are industrializing the forest.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Avatar.
Aliens is a good movie. James Cameron. I will take between two people with 3 names. I'm going to go SGA, unfortunately. I'm going votes. Give me Shea.
Shea? No, Shea's good. MVP of the league.
Yeah.
All right. You want to review, Christian?
I passed on Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the telephone.
Jake had the number 1 pick. He started things off with Wayne Gretzky. Then he went Martin Short, Lorne Michaels, William Shatner, and James Cameron. Ben went John Candy, Neil Young, Mike Myers, Gordie Howe, and Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
Sorry, Celine Dion.
Justin Trudeau.
I never cared for
Robbie
her.
Robertson of the
Are
band.
you talking about Katy Perry's new boyfriend?
Yeah, that one.
Sorry, Avril Lavigne. Seth Rogen.
Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
You were that skater boy Avril was thinking about.
Boy, was that annoying to have that come out
She
when I was in 7th grade.
She said, "See you later, boy."
Nobody has ever said that to Ben before.
We should have that clip ready to go. Every time Ben relives his skater past, you should drop in Avril. He was a skater boy. She said, "See you later, boy."
Are either of us confident? I think you might win Canadians.
Oh, I think I've got the sports one for sure.
You
I don't
do?
know about the Canadian one.
Oh, really? I got John Madden and Bo Jackson.
Good luck.
If you've ever played a football video game, you're voting for me.
Okay.
I got the Madden crew, which is Christian, and I got everyone who's over 35 years old who played Super Tecmo Bowl.
Okay,
or as
Baker.
It's affectionately known, Super Tecmo Bo.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
All right, stay tuned. More coming up next. We'll wrap up the show. Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
This is DJ and PK.
Here we go again.
Sean Jayaraja, CBS Sports National College Football writer. Are you ready for BYU and Texas Tech?
Well, I had this one circled for about 4 months now, so I'm glad that this one's finally coming to fruition. It's obviously a huge game for both these programs, a prove-it spot, by far the biggest game of the week, a top 10 matchup, and obviously BYU's in good shape, I think, regardless, but you start talking about the idea of tiebreakers, and I think that if you have one over Texas Tech, you've almost locked yourself in with a win this week.
Catch DJ and PK mornings from 6 to 10 on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security, Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Cougar fans, game day isn't just for the players. It's for you. Power every tailgate, every high five, and every play with bucked up energy. Clean energy, bold flavors, zero crash. Whether you're charging the stadium steps or locking in for the post-game show, Bucked Up keeps you laser focused and ready to roar. Find it at 7-Eleven, Maverick, Harmon's, and Dick's Sporting Goods. Visit your local Bucked Up retail store today or go to buckedup.com and use code ZONE to claim 20%. Now go out and get bucked up.
If you're getting new gutters, make absolutely sure that you don't get screwed. I mean literally, don't get screwed. Tim Jr. here from RGS Exteriors. And every single gutter company out there uses screws to hold their gutters together at the corners and downspouts. They use screws because they're fast and cheap and easy. But man, they're terrible for your gutters, aside from possibly cutting your hand. They also loosen and corrode over time, because they're not made from the same metal as the gutters. At RGS Exteriors, we've been installing gutters for 70 years now, and we don't use screws. We only use permanent, strong, and unobtrusive rivets. They're made from the same material as the gutters, so they won't oxidize, and they won't corrode. They'll also never loosen. Your hand is safe too. Did I mention they look amazing? So don't get screwed. Call RGS and get riveted gutters. Our number is 801-280-3110, or visit us at rgsutah.com. That's 801-280-3110 or rgsutah.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So Utes at 50 update. Here's Manna Carvalho on what he saw on his punt return touchdown.
We have really good gunner control, so just trusting in them, making sure that the gunners on their side isn't coming down as fast. So just letting me to get the return started and just the hold-ups from the front seven, and it was just amazing. I seen everything that was basically scripted, and it was just perfect, so all I had to do was just run. That was about it, just run.
Utes at 50 brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. Skip the stress and bring home slow-smoked perfection from Kenny J's Barbecue. You can pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today, kennyjsbbq.com, and send them a text, 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. You're listening to Jake Scott and Ben Anderson on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Two amigos on the airways, talking sports. They got it made, Jason on soul. Loves his tie-dye, Ben's got style with his scarf. Oh my. From the islands to the basketball courts.
I am a 58-year-old lifetime BYU fan, and I agree 100% with Jake that we should go back to the old bowl system. It was more fun, it was enjoyable, and there is no more disrespect now at times than there was back then. Anyway, amen, Jake Scott. Love you guys' show. Keep up the great work.
Awesome. Shout out to you, James.
Not too much Jake in that call.
I thought that was
a lot of really name drop Jake a lot.
that might have been the perfect call-in.
But James, that was a good call.
Ben, you're such a freaking bozo.
And maybe there are more people out there that agree with me on that. I thought I'd be on an island a little bit, but shout out to the smart folks like James out there. This segment is brought to you by Peach Doors and Windows. Amazing home transformations begin with Peach, where 5-star reviews are the norm. Call them today for your free in-home estimate, 801-566-1255. And by the way, you can always use the call-in feature to communicate with the show. It's on the KSL Sports app. And just make sure you lead your comment with, "This is for the Jake and Ben Show."
Huge breaking news regarding the Utah Jazz. The Jazz's Walker Kessler is undergoing season-ending left shoulder surgery for a torn labrum, according to ESPN's Shams Charania. So Walker out for the year, played in just 5 games, and this has a huge impact on the Jazz's immediate future, which is this season. They are missing a guy who's probably their second or third best player, probably their third if this Keontae jump is for real. It radically alters the Jazz's ability to play defense of any kind, as much as you can like Yusuf Nurkic. He's not a good defensive player in the slightest. Walker Kessler is no longer a trade candidate, which he had been one of the biggest trade candidate names associated with the Utah Jazz, whether the Jazz wanted to trade him or not. And he is going to be a restricted free agent next summer, coming off of a season in which he did not play at all. And while he was very good last year and showed signs of being good this season, he's not going to play himself into a $180 million contract now, which, had he played at a super high level, may have been in the conversation, and he probably sits back more near the $100 million deal.
I mean, it's the nightmare. It's what they always say, right? You know, you go into a contract year and then get hurt. But I honestly don't know how much this does hurt his market. And I could be wrong about this, but if you look at the free agents to come, I don't know, the centers aren't great.
No, they're not.
And and he's young enough. Like, I remember when Elton Brand in a contract year tore his Achilles, and he was like 33 or something like that at the time. Philadelphia maxed him out.
Yeah, they did.
That offseason. They signed him and maxed him out. So I don't know how true that is anymore. You know, I think it certainly was true in the 80s and the 90s where, yeah, you can absolutely affect your market. I don't know how true that is anymore, honestly.
I do think it's good that it's, a labrum and not an Achilles or something like that. That seems like it'll be a lingering issue. I would also note that Elton Brand was a multi-time All-Star before that. Sure. And Walker has had 2 seasons that were pretty good of the 3 he's played.
I got you, but I'm using an extreme example, but it's still true. I mean, do you think the Jazz offer him less now than they would have?
I think the Jazz are able to pay him now what they wanted to and not what Walker wanted to sign for. I think the Jazz are able to get Walker for $120 million over 4 years, and Walker was hoping for $160. That would be my pure guess. But that's what Walker and his agent were thinking of. Go out there, start 70 games, average 2.5 blocks, 15 and 14, and be one of the top 10 centers in the league, and those guys get 35 plus, and now you're talking about 2025.
Andre Drummond's a free agent.
Yeah, go get Andre Drummond.
DeAndre Ayton, Kevon Looney.
Look, I know the Jazz just beat...
Mo Wagner is a free agent.
He's a pretty good player, actually. I know
He's
the
a really
Jazz
good player.
just beat the Boston Celtics without Walker. The Jazz are going to struggle to win games without Walker Kessler. He is one of the best rebounders in the NBA. He's the best offensive rebounder in the NBA. He shoots 80% from the field. I mean, that's a little high, but he's at 78, I think, right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good shot blocker. He's a really good player.
Really good. No, that's brutal.
Yeah.
That hurts the team for sure.
This is a major, major loss for the Jazz.
Yeah. And Kevin Love now gets to play.
And now Yusuf Nurkic has to play 30 minutes a night, and Kevin Love's got to play. And
can we count how many layups Yusuf Nurkic misses this season?
Yeah, please do. Yeah, it's a great idea.
Can we log that?
Again, he's at 39% for the season, so 7 feet tall. Just has to drop the ball in the hole.
No, I feel bad for him. Injury is definitely the worst part of sports. Absolutely. That's a setback, and I hope it doesn't affect his market. Maybe I'm thinking positively for his sake, but yeah, I hope he goes and makes his money. It's tough.
Danny Ainge coming up at 12:30 on Hans and Scotty. So you will get from the bird's mouth. Cat's mouth? What's the term? Anyway, I don't know.
Maybe he
Hawk
can
on
now
the carpet.
Maybe he can now focus on a wedding.
Yeah.
Or something. Maybe he can get married to what's her name?
Yeah.
Miss America.
Sure. He's got some time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wedding planning takes time, dude.
Shortest Miss America in history. And I don't mean height-wise. I mean, they changed when they do the new Miss America, so she didn't get to do it for a full 12 months.
Hans and Scotty are coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Christian.
Jake and Ben, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter. From the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Upgrades? Repairs? Hercules has the rate for you. Open a home equity line of credit with Hercules First Federal Credit Union now through November 30th and get an introductory 4.99% APR for the first 6 months. Use your home's equity for that kitchen refresh, roof repair, or new deck you've been dreaming about. But don't wait. This limited time offer ends November 30th. Visit HerculesCU.com to get started. Hercules First Federal Credit Union, growing stronger together.
Hey, it's JJ here. I love hearing from listeners that have also had success with Salt Lake City fat loss. I'm with Dale. He's also a client. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Why did you join the Salt Lake City fat loss program?
Because it has to do with accountability. I need somebody to hold me accountable.
What was your goal with your weight loss?
I started out at 330 pounds, and my goal is to get down to 200 pounds.
Were you able to meet that goal, and how were you able to do it?
I've lost 46 pounds. I still got a ways to go. I figure I probably have 2 more sessions to go with it, so I'm going to stay in as long as it takes.
What helped you be successful at losing weight with Salt Lake City fat loss?
Because I believe in it. I'm living it. It's a part of my life now.
Would you recommend the Salt Lake City fat loss program, and why?
Absolutely. It's the best program I've ever been into, and I've tried lots of diet programs.
Wow, another great success story with Salt Lake City fat loss. Learn the secret of losing up to 1 pound of unhealthy fat per day and start your own success story at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com.
Results may vary.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Get your Thanksgiving fix at Kenny J's Barbecue. This year, skip the stress and bring home slow-cooked perfection. Pitmaster-style turkey and tender brisket. Ready for your holiday table. Kenny J's is serving up bold, smoky flavor with all the home-style sides your family loves. You bring the guests, we'll provide the feast. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396 or stop by the district in South Jordan. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. The noon hour is here. Check it out. And you're locked on to Utah's highest rated, most listened to sports radio station.
It's my station. It's my station.
This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, folks, let's get it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We got a lot to get into. We've got an incredibly busy show. Plus, we are live out and about today at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. So make sure to come on by. It is worth the drive. I don't care if you're in North Salt Lake. I don't care if you're down in Eagle Mountain. Get here.
It took me 20 minutes.
Yeah.
From Eagle Mountain.
Just get here because this barbecue is incredible. It's one of our favorite barbecue stops. We want you to come on by and check it out. And they've got some incredible opportunities for you here, too.
Do me a favor, Scotty. Lean back in your chair.
Yeah.
And take a deep breath in through your nose. And just let all that barbecue smoke and barbecue sauce and sweet smoked meat smell just sift through your lungs. Is there anything that gives you just more positivity?
Whenever I pull up here and I get out of my car and I smell that smoke, that post oak smell, and I'm like, yep, this is where we need to be. This is a little slice of heaven.
And you can come here. We've got some great things going today. So you're going to want to get in here before anybody else so that you could take advantage of some of these things. But Miss Mary's going to join us today. Kenny J will join us. We'll have some fun. But before we get into any of that, my friend, my buddy, happy birthday to my guy, Scotty G. Everybody, happy birthday. Look at everybody's happy for our guy, Scotty.
Yeah, it's not the big one yet, but it's close.
It's getting, it's creeping up there.
It's creeping up. Thank
40
you.
is around
like 4
the
years
corner.
away from that, right?
I remember when we celebrated the 40.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Feels like it was yesterday.
Oh.
We were on air celebrating those 40s, and now we're rocking and rolling.
Yeah, but it's not there yet. We may be, a football team in San Francisco, but we're not to the big one yet.
Not there yet.
No,
Do you
I
want
appreciate
me and
that.
Hans to harmonize?
No, that's cool.
Lloyd, sometimes I think his no's mean yes.
Well, I feel like it is too.
Okay, Lloyd, you go ahead. Hit the note, Lloyd. I'll come in.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Oh, wow.
Happy birthday, dear Scotty. Happy birthday to
That was awesome. I that brought a tear to my eye. I don't know.
Lloyd, I love how you always go low and force me into falsetto.
Well, I mean, let me
take that.
That dude's got one octave, and it's deep south.
How was my harmony, though?
Oh, it was awesome.
Did I hit it?
Well done
was
by
a little
you.
off.
Well, we're happy for you, buddy, and I hope that all of your wildest dreams come true today.
I'm very
That
excited.
sounds like that came from Napoleon Dynamite.
I know. You want chimichangas in the cafeteria?
May all of your wildest dreams come true.
You know
Vote
what?
for Pedro.
Honestly, hanging with two of my best friends on the planet, talking radio in one of my favorite barbecue joints ever.
It's a good
Come
day.
on. And we got a lot to talk about, too.
Yeah.
So let's get to it. Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone, starting lineup right now.
This is Hans and Scotty G.
Let's go.
The lineup is set, and it's time to kick off the show with the biggest topic of the day. This is the starting lineup on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
All right, it is starting to circulate amongst the Twitter world, and now you've got multiple reports that Utah center Walker Kessler will undergo season-ending left shoulder surgery. That, according to Shams, I believe, who had it first, and then it is others have qualified it as well. We will have Danny Ainge on here in about 20 minutes. And we'll see how forthcoming Danny is on that. But we will ask Danny about Walker Kessler, who we're only a handful of games into the season, and it appears that Walker Kessler's year is over.
Boy, it's heartbreaking, isn't it?
It really is.
It's just heartbreaking. The way he started out this season was so fantastic. You know, he had multiple big games, especially right out of the gates. And now Walker Kessler's out for this season. But couple of games that he put out there. His opening game against the Clippers, 22 points, pulled down 9 rebounds. He shot 7 of 7 from the field. He went 6 of 8 from the free throw line and was spectacular. His game in overtime against Phoenix,
Yep.
25 points, 6 of 7 from the free throw line, 75% from the field, went 9 of 12 from the field, 25 points, 11 rebounds. His game against Portland, 18 points, 12 rebounds, 58% from the field. Things were just rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
And looking great. And then that Phoenix game came.
This isn't fair for you, but I'm going to put you on the spot anyway because you're a resident doctor. What would a shoulder – and Lloyd, look, you dealt with the separated shoulders and the dislocated shoulders. To just – in late October, early November, essentially say he's done for the year, what kind of shoulder are we looking at? Because, I mean, dislocated shoulder separation, that's a lengthy recovery process, but not a season. Does that make sense?
Yeah, not a season. There are dislocations that you can have a optional surgery to repair, but you can sometimes put it off. But I've got to imagine that the Jazz look at this and they're like, why put it off?
Yeah.
Why force him to play through this season injured? Why not just get it done now? And, I'm sure that the Jazz are wanting to be careful because Walker Kessler just showed spectacular upside in his third year, just a couple of games into his third year. Spectacular upside. After a sophomore slump, that was a huge jump.
Yeah.
And that was really beautiful. So I'm bummed. I'm just bummed for Walker Kessler.
Yeah, me too.
He's our guy.
Yeah, and it just breaks your heart for a guy that just is trying like crazy to make his mark in the league, and this was a big year for him contractually as well. And to have to sit it out is a tough one.
I forgot about that. And I'm sure that that's going to be gut-wrenching from him. But, Lloyd, I don't know. Your shoulder issues, was it something that you could play through? Because you had these shoulder issues going back through your baseball time, didn't you?
No, it was more, towards the end, not my senior year, but after that I rolled over and tore the labrum, and I couldn't throw, and it became, I had my first surgery, and it was simple, but the thing is, it kept dislocating was the problem. And I'm talking if I went and played basketball and was reaching for the basketball to steal it or reaching over something, it just dislocated. Like it depends on how stretched out I guess the ligaments are, and it sounds like it must be pretty bad.
Well, and this is a rough time for him because and props to Ben Anderson and others have pointed out, he will be a restricted free agent coming up this summer. So that's a year where you want to really drive up your price and then have somebody come in and swoop you, and then the Jazz either have to match, but either way you're getting paid regardless. And hitting a restricted free agency coming off a season-long injury, that's just such a kick to the gut for him.
Terrible timing. Is this the worst possible timing?
Yeah. I can't imagine it being much worse.
The only thing I could think is pre-draft.
Or doing.
Oh, so good.
And you want to build on that and carry all that doing.
Oh, so good.
And you want to build on that and carry all that momentum into and put it on display for your agent. Your agent's like, all right, I'll take care of the rest. You did the hard work. Let me park this car in the driveway and we'll all get paid. That's a tough pill to swallow for him. I feel sick.
You think about this. Through 5 games, through just the first 5 games of the season, he was averaging 15 points, 11 rebounds, and 3 assists. Through the first 5 games.
Yeah.
He was going 15, 11, and 3. And this happens. And you never know why these things happen. Now, a couple of good things about Walker Kessler. I don't think Walker Kessler is a money man. I don't think he's the type of guy that gets his motivation from money. I feel like he's the type of guy that gets his motivation from making coaches happy, making owners happy, making himself proud, making his family proud. So I'm sure that it's heartbreaking. This timing is just detrimental and difficult for him. But I just don't feel like that's what he thrives on.
Yeah.
That's the sense that I've gotten from Walker Kessler.
Yeah. But I do think he wants longevity in the league, and longevity means money. But longevity is, obviously a big goal of his.
Okay, if it's longevity, then he's playing for the best owner in the NBA.
Yes.
Because all he has to do is show a commitment to recovery, show that his recovery has taken, and go out and put some points up on the board when he gets back. And this ownership group and this management group will take care of him. They'll make sure that he's happy and he's where he needs to be because they love him. The organization loves him. And he showed that he was coming into this season ready to put up points, ready to give the team everything he's got. The thing that worries me is that it's been chronic shoulder issues, and it just presented itself to the point where now we got to get it fixed.
Yeah.
I'd never heard of him having shoulder problems. Have you?
Not to this extent, no.
But I think one of the times that you finally get to the point where you're like, oh, we're ending it, surgery, we're going to repair this thing for good, is I've dealt with it 3 or 4 times. Not I dealt with it the first time. It's like Lloyd was talking about. If it becomes chronic, if it's slipping out easy, if the pain is there, if it's completely affecting your range of motion, then you get to a point where you're like, this is becoming a real problem. We have to clean it up.
Well, I mean, Lloyd got to a point, a couple of years ago, where it seemed like a stiff wind would knock that shoulder out of its socket. And so, if you're heading in that direction where you just can't keep it right for a consistent amount of time, then it's probably best to bite the bullet and just get it done. I know. I hope you don't mind me sharing this, but you guys had to make hard decisions in your family. Do we sacrifice a year to have a life and career altering surgery done to make sure that we're not dealing with this anymore, that it's good to go going forward?
Yeah, and it took out a sports year.
Yeah. But for the long term, it was the right decision to make.
Very much. Yep, absolutely. You got to make that determination. And I'm sure that was a tough thing to come to for Walker Kessler, for the organization. And it's, that's big news coming out today.
Yeah.
Something I just didn't expect from Shams in his reporting.
The other thing, too, that I feel bad about for him is this is a young team with a lot of young players. You want to develop chemistry, and you can speak at this better than I can, but I've talked to a lot of coaches who kind of, they feel bad, but, hey, you know what? When you're in the middle of a season and some guy goes down with a season-ending injury, they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. And you want to keep them around, and you want to keep them involved as much as you can, but but they kind of get lost in the shuffle a bit because they're working on rehab and you're working on game plans and you're going through the grind and you're working with the guys that you're going to battle with every day. And when he needs to develop chemistry with Ace Bailey and Walter Clayton and these guys that could very well be the future fixtures of the team, which he wants to be a part of, and being away from that for a year is tough.
Really tough. Really, really tough. And it's going to be hard for him because he'll watch Yusuf Nurkic.
Yeah.
He'll watch Kevin Love. He'll watch a bit of Kyle Filipowski. Taylor Hendricks, it's like it's going to be a big mix of probably those 4, maybe 5 guys that are going to step up and take those minutes, because Kessler was a mainstay. He was a starter. He was a big minutes guy, and he was looking to carry a heavy load this year. So I kind of feel like, and we can talk to Danny Ainge about this, but I feel like that pressure and push is going to go on Yusuf, Kevin Love, Taylor Hendricks, a little bit on Filipowski. Ace Bailey is continuing to kind of scrap and scrape for minutes. And this will probably provide more opportunity for him as well. So it's terrible for Kessler, but you do have 4 young guys that you can really push out there and get extra minutes. I'm just trying to make anything positive out of it.
Yeah, and I think there are some positives you can take away from this. I mean, when you dealt with your hand injury in the NFL, I can't imagine there was a lower moment in your playing football
worst
life.
moment of my career.
And so you need – I mean, the conversations people are having with Walker Kessler right now are like, let's prop him up. Let's look at this. If we do this now, the chances of you ever dealing with this again are next to nil.
Yeah.
Let's talk about longevity. Let's talk about what it's going to mean to you as a player not to have to worry about this going forward. And look, you're still going to be around the team. You're still going to be going on road trips. You're still going to be an integral part of what we're doing. This is a chance for you to observe the game and get right mentally in your basketball IQ. There's a lot of things you can work on here. But at the end of the day, I don't know if Walker Kessler wants to hear any of that right now. He's probably, and I'm speaking for him, but probably not in a good place today.
I'll bet he's in a pretty dark place. But he is a positive person.
He is.
But I'll bet he's in a pretty dark place.
Yeah.
When I broke that hand, it was the first broken bone of my life. And it was just before the second preseason game of my rookie season. And I'd had a really good opening preseason game, and it was like, you feel like your whole world is spinning because you worked your whole life for these moments in professional sports. And, the scariest thing is when you get there and you're at the highest level, when you're at the top of the top, you feel like your body has to be 100% to compete.
Yeah.
And if your body is even 80%, you're like, I'm going to lose my job.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get cut. I'm a bubble guy anyways if I'm not 100%. So I guess you'll just have to keep reminding him, hey, this is going to get you to 100%. This is going to get you where you need to go. We're going to take care of you. And then just keep reassuring him, you're not going anywhere until we figure out what's going on with this thing. And again, I mentioned it. It's the best ownership group that he could possibly be with in the NBA. They'll make the right decisions for him.
Yeah.
And they're not going to be hasty with it.
Yeah. So many good things to break down, so many good things to talk about. We are live here at Kenny J's Barbecue, and it's time for Miss Kenny to come over here.
We're so excited about this.
Not as excited as she is, because I can tell that she is fired up to join us live on the radio. How are you, by the way? You good?
I'm really good.
You are the brains and the brawn behind this operation. This whole thing is built out with your ideas.
I just make Kenny happy. So I go along with the crazy ride.
I think it goes a lot further than that, because I'm looking at 4 pictures on the wall that say that right there is pure decoration, and that comes back to Mama Mary.
Yes.
It's so beautiful. You've done an amazing job just building out this interior.
It was scary, and then it just came together, and it's turned out kind of beautiful.
It's one of the more aesthetically pleasing places you'll ever go to from a restaurant standpoint, and then you get into the food, and you're like, holy smokes. Mm-hmm. A lot of people will compensate with decorations because the food's not that good, so they're like, well, let's make the atmosphere good at least. Well, the food is phenomenal. The atmosphere is phenomenal, and we need people to come down here and check it out because not only are you going to have a great opportunity to get some great food, but let's talk about the Christmas drive you got going on right now.
Kenny and I love to do projects, and this is my project this year where we're just collecting toys and gift cards and anything that people are willing to donate to give to single parents. And it's men and women that are single parents, and that's struck by everybody. And so if we can give back a little bit, we're going to have this toy drive until November 20th.
I got to bring this up only because Scotty and I and you and I were going back and forth with Kenny on this, and I just want to point this out because we are coming up on the holiday seasons. You know, when great businesses like Kenny J's, they pay a good amount for Scotty and I to come out here. And most people will be like, hey, no, it's all business. But we get a text from Mary and Kenny, and they're like, hey, we really have a passion for this Christmas drive. It's like, okay, you want to take your sweet and precious money and precious time, and you want to put it towards the Christmas drive to bring in donations for single parents. Scotty and I are all about it.
Yeah.
And we'll do everything we can. A couple of things, the donation request, teenager items, games, activities, gift cards for movies, aquariums, clothing stores, children's items, toys, books, new clothes, single parent gifts also appreciated. And Scotty and I just know how important this time of year is, and you guys are amazing. Kenny, this is just great stuff.
I kind of want to point out that teenagers often get overlooked when it's a toy drive.
Yeah.
And so the teenagers, the gift cards to go to the aquarium, experiences for teenagers are so important.
Yeah, it is.
And that's the thing too. I really like the fact that, like, hey, let's be creative in what we're coming up with. You know what? A movie gift card or a gift card to the aquarium, as you mentioned, or some place like that, and allow these individuals to have some great experiences.
We've also gotten some Venmos, and I'm excited to take a couple of my employees and go shopping for these teenagers
That's
and kids
awesome.
and the single parent. So there's some donations for the moms and the dads.
The organization, it's a 501c3 organization. We're good friends with, I grew up with one of the individuals that set it up. She was a single mom for quite some time. Anyway, she'll be here later on today, and she'll jump on with us and kind of explain a little bit about like the organization itself. But Mary, she's in her last semester. She's not a Cougar, but she is a BYU Idaho, and she's graduating this semester. And what we're doing here,
good job, Mary.
What we're doing here is she's wanted to put together this drive as part of one of her projects at school. Not that we wouldn't do it anyway, but that's kind of what got the ball rolling and stuff like that.
So the best way to get involved in this, come on down here. I'm going to tweet out, Hans will tweet it out as well, the graphic with the Venmo link as well. So there's a lot of ways you can get involved. But remember, all of this is going to single parents, teenage kids, young kids that are going through some difficult times. Christmas can always be rough on single parents.
Yes.
Absolutely. So let's, Kenny J's in the district in South Jordan. Get here now. Enjoy some great lunch. We're going to try these brand new ribs coming up during the break. Because the one thing I love about Kenny, he's always experimenting with the ribs.
I'm excited to get my teeth on these.
Yeah, we'll tell you about those coming up next. But Danny Ainge joins us next right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Ugh, that hard water life, right, Utah? Scale buildup ruining your appliances, skin feeling rough, water tasting, well, less than amazing? There's a better way. Hi, this is the water boy Colson Firmage, and this is Culligan Water, your local water expert, making your water worries a thing of the past. We're talking top-rated water softeners and filters that protect your home, leave your skin feeling silky smooth, and make your water taste fantastic. For over 80 years, Culligan has been right here in Salt Lake City, a family tradition of cleaner water you can trust. Think of us as your friendly neighborhood water scientists. Is your current system even pulling its weight? Don't guess. Call us today for a free water test, no matter what make or model. Just dial 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. And for a limited time, get $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus free salt delivery for a whole year. Experience the Culligan difference. Call 801-509-9602 or visit CulliganSLC.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low-rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Do you know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day? At Salt Lake City Fat Loss, we know the secret. Our doctor-developed, easy-to-follow weight loss program helps you lose weight fast, naturally, and safely with no drugs or injections. No prepackaged meals, bars, shakes, or exercising required. Our program helps reset your metabolism so you can lose weight quickly and keep the weight off for good with an easy-to-follow maintenance plan that includes ongoing personal support. And our program costs half as much and works up to twice as fast than most other programs. Go to slcfatloss.com to schedule your free consultation now.
JJ here. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and more than a year later, I'm keeping the weight off. Alex here. You've got to get with SLC Fat Loss. Take advantage of this $200 off fall special. Make that change with slcfatloss.com.
Many clients lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two. That's up to a pound per day. Schedule your free consultation now at slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Results may vary.
The Garden Restaurant, Salt Lake's best eatery spot for all things turkey, handcrafted soups, and our famously fresh Lionhouse rolls. Dine in or carry out. The Garden Restaurant, open into the evenings and on Saturdays starting November 14th. Visit us at thegardenslc.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is a huge Big 12 showdown. BYU, Texas Tech, coming up on Saturday. Kalani Sitake knows he's going to be in front of a rowdy crowd in Lubbock.
We've been in some noisy arenas before, so that's always going to be a challenge. But I think we can work through that. And when you say that, it's hard to simulate being in a hostile and noisy environment. But we've been through that already. This isn't game one for a lot of these guys, and they've been in a situation where it's been loud. So we're just on the other side of it. We're used to being at home and being loud, and now we're also used to being on the road and it being loud. And our job is to try to put points on the board and try to get everything that we can so we can find a competitive advantage, knowing that they are at home and they're how the noise factor will work out in their favor.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by where we're at right now, Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. We'll be here till 3 o'clock. Make sure to come on by, say hi, grab yourself some great barbecue. Kenny J's Barbecue, again, the district in South Jordan.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny Ainge, CEO of the Utah Jazz, will join us coming up here in just a moment. The Walker Kessler news is official. It is come across the line for the Utah Jazz, so the Jazz have released it. Walker Kessler to undergo season-ending surgery to repair a left shoulder labral tear.
Oh, so they gave us the details on the labral tear.
Yeah. The procedure will be performed in Los Angeles by a doctor with a name that I will not try to pronounce on November 6th, so tomorrow. Following the surgery, Kessler will miss the remainder of the 05-06 season.
Oh, there you go. Heartbreaking news for the Utah Jazz. A phenomenal start to the season. 5 games in the books. In those 5 games, averaging 15, 11, and 3. And was kicking it up a notch. Had a couple of 20-plus point games under his belt. Very efficient from the field. So doing a lot of great things.
Time to catch up with Danny Ainge.
It's time to talk Jazz basketball with the CEO of the Utah Jazz and NBA legend, Danny Ainge. With Hans Olsen and Scotty G on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, and Jazz CEO Danny Ainge kind enough to join us right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Danny, how you doing?
Hey, Danny.
I'm good. How are you guys today?
Well, we're at a barbecue joint, and we're knee-deep in ribs that are perfectly smoked and cooked, and we got brisket coming on the way. We got multiple sides. So, Danny, I'd say that I'm on cloud nine. I'm pretty much in heaven. Oh, and I'm headed to Lubbock here in 2 days, so pretty excited about the upcoming weekend. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel sorry for you guys.
I know. Yeah, it's a rough living, Danny, but we find a way to get through it.
We're going to power through this in the name of Danny Ainge. We're going to power through this thing.
Okay.
Hey, let's talk. Obviously, the big story of the day is Walker Kessler. We'll get to that here in a bit. But you had a chance to go down and see your alma mater in Las Vegas, BYU and Villanova. I don't want to be careful. I know you can't talk about individual players, but overall, this is a lot of expectations have been set for this team, and they didn't disappoint in game number one. What do you think of the Cougars right out of the gate?
No, so first of all, it was good. Good little tournament. It was with Florida and Arizona to lead the night. It was a good game and a lot of exciting action, close game down to the wire. Either team could win. Same thing with BYU. BYU had a good victory against, I think, an underrated team in Villanova. I mean, they look pretty good. I think they're going to beat some teams. They got a handful of good players and very well coached. I think that it was a good win for BYU.
How familiar are you with Kevin Young's coaching style, Danny?
I might have told you guys, I tried to hire Kevin Young in my days with the Celtics. Wanted him to come in when he was about 28 years old, I'll say, approximately, when I was trying to get him to come in and run our entire G League program. And so I've been a fan of Kevin's for a long time.
So Walker Kessler, the Jazz just announced that he will undergo season-ending surgery. How do you, as somebody that's close to these guys, but also part of the front office, your heart breaks for a guy that's going through this. What's the message to somebody that's dealing with a season-ending injury?
Well, Walker's a big part of our team, and it's a real bummer first. It's like a bummer for everybody. He's put in a lot of work this summer. He got off to a really good start this year. It's very unfortunate for everybody involved.
So with where he's at kind of in his career coming into year three, Danny, just talk about the impact that this has on him and what he needs to do to kind of get back into it and get back to where he needs to be.
It's a shoulder surgery, and it's most players come back from it really well. I have all the faith in Walker and our team that'll put him back together physically, and so it's a real important time for him to just watch and study and be around and help all the young players and learn himself, and keeps diving into the film and paying attention mentally how he can get better there.
How's his spirits and what he's one of the most positive people you'll ever meet, happy-go-lucky, but this is a kick to the gut. How's he handling the news, and what you and Will Hardy and Austin, what's your message been to him?
I think that just hang in there. I mean, it's not fun going through these things as players, but like I said, this is an injury that most everybody comes back from feeling better. I mean, Walker's had some shoulder issues and missed some games with shoulder pain, and so it'll be good to get it resolved. It's just not fun while we're going through it in the middle of the year when we were counting big things from him.
So whose minutes does this impact? Who will we see kind of pick up those extra minutes, especially on the young guy side?
Well, I think we got to go look outside, but I think inside we have some good players that help us in the meantime. But we're going to continue to look and try to strengthen our team the best we can.
When you say outside, I guess everything's on the table, from trade, G League to wherever you can find good players, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar is down in the G League, and Mo Bamba's down in the G League, and they're starting their season quick. Nurkic and Kevin Love will hold the fort down. Taylor Hendricks will probably get some minutes at center, is my guess. Kyle Filipowski played some center second half of last year and played really well, especially on the offensive end. So we have some other options in-house right now, and we're excited to give them opportunities.
You know, we continue to see really bright moments from this Jazz team, and Danny, none better than getting that win against Boston and doing it on the road in your old home. How important was that win? What did you take away from it? What can this team take away from it?
You know, I think that we've played 7 games. I think we've had 4 really good efforts, really good, and 3 not so good efforts. I don't know what happened in Charlotte, but you know, it does happen even to the great teams. You just wet the bed for whatever reason. And then we didn't start out the Boston game very good, but I thought that coming off the bench, Elijah Harkless kind of gave us a little spark with his defensive intensity, and then Keontae, you know, gave everybody confidence, and everybody was emotionally into the game. And, you know, Boston's a tough place to win, and to go in there and have that kind of second half that we had was very fun to watch, and I felt great for the guys.
So there's conversations from those that say Ace Bailey needs to play more minutes. There's some that say, no, let's gradually work him in. How are you generally with rookies, and what is your philosophy with Ace in working him into a point where he can play a real significant part of or a significant portion of the minutes?
Well, first of all, you know, I'm not one to ever rush it. I mean, I remember we saw Jaylen Brown the other night. We saw what a great player he's become, and a finals MVP in his career. And I mean, Jaylen was playing 16 minutes a game as a rookie. And, you know, Ace was probably going to play a little bit more in these first handful of games had he not gotten sick for a week, and that set him back. And so Ace is, you know, he's made progress already in the last few games. And I think that his minutes will come and go, but he's got to earn them. You got to earn them, and you can't just be given things for free in this business. So when you do get an opportunity to play, you got to go out there and play defense and scrap and rebound and do all the things it takes for us to win. So you earn the respect of your teammates and your coaches.
Just selfishly, I wanted to ask you about Isaiah Collier. A guy that I loved from last year, showed a ton of toughness. He is an assist machine, and I felt like he would be somebody that have a bright future in this league. Can you fill me in where you are with Isaiah Collier, where he's at with the Utah Jazz right now?
Yeah, I like Isaiah too. That was a bummer when he got hurt later in the summer right before training camp, and he's been out and he's been working hard to get himself back. He played in an exhibition game the other day in the G League, and he looked better physically, just a little bit rusty. But his time is coming. He'll get some minutes and see how far away he is, or if he's ready to go now.
We talked a little bit last week about the development both on and off the court with Keontae George. That's a young man that's, to me, showing a lot of maturity, and I know you mentioned his performance against Boston. To be able to, in that kind of a venue against that kind of team, turn it on and play at that level, I thought was really tremendous in his development as a person and as a player. And you talk about earning minutes, and he certainly has done that. What are some of the things that you talked to him before the season about wanting to improve, and do you think he's on track to getting to where you want him and need him to be?
Yeah, I talk a lot to Keontae. I think that, he's got a lot of people in his ear, so you got to be careful how many people are trying to tell him things all the time. But he seems really in a good place right now emotionally. Before the season started, it started this summer with his hard work, his conditioning. I mean, he really was focused and on all the right things, and I think it's showing. And it's fun to see that a player of his caliber be rewarded for putting in the work that's necessary.
Well, we're excited. You got a game tonight against the Detroit Pistons in Detroit. They're on a 3-game winning streak. They've started out the season extremely hot. Cunningham is a complete beast. What can we kind of expect from tonight's game with Utah Jazz?
Yeah, this is a tough team. They're very good defensively. They're long and athletic with a big point guard that's one of the top point guards in the NBA, Cunningham. But yeah, they have good depth and good youth and good energy. And it's going to be a tough game for us to win. We're going to have to play better than we did in the Boston game. We're not going to be able to have any droughts like we have had the last few. So I'm excited for the game.
You know, you mentioned some outside voices, and I'm always curious to know, as a CEO or general manager, even back in your years as a coach, when you bring in guys that are very close and have relied on AAU coaches and high school coaches and college coaches and close family members for all the years in their life and their development, and to try to say, okay, we need to hone in on what we're telling you to do. I know you have a lot of other people telling you, and they've got opinions, and you love and trust and respect them, but you got to listen to us. What are those? How difficult is that for sometimes for players to kind of quiet some of the outside noise and just focus in on what this team is asking him to do?
Well, anybody that's been a parent knows the answer to that question. Your kids don't always listen to you, and sometimes it's someone else that connects with them and gets them to think right. And sometimes they have to learn the hard way. And everybody's different. Every child is different. Every player we get in, especially young players, they're in a different phase of life, a different phase of understanding who they need to listen to. And it's one of the most important things that we talk to players about in figuring out in their careers is who are you listening to? And, in a world of social media, that is more complex. But we're trying to get the right people around them, the right players in the locker room, the right staff working with them. And we have a good coach that's a great communicator. And I just think that, hopefully like we just talked about with Keontae, I don't know who he's listening to and who he would tell you, but he feels like by the way he's going about his job, I don't care who it is, he's listening to the right people because he's doing the right things.
Well, Danny, I know you got Saturday off. You play at Minnesota Friday, and then you're at home against Minnesota Monday. You got a nice little Saturday, Sunday window. How about we get you up in the booth with Greg Wrubell and I calling on this Texas Tech BYU game?
I would love it, but I'm headed out on the road to go watch some early season college basketball. Headed to North Carolina and New York City and Louisville, Kentucky. I got a lot of games to cover in the next couple of weeks.
The work never stops.
Can you watch a game just as a fan of the game of basketball, or are you always analyzing players and strengths and weaknesses and looking at the X's and O's, or can you just mentally disconnect and enjoy a game?
Oh, I can watch football that way, but in basketball, I'm always analyzing. I'm analyzing the personalities, how they're connecting with other players, their interaction with referees, with coaches, how they respond to bad play and how they respond to good play. Yeah, I don't know. That's just how I'm wired, and I've always been that way.
Well, you're also very gracious.
I like to watch the players.
You're also very gracious with your time, and the camera caught you a few times in Vegas, and you're busy with conversation. How do you even get to watch a game with as many people that want to talk to you?
Yeah, no, I think that I enjoy the environment of the games, and there's dead times in sports where you have time to talk to people, and I enjoy the people and the business part
I was telling Hans the story. I did the Jazz pre-half and post-game shows for a lot of years with the late, great Tom Nasalki, and we would sit there and watch a game, and Tom would look at a player in the fourth quarter or in crunch time going to a free throw line, and he'd say, he's 2 for 2, or he's 1 for 2. He's like, oh, no, he's going to miss both. And he would just tell that by the body language. And he was right about, 75, 80% of the time, because as a coach, he just could read body language. Is it sometimes that telling on guys when you can really look at a guy and say, I can tell where he's at mentally?
Oh, yeah, you can see where they're at. I don't know if I can project if he's going to make or miss shots, but I can tell where he's at mentally. A lot of players are very demonstrative and wear their emotions on their sleeves, and some players keep everything inside. And and hide what they're really feeling, but you can still see some. But yeah, it's fun because like every player is so different in how they approach this game and how they approach life, and that's what makes it fun. It would be boring. It would be a boring world if we were all the same.
Well, Danny, I know Jazz Nation is sending Walker Kessler all their love, and hopefully he can recover, heal, and get back in the same shape and form he was as he went out, because, man, those first 5 games were amazing. He was great in those first 5.
Yeah, we'll just try to keep him involved with the team as much as we can, and we have a great staff of people that'll get him right, and I think Walker will be in a good spot to come back better than ever.
Appreciate it. Thanks, Danny. Thanks for your time, as always.
Danny, thank you.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
There he is, Danny Ainge, CEO of the Utah Jazz.
So, a labrum, a tear, he mentioned that he had spent some time off the court with shoulder pain in the past.
Yeah.
Am I?
Yeah, he said that the shoulder has been a problem.
So, this is a really tough decision between ownership, management, Walker Kessler sitting down and saying, is it the right time?
Yeah.
And what do I lose? What is the cost? And it looks like they all came to the decision of, we can get you, Danny mentioned it multiple times. This is a surgery that most people recover from, and when they recover, they feel better than before the surgery. So he feels like Walker Kessler is going to be fine. It'll be a good recovery, but it is a season. It is extremely difficult. But I would be more shocked to see Walker Kessler come back and not look good than I would if he just came back and looked as good, if not better, after the recovery.
Hans and Scotty coming up next, another edition of Whole World News, and we'll transition into your Cougar Preview Show live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan. Incredible ribs, brisket, you name it. They've got a great package available for you for your Thanksgiving dinner. We'll talk to Kenny about that, and some great opportunities for you to help out in their charity opportunities as well. It's all right here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
America First Credit Union has put so many things in place to help you financially. Anything from a small auto loan, maybe you're thinking about buying a car, they can help you out with that financing, to an entire home mortgage, getting a house built or buying a home, they can help you with that as well. They always have competitive rates, and more than anything, they're always friendly and extremely helpful. America First Credit Union, in any type of lending, they can help you out. Business loan, maybe you're thinking about starting a business, you need to buy some equipment, get things going. America First Credit Union is the place to go. And they can help you with each of your individual accounts as well. Couple of great promotions that they've got running. Anybody that comes in that is not a current customer of America First Credit Union and opens up an account, they're going to put $100 in that account for you, and they'll do $50 for youth. So if you want to bring your kids in, open up an account for them, open up an account for yourself, $150, you guys get rocking and rolling. These are the kinds of great things that they put in place, and then you see them team up with a lot of sports here in the state. They feel like sports are community. They're all about the community. They want to give back, and they do it through sport. America First Credit Union, you can find 116 locations at americafirst.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, Oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
These days, many companies have turned to influencers to tout their products or services. But here at John Watson Chevrolet, the only endorsement we need is from our customers. Because of their feedback, we're proud to be Utah's best reviewed Chevy dealer. Visit us today to see why we get reviews like,
"Their sales team is the best. Didn't put on any pressure, just super helpful and fun. They made the process a breeze."
John Watson Chevrolet, your 5-star Chevy dealer. 3535 Wall Avenue, Ogden. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
So many commercials you encounter these days include generic people engaged in generic activities, frolicking in generic locations, accompanied by generic music and a generic voiceover. Pharmaceutical commercials are on the cutting edge of this phenomenon. In fact, I find myself less worried about the risk of lockjaw, intermittent loss of smell, or explosive diarrhea, and more concerned that the drug might turn me into a mannequin at Kmart. So what does this have to do with Shamrock Plumbing? Nothing, really. But if you find our commercials over the top, just remember it could be worse. They could be generic.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Craving something sweet? We do ice cream right. Come in and try one of our shakes, freezes, or an ice cream cone, and you'll see why we say JCW's, quality, and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, it's your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Hans, Utes in the college football playoff checking in at number 13. So you've got Utah and BYU both battling for a spot in the college football playoff. We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. That's your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by where we're at right now, Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Incredible ribs, incredible brisket, all the barbecue favorites right here in the district in South Jordan. Join us right now for a great lunch and check out their catering options. 10% off catering orders. They'll also hook you up for your Thanksgiving dinner as well. It's all right here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Big thanks to Danny Ainge for joining us, breaking down the Walker Kessler injury, the thoughts on him and his long-term prognosis. And again, if you're just joining us and you missed it, go to our podcasting feed, Hans and Scotty. Just search that and subscribe to our podcasting feed. You get individual interviews. You get full shows, our Sunday morning podcast that's exclusive to the feed. So everything you need is right there on that podcasting feed, including soon to be posted that Danny Ainge conversation.
It was a great conversation. His take on Walker Kessler. I did get an update for the Isaiah Collier situation because he's a guy that, coming out of last season, an assist machine, a very, very, very tough guy, brings energy to the court. I've been wondering when we're going to potentially see Isaiah Collier, and kind of felt like he was leaving it open to fairly soon potentially.
That's the vibe I got from it. Yeah,
fairly soon potentially for Isaiah Collier. He went through some of the minute adjustments that we'll see from the Jazz with Walker Kessler off the court, and he also went over what is going to potentially go down tonight against Detroit, the remainder of this road trip that they're on, and some other things. So if you didn't get to hear that, go back and listen to it.
Live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan, the great Kenny J joining us right now. And, you know, one thing I love and admire about you is the fact that there's a lot of people out there that do barbecue or have a restaurant, and they're like, we've had the same recipe since 1973. Like, you're always adapting. And for a guy who makes barbecue, you'd think sometimes you wouldn't want to go try different barbecue, but you're going all over the country. You're in Texas, and you're saying, okay, these guys are doing this. Let's maybe explore that a little bit. You're always adjusting what you're doing here.
Yeah, we are. And I took my son. We went down to Texas Monday and Tuesday. Went down to meet our wood supplier and pick out our next shipment of wood that'll be coming up later this month. But it was a good time. We hit up a bunch of barbecue spots, couple new ones that we hadn't, and one of them was just
next level.
It made me cry.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, it hit you emotionally.
Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, I've never had anything like this.
So does it inspire you, or does it mean like, oh man?
Well, I came back and tried doing some. Anyway, I talked to Pitmaster, and we're using all the same. Like, he had at his spot, he had 8 M&M rotisserie smokers.
Wow.
That we have. He's got like 6
of these.
He's got 6 of the small ones, and then 1 big one, so 7. And the one big one's bigger than the one I have out here. Wow. It's called Zeus. And then he's got a couple propane tank smokers. But I talked with him, and I was just like, those ribs, man, it was just something I had never tried. Turns out that they're using some different wood and then kind of finish them a little bit different. And so we tried them today. There's some work to be done. I'm not going to pack up and give up on everything that we've done these first 6 months, but
yeah, because your ribs are.
Hey. Because I'll say this, your ribs are the best restaurant ribs I've ever had.
Yeah.
Bar none. Either the original ones or the ones you're doing now, just incredible.
Yeah.
And so
fall off the bone, but still enough bite.
Yeah, just great stuff.
And I love the St. Louis rib because you get that extra meat off the back end. You know, the first thing I'm suggesting to people when they come into Kenny J's is either the nachos or the ribs.
And here's the other deal is we were at I met the head pitmaster for like a big, huge, like multi-location. They're everything down there and very popular. I met the head pitmaster while we were there, and we were kind of talking, and he was walking me through some things, and we're getting the same exact, like the exact rib from. It's the same one, like the SKU number, everything, like the identifying number, that I order, I want ribs, blah, 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 blah. That's same exact ribs that they're selling down there. So
you've got an opportunity here. Thanksgiving's around the corner. People hate dealing with Thanksgiving. They hate spending 2 days in the kitchen. They hate, working all day on a turkey to come out like shoe leather. You can take care of all of that for people.
Yeah, so, and that's a good thing. And maybe we'll do some sort of deal for listeners that mention 1280 The Zone as well if they order a turkey breast. I want them to understand that it's just turkey breast. I had a lady call me today, and she thought we were doing whole turkeys. And I said, yeah, we're not doing the whole turkey, but we're doing breasts. They're usually right around a 4-pound breast. They're on, going on sale, pre-order, pick up on Thanksgiving morning. It'll be hot and ready for you.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
And you just come in. We're going to be open for like 4 hours, and come in, pick up your turkey, take it home. $75 for a breast, usually about 4 pounds. That'd feed 8 people
Easy.
or so. I mean, if they eat a half pound, then
yeah,
I promise it won't be dry.
Yeah.
Oh, no, your turkey is remarkable.
It won't be dry.
Your turkey is so juicy, so delicious, great flavor.
Yeah.
So you can pre-order those. And then last thing I want to mention, the Christmas drive.
Yep.
If you're thinking about giving something for Christmas, Kenny J's is running a Christmas drive, and this is going to honor the Single Parent Project. And this is a very big project. A lot of people are involved in this thing.
Yeah, and I think our next spot will have the gal that I grew up with, that actually co-founder of this nonprofit. She'll jump on with us, and she'll kind of give you a high-level background of what it is, why she did it, and what it is that they're looking to do, and they're helping everybody. They're helping it's usually single moms.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not kid ourselves.
Yeah.
It's usually the single mom.
Come on down here, Kenny J Barbecue. You can find out more on how you can get involved in that charity, and you can try some of the best barbecue you'll ever taste right here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. That's Kenny J's Barbecue. Get down here now. Hans and I will be here till 3, but you got all day to get down and enjoy the great barbecue at Kenny J's Barbecue.
Hockey fans, let your voice be heard with the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum. Visit the Utah Mammoth page on KSLSports.com to connect with the team, other fans, and our KSL Sports insiders. Start chatting today in the Utah Mammoth Fan Forum on KSLSports.com. Want to get the latest info on Utah's newest sports franchise? Sign up for the Utah Mammoth newsletter. Get exclusive analysis, plus the latest news and notes on the Utah Mammoth. Sign up today at KSLSports.com for the Utah Mammoth newsletter.
You know, we talk a lot about improving your home and making your home better, but we don't talk enough about water. That's right, the water that's coming through your home and that you're drinking, that your kids are drinking. You want to make sure you have the best possible water. Let's be honest, there's some funky water throughout the state of Utah. Colgan Water, whether it's a bottle service, whole home filtration, salt filtration, whatever you're looking to do, they can square it away for you.
Well, they've been around for a long time, family owned. They take a lot of pride in what they do. It's the finest water that you're going to come across. Scotty, you have their bottled service.
I do.
I know that you got their bottled service. It comes with a cooler, and I know that you actually ran some numbers, and their bottle service is more affordable than many and better than all.
Oh, better than all, and frankly, more affordable than all. It's really impressive because I want to, in the morning when I'm doing a protein shake, I want instant cold, great water. I'm not, you and I both joke around like we're not big water drinkers, but when I do drink water, I want it to be great. When I'm cooking, I want good, pure water. When I'm just off of the Lloyd, the bike, and I want to drink a little some water, I want the best pure water.
Yeah.
Protein shakes, you want the best pure water, and Colgan delivers every single time.
Yeah, we have it in the office, and every time Scotty and I are in the office, we're drinking the Colgan water.
Right there in studio.
It is crystal clear. It is delicious. It is fresh, and it's just outside of the studio, not in the studio.
801-509-9602. Call Colgan. They'll even come out to your house for free and offer up a free water test. 801-509-9602. You can also check them out online at ColganSLC.com.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU preview show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs. Perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back 9 near you. A Back 9 membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Attention Jazz Nation. The long wait is finally over. Mountain basketball is back and better than ever. Let's go! All tickets are on sale now, and you won't want to miss the action. Jump on the opportunity to watch your favorite players live and in person. Whether you're after season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, the Utah Jazz has got your back. There's a plan for every fan. Don't miss out. Secure your seats today and be part of the excitement all season long. Let's go! Visit UtahJazz.com today. The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. I want people to come on by, and if you have not had this barbecue and you're thinking, okay, it's Utah, all the barbecue's the same. No, it is not. This is some of the best barbecue you'll ever have, not just in the state of Utah, but anywhere, period. Brisket, phenomenal. Ribs, phenomenal. We want you to come by and try it out. It's Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Get here now, and if nothing else, go get yourself some banana pudding, too.
Oh, it's all really good, and it's fun to see some good traffic here for their lunch. I'm glad that Kenny J's is picking up, and you always know it's a good barbecue joint when it's packed for lunch and packed for dinner.
Yep.
And that's Kenny's. So come in. Try some of his amazing brisket, some of his great ribs. You know, Scotty and I always suggest the nachos. He fries his nacho chips fresh here in-house in tallow, so you get a nice crunchy chip with some great sauces, some amazing meats on top, some great cheese, some beans. It's just delicious nachos. Come in and have a set.
Let's do it. All right, it is your Cougar preview show, getting you ready for the biggest game of the year so far in the Big 12. BYU Texas Tech. Chris Level, sideline reporter for Texas Tech, will join us a little bit later on. He's been on the show a bunch of times, one of our favorite dudes that covers the Big 12. But, Hans, last night, the college football playoffs came out. You asked me, I don't know if we had this conversation on the air or off the air. I said I thought 7-8. You thought they'd be in the 6-7 range, and boom, right there, number 7.
Number 7, it kind of hit exactly where we thought it would, and I didn't expect Texas Tech to be right there with them, 7 and 8. So that kind of highlights this game. I think that this game is going to be heavily viewed. Game day is out there. All eyeballs are going to be on it. And there will never be a more important game for BYU to solidify the top 10 ranking, to solidify that number, to prove to the country and all the viewers that they're the real deal and that they're here to stay, because everybody wants to doubt them.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody. They've been doubted since the minute the true freshman was announced. They were taken out of the top 25. The AP took a few weeks to even get them back into the top 25. They've clawed their way to 8-0 with some big comebacks and some big wins over ranked teams, beating Iowa State, beating Utah, beating teams that had a lot to prove, and BYU just continued to win. And I think everybody is still sitting there like, they're not real. This isn't real. At least that's the feel I get. Now, I feel like the CFP selection committee said, no, we think they're real.
They're real.
So we're putting them in at number 7. And then the CFP said, but we're going to make sure they're real, and we're going to put Texas Tech right there next to them at 8. And I think that this is a massive game. 2 top 10 teams in the Big 12 taking on each other. 2 of only 4 teams in the Big 12 that showed up in the top 25. So it is time for BYU to flex their muscles and to show the country what they're all about.
By the way, Utah getting some good respect as well, coming in at 13. Remember, this is a 12-team playoff here, too. So Utah in the cusp of being in the conversation of an at-large bid if they're unable to get into that conference championship game. And we'll talk more about that tomorrow on the Ute Preview show. But, Hans, you're around like the NCAA basketball committee, the football committee on the college football playoff. These committees make statements, and you hit it right on the head. That was a major statement made of, okay, you know what? We're not quite sure what to make of this game on Saturday, so we're going to slot them in right next to each other. And if you think that they think more about BYU than Texas Tech, they really don't. It's 7A, 7B is what they're.
And they know that they're going to play.
And they know they're going to play. There's a reason they were right next to each other. They could have had Texas Tech 7 and BYU 8, but BYU's undefeated, so they put them ahead of Texas Tech. Essentially, they are looking at those teams as the same exact team. And then whoever wins will be dropped out of the top 12, or at least down into the double digits, 10, 11. And then you'll see that other team kind of hold steady there at that 6 or 7 mark. So this is such a massive game because the committee is saying, we don't know which one to choose, so we're going to put both of them in, but don't think both of them are right there on the cusp of getting, of right there being an at-large if the other team wins the outright conference championship in the championship game. There's whoever loses this game is going to take a tumble, and it's going to be imperative for BYU to win this game.
So what's going to be interesting, if BYU does what they should do and beats Texas Tech, you just mentioned it, to hold steady, that would put them at 9-0. That would leave them as one of only 4 undefeated teams, and they just beat the number 8 team in the country. I actually think that they'll jump 1, if not 2, of the 1-loss teams in Alabama, Georgia, and Ole Miss. This could get them as high as 5. The highest they got last year at 9-0 was 6.
Yeah.
I believe 6.
I think that's right.
6 was their peak CFP ranking last year at 9-0. I think 9-0 with a win over Texas Tech gets them to 5. And what's interesting is they slotted a 1 through 12. They built out their playoffs, and you talked about this. First round of playoffs show BYU hosting Notre Dame at LaVell Edwards Stadium. It's stuff like that just gets...
Inject that into my veins, by the way.
It just gets... It raises the stakes.
Yes.
And I love seeing it. Like, I'm looking at it like, oh, my gosh. BYU as a 7 versus Notre Dame as an 11. Was that right?
Yep.
I believe that's how they had that. No, sorry. Yeah, BYU is a 7. Notre Dame is a 10. And playing at LaVell Edwards Stadium in the first round, I don't know. I love to see it. I just am hoping players don't see it. I'm hoping coaches don't see it. I hope they all continue to ignore it because that stuff just gets in your way, man.
Yeah.
It gets in your mind.
Hey, you ready for another? Vegas has already weighed in. If Notre Dame were to play at BYU, they've already set the odd where the teams are at right now. This is all just hypothetical.
Speculation.
But they do go to this is betag.com.
Okay, so this would be BYU versus Notre Dame at home
at LaVell Edwards Stadium, based on the teams right now. And again, they do go to the odds makers on this and say, hey, and I've used this service as well with these guys and say, hey, hey, you know what? If these teams were going to play at a neutral site, what would the odds be? And they talk to the odds makers, and they come back with what it would be. You want to take a guess as to what they said?
Well, knowing what Vegas is trying to do, Vegas is just trying to get people to bet.
Yep.
So my guess is they're going to waive 9.5.
BYU 7.5.
Dog.
No, favorite. Oh, no, wait a minute.
A dog.
No, they got BYU as the favorite. Notre Dame 7.5.
So they.
Oh, no, they don't. No, you're right.
BYU's
you're right.
the underdog,
because I was looking at. I thought it was a typo because they got BYU and the odds of if they win playing Indiana. And so I was assuming that they were going to have. So I'm like, plus 7.5, but they got to move it on. But they also have Notre Dame and Indiana odds. But yeah, it's Notre Dame as a 7.5.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
because that's you know what Vegas is just trying to do.
Yeah, yep.
Look at what Vegas has done in every BYU game.
Yep.
How many times has BYU been the underdog? 3?
Yeah.
I think 3 times.
I haven't even seen what's the line this weekend.
It's Texas Tech 7.5. No, it's Texas Tech 10.5 is what it opened. Yeah, it was Texas Tech 10.5 on open.
Yeah.
Here, I'll tell you right now. It is currently, Texas Tech at 10.5.
By the way, if BYU were to beat Notre Dame, they have the odds on the Indiana game. That's why I thought that there must have been a typo because they project.
Indiana, I would say Indiana 13.5.
12.
Yeah. Vegas knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get the BYU fans to,
Like, we know you don't like to gamble, but we're going to push your buttons enough to try to get you to move that
exactly.
number.
And it's like, okay, if they're going to be a national power, we have to find a way to engage this fan base in gambling. You have to.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Because nobody's ever going to put money on BYU.
Yeah.
Unless the line shows so heavy and people are like, oh, it gets their emotions. They're like, how dare you disrespect us?
Yeah.
And then you get off your wallet and you put $100 on it, and Vegas has you because all they're trying to do is the break-even point.
Yep. They just want that. They want that. The juice.
They want as much money on Texas Tech as is on BYU, and they want to collect that interior pot.
Yep.
That's it. They don't want significant losses. And if they favor BYU, and thousands of Texas Tech fans are already gambling on the game, and that gets thousands of more, they're not doing their job.
Yeah.
Because then they just lose a boatload when BYU loses or wins.
We cannot stress this enough. Never feel disrespected by the Vegas odds. Don't ever look at that like, oh, they're disrespecting us. They can miss and miss badly, and it happens every now and then. But all they're trying to do, they're as much of a fan of you as they are the other team. They just want that thing to go right down the middle.
Yeah.
Because they just want that little shave off the top. And if it's a 50-50, boom, they'll take it, and they'll be very happy.
Yeah, they definitely don't want all the leverage on one side.
No.
And then they suffer a massive loss. That's not what they're trying to do. So I get it. And you know what's great? BYU continues to crack these odds. They continue to crack Vegas. And they have beat the odds many, many times, and they'll continue to do it. Texas Tech, a 10.5-point favorite in this game, that's a slap in the face. Now, we know what Vegas is trying to do, but it's a slap in the face. BYU fans look at it as a slight. They're like, this is not happening. So I like where they currently have it. I like the disrespect. I hope that the players take it that way, and I hope they show them what they're all about. But a 7-8 matchup, game day couldn't have picked a better game.
No.
This is a 10 o'clock local kick. It's 11 o'clock central kick. Greg and I will be in the booth at 8, I think, kicking off our pregame. It's going to be an early morning, but what I love is this comes right out of game day activities and right into the BYU Texas Tech game.
Yeah. So this is going to be essentially a noon kickoff Eastern time
on ABC.
On ABC. So, how many people back east are going to watch watch a game that starts at 8:30? Not a lot. I mean, just be honest. How well are you able to watch a game starting at 10:30 p.m.? Doesn't happen very often. So there's no excuses. You got the spotlight, you got network TV, you got game day, and you got a midday Eastern kickoff.
So, Scotty, the Big 12, I believe this was the last time I looked, and that was like a week ago. The Big 12 has one game that has gone 5 million plus viewers, and it was TCU versus UNC. It was the Bill Belichick game.
The Bill Belichick game.
That people were just tuning in. They wanted to see
Yeah.
what the whole Bill Belichick story was all about. Is that right?
Yeah, you're right.
UNC TCU, right?
Yep.
Other than that, I don't think they've had a 5 million viewership game.
This could top it.
This needs to break 5. This has got to crack 5.
Yeah.
The Big 12 has to flex their muscles. Now, they put it in the right slot. They put it on the right delivery. It's in everybody's face. It'll be promoted big. But this needs to be a 5+ million. Remember, BYU Colorado bowl game got 8.6 million.
Yeah.
They blew the ceiling off viewership. So I know people out there, I know they're curious and interested, and you talked about back east. It's going to be noon for Eastern time.
Yeah.
It's noon. People are grabbing a little bit of lunch. They're settling in front of their TV, and they're going to be watching BYU Texas Tech. If BYU does what I know that they can do, and the true freshman impresses, I could see BYU just off of interest, views, and productivity. I could see them moving into the top 5.
Oh, yeah. Depending on what else happens.
I think they're going to jump 2 one-loss teams.
They won't jump Alabama.
And depending on who does what in front of them.
Yeah.
But I really think they could jump into the top 5.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at Kenny J's Barbecue. And Kenny's hanging out with us. Not only do you have the best barbecue, but you like to team up with the best charities as well.
We do.
And this is a good one, the Christmas drive. And I know, Kenny, this means a lot to you. I know this means a lot to Mary. But we talk about coming out to these establishments on these remotes, and a lot of people want to just drive product. And you're taking this as an opportunity to combine Kenny J's with the Christmas drive.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's a Christmas drive for the Single Parent Project. And Megan's here. I grew up with Megan. Megan started the Single Parent Project, I don't know how long ago was it?
2020.
2020.
We picked a really good time.
Yeah, you started something right in the middle of COVID,
Yeah,
huh?
we didn't know it was going to get as bad as it did, but it was an interesting year for sure.
Well, you probably were able to do a lot of good, though, because a lot of people were in some rough situations and continue to be so because, we always look at different people that are in need, and everybody's in a rough situation. But if you're a single mom or a single dad out there and you got nowhere else to go in terms of gifts, you're really trying to make ends meet, just pay the rent or the mortgage, and you just get a little bit of help for Christmas. I can't imagine how many smiles you put on people's faces there.
Yeah, as of last year, we have helped 500 families for Christmas, just right around 500. So it's been really cool. I was actually a single mom myself years ago, and I fortunately had a really awesome support system. So not everybody has that. My kids never went without. My parents were able to help, friends were able to help, family was able to help, and my boys never went without anything.
So let's talk about what people can do. This is now through the end of November. It's Kenny J's Barbecue for a Christmas drive, and again, that's going to Single Parent Project. How can people get involved with Kenny J's Barbecue, with the Christmas drive? What's the best way for them to get involved with this?
So I think the biggest thing is just letting people know that we're doing it. Number one, you come in here and you're going to see a bunch of, like some posters and a little set up where you can drop some stuff off, but Megan, she'll tell you what they really need as far as the single moms and the teenagers, just like this list of everything that they need.
It's really easy to go out and shop and get some Hot Wheels and little cars and cheap things for the younger kids, and the younger kids are always the ones that go first. So this year what Kenny J's is helping us with is finding things that those older kids enjoy, want to go do, even if it's something like give them a gift card to go and have an aquarium day or send them to the movies, things like that. Video game gift cards, all those fun things. That's probably the best way you can help. Or if you're interested in just supporting an entire family, you can go to singleparentproject.org. We can get you lined up with an entire family if that's something that you're interested. That's typically how we fill most of our families. But when we have great business partners and people that are willing to do drives and gather things, we can go ahead and fill those needs from the people that are still on our list.
And I like deadlines, but I'm not going to say if it's December 1st because it's already into November and I don't know where October went, right?
Oh, yeah.
But like we're not going to say, oh, you missed the drop off, right? Early December, whatever. We just time to get it to people.
We can
right?
work it out too.
Yeah.
Our deadline is December 17th every year, but we're pretty much meeting people for gift pickups on Christmas Eve every year. So
yeah.
we want to make sure everyone's taken care of.
Well, what's the name of the website if somebody wants to go there directly?
It's singleparentproject.org.
Okay. And then you can also, we want you just to come down here to Kenny J's Barbecue, eat some great barbecue, and then there's all kinds of QR links and more information on how you can be involved in the Single Parent Project right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. All right, before I let you go, Megan.
Okay.
My first job in radio, 1995, country music. You're wearing the Bring Back 90s Country.
Yeah.
Give me your, 90s country lineup. What's your go-to?
Oh, my gosh. Okay, first of all, this was from a Dierks Bentley concert. If you've never seen him, he comes out and does Hot Country Nights at the end of his concert. It's phenomenal. It's so great. I'm going to have to go with, Garth Brooks, George Strait, love Little Reba.
The classics.
Tim McGraw, you
oh, yeah.
hear some of it going on
people
here.
Forget the early.
I was making my playlist.
The early Tim McGraws.
Oh, yeah.
Early Tim McGraw's great.
Yeah.
Early Tim McGraw's great. But
See, I'm like Sawyer Brown, Nitty Gritty Dirt Band.
Oh, yeah, we do love Nitty Gritty and Sawyer Brown, too.
Yeah.
They're great.
All right, come on by here. It's Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
It all started with a commitment to comfort. Gillette Heating and Air is proud to be Utah County's go-to team for expert HVAC and plumbing solutions. Need a repair, upgrade, or seasonal tune-up? Don't let cost hold you back. With 0% financing available, it's easy to get the work done now and pay later. Plus, save $100 on any repair over $500 and keep your system running strong with a professional tune-up before the heat hits. Visit GilletteHVAC.com or call 385-GET-COOL to book today. Homegrown service pros, financing made simple, comfort made easy.
Carrier, turn to the experts. A Carrier factory authorized dealer.
Bar Dub Grill is where roadside classics meet ranch-raised flavor. Sink your teeth into juicy, handcrafted burgers made with premium Bar W beef straight from the local Utah farm. From the bold cowboy barbecue burger to the sweet and savory Aloha burger, paired with crispy cowboy fries, hand-spun shakes, or signature spud nuts. Soft, airy, and unforgettable. Bar Dub Grill delivers honesties with cowboy swagger. Bar Dub Grill in Nephi with easy access right off exit 222 in Nephi.
The KSL Sports Zone and Hercules Credit Union are highlighting people that impact youth sports. Nominate the youth sports volunteer you know for the Hercules Hero of the Week at KSLSports.com.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU preparing for a big showdown in Lubbock, Texas, as they take on Texas Tech and quarterback Baron Morton.
Yeah, it's complete quarterback. He can hurt you with his legs. He throws the ball really nice, got quick release, super smart, aggressive O-line that's really stout and strong. And then they have skill all around, the running back, at tight end, and receiver. They're a complete team when you're looking at offensively, and then defensively, same thing. And then special teams. Joey's done a great job coaching that team and getting them ready. There's a reason why they're ranked in the top 10.
It's your Cougars at 30 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. We are live here at Kenny J's, the district in South Jordan, right across from the movie theater. Come on by, check out this incredible barbecue. Hans and I just had some pork belly burnt ends. Ooh, those are dangerous, folks. I'm telling you, some of the best barbecue you'll ever have right here in South Jordan. The district in South Jordan is Kenny J's Barbecue.
It's another battle for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone has it covered. The Aggies return home to Logan for a battle against the Nevada Wolfpack. Your home for all the play-by-play coverage of Aggie football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at Kenny J's Barbecue, the district in South Jordan. Come on down, check out this barbecue. It is flat out incredible. Some of the best barbecue you'll ever have. And it would, they've got a lot of food here. It may not slow down the metabolism of one Mitchell Juergens, who joins us now, but he could probably do some damage here.
Oh, he would nail these burnt-in pork belly bits that are just incredible. Mitch, where are you, and how quick can you get here?
Dang it, Hans. I'm freaking I'm hungry now.
These are so good, man. They're candied pork belly burnt ends, and they are fall apart. They are delicious. I don't know where exactly you are, Mitch, but I will keep you a dish if you're going to work your way down here.
Hey, I might just have to look at the schedule and try and make some arrangements.
Yeah, we'll do it, man.
Let's make it happen. So BYU checks in at 7 in the college football playoff poll, the first one released last night. Is that about where you thought BYU would end up at?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, in the AP poll, getting up to 8, I thought they had a chance to be ranked a bit higher than some of those one-loss teams, and they moved them one. So, I like it. I agree with it. I love that Texas Tech is right behind them. I mean, this is an ideal matchup, and I honestly couldn't be more excited for this weekend.
You talk about it being an ideal matchup, and you've been a part of the BYU broadcast. How many years is it now? 8? Is it?
Yeah, 8 seasons.
8 seasons. We're looking at a 7-8. We're looking at game day. We're looking at a 11 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Mountain Time kick. Have you been a part of a game that has this level of magnitude?
No, absolutely not. I mean, it's everything. I mean, I've been a part of games that were super exciting on our side, right? We're going into some big games, being the clear underdog and walking away with a win. Like I remember calling the Tennessee game back when Zach Wilson and Micah Simon there late in the game. Wisconsin going in, getting a big upset win there. I mean, those were big games, but that was for BYU as a significant. Just like they shouldn't have won that game because they weren't ranked. And then you draw it up here, and this is a top 10 matchup. I mean, the buzz is felt everywhere I go. I mean, I walk into work and everybody wants to talk about this upcoming matchup, and it's pure excitement. I mean, this is a once in a lifetime game. It feels like. The hope is they continue to, the Big 12 is on the rise, and that these matchups continue to happen down the stretch and even into, the next couple of years. But this is kind of new territory, and we're all feeling it right now, which is cool.
Kalani Sitake said earlier in the week that this is the best defensive line that they have faced so far this year. When you look at what Texas Tech wants to do defensively, look, they're all about TFLs, they're all about sacks. How creative is Aaron Roderick going to have to be to make sure the Bear Bachmeier stays upright? Or do you think BYU's got the horses up front to just be able to handle it straight up?
I mean, I think that's the question mark right now, because one thing that's been incredibly, convincing this year for BYU is just how strong their front five have been in the run game. And I say front five, I should say front six with Carson Ryan and his ability to move the pile as well. And I mean, their run blocking game has been so good, and so it makes for an intriguing watch this weekend, just given how dominant Texas Tech has been this season in stopping the run, but also how powerful BYU has been. And this BYU offensive line, I mean, they've as of late have gotten some pretty good credit, but I mean, this is a group that is, I mean, they're nasty. They're powerful. There's a lot of depth there too. I mean, there's so many guys, and they're coming into this game healthy that can get in there, mix it up, and with an additional week of prep and rest, like I have no doubt that they're going to come out firing. And I think the question mark is what does that battle in the trench look like? I feel good about BYU's ability to still move the ball. They've done it so well. The wrinkles that Aaron Roderick has been able to mix in. I mean, having a running quarterback like Bear Bachmeier, it's something that you have to account for as a defense. With the combination of him and LJ, some of the misdirection stuff, some of the, even putting LJ Martin as a lead blocker for Bear. I mean, that can make a really challenging task for Texas Tech to stop. So, I mean, I like the matchup, but it'll be, I mean, a true test. Who's got the real strength there on the line?
It feels like about a month ago that you, Greg, and I were on the broadcast in Ames, and you saw L.J. Martin go down. You saw him head to the medical tent. I know it was kind of a somber moment for the broadcast, because we're thinking, geez, how bad is it? How long could it be? And now you're hearing Aaron Roderick and others mention that L.J. Martin is going to give it a go against Texas Tech. Your thoughts on L.J., the importance of him playing in this game, and not just playing in this game, but being healthy enough to do what L.J. does?
Yeah, I mean, it's so critical. And by the way, on the news and the reports, like I was coming into this week just expecting that BYU would have to make do without him. And so it came as incredible news that he's healthy enough to give it a go. And I hope he can stay that way, because it's a true difference maker with him on the field in so many different ways. I mean, I briefly mentioned his run blocking ability. But in addition, I mean, outside of that, though, he's a powerful, strong runner that defenses have to account for. And I do. I mean, I think he wants this more than anything. I think all those players on that roster right now, they recognize that this is one of the biggest games in BYU history, and they all want to be part of it, especially a guy like LJ. And so I'm sure, I have no doubt that he'll be playing through some pain. Just given, I mean, Hans, this, like, very rarely will you ever go into a game feeling 100% healthy. But in a game like this, I have a hard time thinking that anything will keep them off the field because they all want to be out there and contribute to such a highly touted and watched game this weekend.
As a receiver, how difficult if JoJo Phillips gets back into the lineup? There's weeks where he's been out and he hasn't been able to continue to develop that relationship with Bear Bachmeier. How hard is it as a receiver to get back in the mix and feel comfortable with that connection with your quarterback?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll take some time. The hope is, I mean, that you know, as long as JoJo's doing what he's supposed to do there, running the right routes, getting the right depth in those routes, and really just modeling his play after what Parker and Chase have been able to do, I think he can slip in pretty nicely in just, you know, being kind of to spell Chase or Parker in those moments. But I mean, if I'm Aaron Roderick, if I'm Fessy, I mean, it's going to be hard not to just ride the hot hands right now with Parker and Chase. Like, I don't know how much that's going to matter because they've been, I mean, those two have been as solid can come. And it's just been really, really exciting to watch those guys build the connection, build the camaraderie that they have and the trust that they have with Bear, because those two have been lights out. And with Bear getting more comfortable, like I think JoJo can achieve that status. I don't know how quickly that hits for JoJo, but it's definitely possible, and he's got the talent.
Mitch, I love having you on just with your insights and all your experience, and I love the fact that you get to wander the sidelines during games, jump on with Greg and I, kind of give your thoughts. And as you're wandering the sideline and you're walking past Jack Kelly or you're walking past Glasgow, you know, two critical pieces in the remainder of this season, you've got to have them both, and they have to be clicking at a high level, especially against Texas Tech. Give me your thoughts, because Glasgow looked banged up. Jack Kelly obviously left later in that game against Iowa State. But give me your thoughts on those two linebackers, where you feel like they're at health-wise and how important they are this weekend.
I mean, incredibly important. Again, I hope the usage of this bye week and the key timing is going to give those guys the right amount of rest and treatment. You know, I hope those guys are living in the treatment room. I hope they were doing that this last week, and because they are. I mean, they're absolutely critical to the way that the defense performs, the way that, you know, Jay Hill has schemed up and utilized them in certain situations. They're incredibly hard to replace on the defensive side. And so at least having them out there is going to be good. But, I mean, we've seen it. Isaiah, I would almost even say Isaiah Glasgow, he hasn't missed time, like too much time, and he was never out for a game like Jack was. But he did look pretty banged up. And so I'm hoping that's not the case. I'm hoping that they're, you know, they can let the adrenaline kind of take over and you know, be able to manage the pain that they're potentially feeling pretty well, because BYU is going to absolutely need them on the defensive side. And I'll say too, I mean, Siale Acera, we saw the absence of him leaving the field this last game, what that did for the defense and the kind of the big gap that they had to overcome with just recognizing his absence and you know, with him being back as well. I mean, those are three linebackers that have all dealt with injuries, and you know, hopefully that they're as close to 100% as possible, because BYU is going to need them.
When you're watching this offense, how much freedom is Aaron Roderick giving Bear Bachmeier at the line of scrimmage to make his checks and to change plays at the line of scrimmage? And if so, how rare is that for a true freshman to be able to have the intelligence to be able to make those kind of calls?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty rare. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I go back to my playing days, and Robert and I, as the offensive coordinator, I don't think he gave, you know, those freshman quarterbacks too many opportunities to kind of do whatever they wanted. But you're seeing it. I mean, you're seeing it every week. You're seeing Bear have a little bit more control over some of those line of scrimmage, you know, calls that he makes and adjustments and changes that he executes there at the line of scrimmage. And I think that just speaks to, one, his talent, his recognition of the game, his ability to understand and dissect defenses a little bit more now than he did at the beginning of the season. And A-Rock trusts him. I think the entire team trusts him. There's still going to be moments and situations where you'll see some critical timeouts that they call because they don't want to bear too much responsibility there. And I think that just continues to help his development because, yes, he's improving. Yes, he's an 8-0 true freshman starting quarterback, but that doesn't mean that he shouldn't be looked at as a freshman because I still think there's so many development opportunities, and you'll see that with I think Hans, we've even talked about this, like there are moments where they call timeout and they're probably feeding Bear the next 2 or 3 plays in some of these significant as the clock's winding down at the end of a half or the end of a game, because they recognize like we've got to take advantage of this timeout to coach him through these situations and scenarios just to help slow the game down for him and take some of that that thinking out of it. And so I'm sure we'll continue to see that as they're not going to unload everything and give him full reins and full responsibility at any moment to do whatever he wants. But you are seeing that uptick week after week.
Well, we appreciate it, Mitch. Always good catching up with you. Okay, Hans, let me ask you this real quick. All right, prime Hans Olsen, 1999, 2000 Hans Olsen, offensive lineman, professional football player versus Mitchell Jorgens here at Kenny J's Barbecue.
In an eat-off?
In an eat-off. Could you hang with him in your prime?
Is this before or after Mitch ran a marathon? Because if it's after, I can't hang.
Really?
If it's before, I think it's a wash. I think it's a push on calorie and consumption. But if it's after, Mitch's calorie consumption, I mean, we're talking 12,000 in a meal. Mitch, I mean, that's not a stretch, right? Like you've pulled in 12,000 calories in a meal, haven't you?
Yeah, no, for sure. It's all about speed. As long as you get it down fast, then your body doesn't have time to recognize how full you are yet. So,
there you go.
I'm a speed eater, but I enjoy every fast second of that.
All right.
Sitting down with Mitch and Greg and having a post-game meal, it's about as fun as it gets.
Oh, I bet.
And we're lined up for Uncle Julio's coming up Saturday after BYU's victory, and we're all going to be taking in a lot of calories.
Mitch, you're the best. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mitch.
Mitch Juergens right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Because I remember you were like order like 4 or 5 Whoppers. Wasn't there like a Whopper challenge you did once?
Yeah. It was. Was it 2 for 2? I think it was 2 for 2 Whoppers.
Yeah.
But that was when I was a senior in high school, and I ate 6, but one of them had bad tomatoes on it, so I got food poisoning, and that was horrible.
Yeah. And it was probably the last one.
It was the last one that hurt.
It's always that last one that gets you. Hans and Scotty, we continue on Cougar Preview Show live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Come on by, grab some great barbecue. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I really hope you're taking advantage of the 20% off at buckedup.com. You know you love your protein shakes, you love your creatines, you love to get in shape. Look, I've taken a real interest in it. As I get older, I'm finding that my body and my health is more and more important. And buckedup.com has come up with so many great items to keep you in good shape. I love their creatine. It is pure. They've got a 6-form creatine, and what I would suggest is you go on, use the 20% off promo code, THEZONE, take advantage of that, and get their 6-form creatine. It is just perfection. You can feel it working in your body. You can feel your brain just a little bit more smooth. You can feel your your muscles and your body recoup a little bit quicker. You can feel the gains in your muscles in your chest as you do your bench and your squats. I love the buckedup.com creatine. I really love their energy drinks too. The classic Bucked Up energy drink, so delicious. And if you haven't heard, they've got a pre-mixed soda protein. So it's a protein drink in a can. It's lightly carbonated, and it's all the soda flavors. It's like a orange cream flavor or a banana pineapple or a peach mango. A lot of delicious protein flavors. 25 grams of protein in a soda can in a protein drink. You can order those at buckedup.com and take advantage of 20% off by using promo code THEZONE. Great pre-workouts too. Either just the good old-fashioned Bucked Up pre-workout or the Woke AF. You've heard us talking about that. It will wake you up. It'll give you that extra boost. Buckedup.com, promo code THEZONE for all their amazing flavors and great products.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com. Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime, and a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't, and leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
Utah Mammoth Hockey is back at Delta Center. Don't miss your chance to be part of the excitement as the Mammoth hit the ice all season long. Grab your friends, rally the family, and lock in your seats for the fast-paced, hard-hitting action. Great seats are available for most games, but they're selling fast. Head to utahmammoth.com to get your tickets today. That's utahmammoth.com. Your home for all things Mammoth hockey. Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah on a bye week, coming off a huge win at home against Cincinnati, in which Ryan Davis and the entire team played one heck of a game.
Yeah, I do think so. On all fronts, I think we were firing. Offense did real well, moving the ball, blocking, running, passing. Dev did great, avoiding sacks, scrambling and stuff, just getting down the field. Defense played lights out. On a man over here. Special teams played real well. So, yeah, I think we were firing on all cylinders. And, we whooped their ass.
That's your Utes at 50 update. Brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Where we're at right now, you want to come by, say hi. We're at Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Stop by. Some of the best barbecue you'll ever taste right here at Kenny J's Barbecue. Again, in the district in South Jordan.
Let's go! Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Live here at Kenny J's Barbecue, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Tell you what, some of the best barbecue you'll ever have. I'm posting pictures of, he's got pallet after pallet stacked with post oak. Stuff just shipped in right from Texas.
Yeah, ready to smoke the most amazing meat you've ever had. Really quick before we jump out to our next guest here in a few minutes. I don't like low-hanging fruit when it comes to football games.
Yes.
But I'm actually going to make this one of the keys to the game because it's so significant and it's just so glaringly obvious. Texas Tech has forced 20 turnovers. 20 turnovers. Now, BYU's fantastic with their fumbles and with their interceptions. They're great. They've forced 16 on the season, and they're up there.
Yeah.
Texas Tech has forced 4 more turnovers, 20 turnovers so far this season. Now, here's the good thing. BYU's only given up 6. Texas Tech has given up 12. So the turnover game is going to be critical because we watched Jacob Rodriguez force multiple turnovers, both against Utah and Kansas State, with his punched forced turnovers. He is the king of it. We know that Bryce Pollock is as good of a corner as you're going to find in the country, and he picks balls off when you target him. He's got 4 interceptions on the year. We know that David Bailey has multiple strip sacks, and in fact, 1 strip sack that I think he returned for a touchdown off a scoop and score. So this is a team that is packed full of defenders that know how to get the ball back. If BYU wins the turnover margin, they win this game. To me, it really is that critical. If they lose the turnover margin, they lose this game. BYU, I think, has won 2 games this year where they lost the turnover margin.
Yeah.
They will not win this game.
Yeah, you can get away with that with some teams. Can't do that against Texas Tech on the road.
It's critical. These guys are very, very good at forcing the turnover.
Do you think Kalani practices punching the ball out? Sorry.
Oh, I think that would be a good idea.
I think that's something you should do. Joining us now, it's Kenny from Kenny J's Barbecue, and I was just back there. The great thing about this is that barbecue is about community, and it's about people coming together, and I was taking a picture of you laying out some briskets in that massive smoker of yours, and I'm like, hey, you okay? And I said, am I okay posting this? And you're like, hey, I've got no secrets here. If people want to come on by and check out the pits, they can do that. You see exactly where that beef's getting barbecued at.
They can. And I did down in Texas the last couple of days. It's no different.
Yeah.
I talked to the head guy at Terry Black's Barbecue, like head pitmaster over all the Terry Blacks, and he sat there and talked to me for 45 minutes, walked me through where they're trimming, everything. Yeah.
And that's a kind of really cool. Attention to detail. When you don't have to ship post oak here. Like you could find something that would, that would manage, but you want only the best. So you ship post oak straight from Texas.
Yep, we do, and that's what we were doing down there, and it'll be up here at the end of the month. And I'm going to post some pictures. So I'll show you guys my phone, but just the pictures of these wood piles are just crazy.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, those are massive, size of a house.
So when you
it's
size of a high school.
Wow. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Size of a Hans house.
Oh, please.
So when you look at some of this great barbecue you're putting out there, obviously people are fired up. They're excited. They've been supporting this incredible institution. But Thanksgiving, you can use Kenny J's Barbecue for your Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah, we've already started having calls. We're posting it on social media and stuff like that where we're taking pre-orders for turkey. You can do brisket too. We'll do a pre-order for a brisket as well if you want to kind of just say I don't like turkey. I want brisket today. We'll smoke you brisket too. But yeah, and we'll do 10% off Zone listeners. They call us up and pre-order and you'll pick it up hot and ready. That sounded Little Caesars-ish, huh?
Yeah, but it still fits. I mean, hot and ready on Thanksgiving morning.
Yeah, pick it up hot and ready on Thanksgiving morning, and we'll be open probably till 1 or 2, I think. And
tell your uncle that you smoked it.
Yeah, so take it home, then open up your smoker, put it in there, and then when the family comes in, you're
foil.
like, you bring it out, and you're like, all right, I'm ready. Here we go. Let's go.
And you become the golden child at Thanksgiving.
Yes, exactly.
And you got to do it again.
And Kenny will give you Kenny will let you do it. He'll let you take credit for it.
So 10% off on the turkey and the brisket, or just the turkey?
Yeah, turkey and brisket. Yeah. So brisket's just our normal price, that we have in the store. Turkeys we're doing at $75 a breast, so 10% off. So.
And that'll feed 7, 8, 9 people probably.
Yeah, I mean, well, maybe people will eat more turkey when they have this turkey.
Yeah, that's true.
But generally, yeah, I mean, a serving size 6 to 8 ounces. These are 4-pound, roughly 4-pound birds there. So
yeah.
Or breasts, that is.
Well, come on down. Kenny J's Barbecue, the district in South Jordan. And you take a lot of pride in the sides, too, which I think are really important. Because a lot of places are like, okay, we're spending a lot of time on our barbecue. And then go get a blue box of mac and cheese and whip that together and throw it out there. You spend as much time on the sides as you do the actual barbecue.
And, Hans, maybe we need to get you a new nacho to try. Are you okay to try nachos, or are you like, no, I'm not eating that kind of stuff right now?
Did you say a new nacho?
So we do our own cheese now. I don't do – so we've just been doing, like, store-bought cheese, right? But we make our own cheese sauce now. I started going through that, and I'm like, okay, this is next level. And so it's got hatch green chilies in it. So it's kind of a play a little bit off of the macaroni and cheese, but it's anyway. So we do our own cheese sauce for our nachos and all that stuff too.
So now you fry your own nacho chips in your talo, so the nacho chips, the tortilla chips are house fried tortilla chips. You got a house nacho sauce, and then you pick your meat you want to put on.
Yep. Yeah, you got to try it. I'll bring you guys some.
Yes,
bring it.
Yes. There we go.
It's,
more than happy to try that.
Like the last week.
Oh, we won't fight you on. Hey, do you sell these pork belly burnt ends?
So every Thursday we do pork belly burnt ends. I've got the pork belly on right now. You guys can go look at it, but it's for tomorrow. And then Friday and Saturday we do brisket burnt ends.
Wow. Let's go, folks. It's Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. Chris Level from the Texas Tech broadcast joins us next.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey, Utah County golfers, the Back 9 Indoor Golf Lounge in Orem is now open right across from Costco. Mark your calendars. The Zone will be broadcasting live from the Orem Back 9 on Wednesday, November 12th from noon till 3 for the BYU Preview Show. Become a founding member today for just $25 down and lock in the biggest discounts for life. And Back 9 will donate $50 to a high school golf team of your choice. Experience 4 full swing simulator bays with comfy seating, 75-inch TVs, and 4D massage chairs, perfect for date nights, parties, and corporate events. Plus 2 putting greens, an Xbox gaming lounge, free drinks, and Wi-Fi. Train like the pros with secure 24/7 access so you can play in leagues and tournaments on your schedule. With locations in Pleasant View, Murray, Lehigh, American Fork, Spanish Fork, Cedar City, and St. George. There's a Back Nine near you. A Back Nine membership makes the perfect gift for the golfer in your life.
Since 1954, Mountain Home Services has been Utah's trusted name in home comfort. Right now, get your AC and furnace tune-ups for just $49. A furnace tune-up helps prevent wear and tear, catches small issues early, improves efficiency, enhances safety, and keeps airflow balanced, adding years to your system's life. And Mountain Home Services is not just heating and cooling. They offer free second opinions on everything, including electrical, plumbing, and fireplaces. Plus, you're backed by Mountain Home Services' upfront pricing guarantee and 100% satisfaction guarantee. No surprises, just honest service. Call 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today. Mountain Home Services. Comfort starts here. Again, that's 801-543-2222 or visit mountainhomeservices.com to schedule your $49 tune-up today.
Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What?
You have a brother. A $100 bill just like you.
Hey, I'm Ben.
What?
We just got him for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're going to live together at America First.
What?
This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $100 cash bonus when they open a checking account or $50 when they open a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
Attention, Jazz Nation. We know you've been waiting on the edge of your seat, and the time has finally arrived. All tickets are available now. Let's go! Your favorite players will be back on the court, bringing the energy all season long. Whether you're looking for season tickets, mini plans, or single game matchups, there's a perfect option for every kind of fan. Show up loud and proud at Delta Center this season. Don't miss your chance to be part of the action. Buy your tickets today at UtahJazz.com. Adventuring in the Wasatch Back this fall? Stop into Dairy King in Heber, now serving pumpkin shakes.
And check out their huge gluten-free menu. Dairy King on Main Street, home of the trade and best of state shakes.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G. Presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Yeah, I mean, we started diving into them last Monday of the bye week. I just treated it like a normal week, and they're a great team. Great up front. They got some really, really good edge rushers, especially some really great interior D linemen, some really great linebackers as well. So I'm just excited for the opportunity to play against the best. You know, that's what you want to do, is play against the best, and that's what we get, right? That's the chance that we get right here. And so what a fun opportunity for us. Got a lot of respect for those guys on that other side of the ball. So it's going to be a fun challenge for us, but definitely excited for the challenge ahead.
That is Andrew Gentry for BYU. Cougars get set for an absolutely massive showdown against Texas Tech in Lubbock. And joining us now, one of our favorites, Chris Level's been on the show a bunch, part of that Texas Tech broadcast, also the host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast as well, part of that Locked On network, that empire that David Locke has built. By the way, we got to start getting David on. It's about that time.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's jazz time.
For his weekly visit. For his weekly soliloquy, when he just won't shut up.
Yeah.
All right, Chris joining us. Chris, how you doing, man?
Hey, Chris.
I'm doing good, boys. How are we doing?
Good. All right, so were you surprised at all to see BYU ahead of Texas Tech in the college football playoff poll?
Man, I don't know what to think about all this stuff. No, not really. I mean, I guess I was surprised that 3 Big 12 teams listed before the first ACC team. I was surprised that Tech is favored by 9 or 10 points. I mean, it's just, we're all trying to process this stuff in real time, and we don't know what's what, but ultimately you just have to get results, and you just have to keep winning, and usually that stuff sorts itself out. But this is going to be and this is great for the Big 12. What a fun opportunity for the league, for these two programs. And I don't know if anybody really saw this coming. We're not back in August circling this game as like, that's going to be the Big 12 game of the year. It's going to be a top 10 matchup. No, this is just not where we were at. And but it's pretty clear these are the two best teams. And I'm glad that they don't miss each other and that they actually get to play in the regular season, and it's very meaningful. And it should be a lot of fun. But my poor city here is busting at the seams. They're camping out. It's just wild and crazy here. So if you're Joey McGuire, you're trying to keep your kids from avoiding all of those distractions and things like that. But pretty big stage on Saturday morning here in Lubbock.
Which is a tall task when both these teams check in the top 10 in the first college football playoff polls. It's pretty incredible and exciting. I want to get into the matchups and some of the X's and O's of this. Help me understand how they use David Bailey. Are they opportunistic with him? Do they rotate him? Do they try to find matchups, strengths, weaknesses, or do they just line him up on the blind side and say, go?
So when they put all this together, we knew that it would be much better than their defense was last year, which was really bad. And I knew it would be good, but I'd be lying if I told you I thought it would be this good. I think the coordinator deserves a lot of credit, Sheil Wood, and they do use him in a variety of different ways. I think that he rotates in some. There's times earlier in the year where he's not even in the game, and I'm like, what's going on? Like, why is he just not in all the time? But I think that they've got some depth, and he plays the run much better than I would have thought, because you hear he's a pass rusher, and then you think, he's one-dimensional, he's a one-trick pony. This is not who this player is, or Romello Height for that matter. And it's been fascinating to watch the improvement, because, guys, this was a defense last year that ranked like 125th or something. And now they're in the top 10, and they have the number one rushing defense in the country, and they've just done it with a new coordinator and some new players and a lot of the old players, and it just it's really looked completely different, and it needed to be. I didn't know if I thought it would need to be this good, but Bailey's just an absolute menace. And I will tell you that the whole Stanford thing that leads us to this is crazy to me, because if Stanford doesn't fire their head coach, David Bailey's not chasing after Bear Buckmeyer on Saturday morning. I mean, and BYU may have gotten the better end of that trade. As crazy as that sounds too, because David Bailey leads the country in sacks, but you got a true freshman quarterback that's just been lights out. But these two teams certainly benefited from Andrew Luck's decision to move on from Troy Taylor back in the spring.
Chris Lowell joining us, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. What has really impressed you about the development of Baron Morton?
Well, he's had a rocky year, and I felt bad for him just because it's like, man, he just can't. He can't get. There's no normal for him. He's dealt with a bit of an injury from the first game, and then he's kind of been in, and he's kind of been out, but. What we have all learned, as good as Will Hammond has been, and I know Will had a big game up in Salt Lake City. He played really well against Kansas in the second half, and he's now out for the year. But what we're all realizing is just Barron's presence and some of the intangibles that he offers up, and the checks at the line on the RPO concepts. Whether I give it, whether I throw it, just all those little things that you maybe don't appreciate. As the game is going along, he typically has his team in the right play, checks to the right play, gets them out of a bad one, and I think that's what really I've noticed and have appreciated. And I think just his presence and leadership, that certainly meant a lot to this team. But this is kind of his swan song, and all roads lead to this. And last week was big, and certainly this week will be even bigger.
I know he's been in and out of the lineups. How's his health?
I think he's fine. I mean, he's just going to deal with the minor leg injury. Is his calf, and he can still run around and all that. I mean, I think that, sometimes as the game goes along, he limps a little bit, but he's fine. I think it's just going to be something that they have to manage the rest of the way, and it is, you don't really have a plan B at this point. So, but he still throws it great, and he took off and ran it a few times in Manhattan last week. But yeah, he was definitely as excited as anybody after that game was over in Manhattan last week.
There's a few guys on the defensive side of the ball for BYU that I would heavily consider for defensive MVP for the Big 12, but I'm afraid everybody's going to be second place behind Jacob Rodriguez. I don't even know what to say about the guy, Chris. I mean, 77 tackles, 7 forced fumbles. What can't he do, and what does he mean to this team? How healthy is he, and what do you expect from him on Saturday?
Yeah, I was mentioned, somebody asked me about a month ago, hey, is this kid better than Zach Thomas? And because around here, that's about as heavy a praise as you can offer up. Zach is an NFL Hall of Famer. His name is in the Ring of Honor, which they've only got like 7 or 8 players that they put up there. And I just kind of scoffed at the question, like, okay, come on, we're getting ahead of ourselves. And I'm not so sure that he's not better than Zach was as a college player to this point. And that's about as – I mean, he's a former quarterback. I work for a school district here in Lubbock, and that particular school played against Jacob's high school team, I think 7 times over 3.
Chris has left the building.
We'll
try to get. Oh,
there he is.
There he is. Still there.
Go
ahead, Chris.
I was like, I can still hear you guys.
Yeah, no, you were just saying that that you played him your school district played him 7 times. That's where you cut
out. And he was he's just a really good player then. But Joey Tate, he wanted to play linebacker, and I mean that's the best decision you can make. I mean, the guy's just his IQ is just off the charts. He just is where he's supposed to be. The uncanniness of being able to punch the ball out is just crazy. And you can practice it and all the things, but you just got to get it. And it's been very impressive to watch. He's healthy and he's such a great human. That's the other part. He's grounded. He's very humble. He's well studied. I mean, it's everything you want, and I think he's probably the player way in a pretty situation with around next spring.
Well, Chris, we'll let you go. Appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us, and look forward to catching up with you again down the line here.
See you Saturday, Chris.
Hey, thank you guys. You guys keep hope alive, and have a good rest of the week. Appreciate it.
You got it. There he is, Chris Level. He is hosts the Joey McGuire Weekly Coaches Show. He's working the sidelines for the Texas Tech games as well, and host of the Locked On Texas Tech podcast.
Okay, let's just give you a little bit of a perspective here. Oh, my internet's not working.
Yeah, mine blew out on me too in the middle of that interview.
So right now, Jacob Rodriguez has 77 tackles. He is leading the Big 12, and he's got the 7 forced fumbles, and he's kind of their do-it-all guy. If you take a look at BYU, right now their tackle leader is Falatau Satawala at 53 tackles. Now, Satawala has been nothing short of special and critical for BYU as Raider Damuni went out, and now we're expecting Raider Damuni to be available. We might see a bit of Raider and Satawala mixed with some Tanner Wall, because Tanner Wall is currently sitting second in tackles at 38. I mentioned Jacob Rodriguez being number 1 in the Big 12 defensive MVP race and everybody else being a number 2. Let's just take Jack Kelly, for instance. Now, Jack was injured, and he's been banged up, so his production has slowed down a little bit, but he's got 35 tackles and 5 sacks. to go against Rodriguez and his 77 and all the forced fumbles and everything else that comes with him. I think he's a shoo-in. If he stays healthy and just continues partial production, he's a shoo-in. And he better be the focus and the emphasis of this BYU offense in their front.
There's some guys that you just have to identify when they're out on the field and where they're at. And he's one of those guys.
And listening to Chris say, I'm to the point now where I could say he might be better than Zach Thomas. You know,
you're talking about a Hall of Fame. I think NFL Hall of Famer.
He's an NFL Hall of Famer. He's one of my all-time favorite linebackers. And that's Jacob Rodriguez. And, you know, he mixes with a couple of guys that make him just very, very dangerous. And this Texas Tech defensive line, they did it against the University of Utah, and they're going to try to do it against BYU, where their defensive front is going to try to take up the bulk of the blocking, and their linebackers move free. So BYU is going to have to do a good job of getting up to the next level, picking up Jacob, picking up these linebackers, and being able to open up some of these gaps. We've seen Bear Bachmeier at times run free up the middle, including a couple weeks ago against Iowa State, where he found some room up the middle. The legendary run against University of Utah up the middle for that touchdown, dragging a couple of defenders. Texas Tech will tighten down those gaps. They flow with their linebackers, and those linebackers hit. They hit you hard, and they cause turnovers. So all I'm asking is get a hand on him. In your combo blocks, and I don't like to leave the down lineman too early, but in your combo blocks, make sure you're taking over that block and getting up the next level and at least getting a hand on to slow down the speed of these linebackers so they don't get those free and clear shots that jar those balls loose.
Yep.
That's where it comes down to. I mean, I'll give you the explanation of why and what and how to fix it. So how do you fix it? Get clean off the combos. How do you get clean off the combos? Make sure that your takeovers are right. And make sure your footwork is right for the takeover so that I can get up the next level and get a hand on him. And if I can do that, well, then L.J. Martin's going to go get you 4 or 5 yards. And you can average 4.5 to 5 yards per carry. You got to be up in around that 4.5 to 5 yards. You can't be 4 and under.
To get to that magic 160
The
number.
160 that you got to get to. So, you know, the details on this crap, it keeps me up at night. And, you heard Andrew Gentry coming in from the break, and Andrew's he's been so beautiful off that tackle position. Him and Jada have really held it down. This is going to be their biggest test by a country mile. And I asked about David Bailey's usage, and you heard him. He said, no, they're pretty creative with him. If they're creative with him, I kind of have an idea of what they're going to do with him.
Yeah.
And if they figure that out, David Bailey could have a really good night.
Yeah.
Or Aaron Roderick could say, oh, I see what I know better what Hans knows. So I'm going to connect a Kean Need. I'm going to connect a Carson Ryan. I'm going to use an L.J. Martin. And we're going to figure out all of our combos and all of our touches and all of our chips. And we're never going to let David Bailey just have a free path.
Yeah.
And we're going to always get our combos up and get a hand on Rodriguez. Those are the two things. Critical.
Hans and Scotty, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. We are live here at Kenny J's Barbecue, again in the district in South Jordan. If you have not been here, you are missing out on some of the best barbecue you will ever have. Barbecue's the science, and Kenny's getting really close to perfecting it.
Oh, I don't know about perfecting.
Just say it.
It's there, brother.
Hey, let's talk about the charity again. The single parent. To be able to help out single parents this holiday season, you've gone out of your way to really try to help support those families.
Yeah, it's singleparentproject.org. And again, she was on earlier, Megan. I know her as Megan Cassing. I grew up with the Cassings. But anyway, she started the organization, and basically they're taking care of single parents. And primarily women.
Yeah, and it's your opportunity to come by. You just come by here at the restaurant. There's a bunch of QR codes. There's a lot of information on how you can certainly help out. But I just want you to try this barbecue, because if you had somebody coming in that they're like, you know what, I like all kinds of barbecue, but I want to get the essence of Kenny J's, what would you tell them to do?
Well, you're going to do the brisket and the ribs. But turkey, so we changed up some things with the turkey too.
Oh, really?
And like it's a lot. It's even more moist than it was, which is crazy to think. But, I'm kind of like, just try it all, and that's what's great about here is you can, and it doesn't have to be a ton of money, right? The prices are at the weight, and it's by pound, but that doesn't mean you have to get a pound of brisket, right? Say, give me a slice of brisket, give me a slice of turkey, right? You can try everything, and get out of here without a ton of money.
And that's the thing. Do a variety of things. Just treat it like a smorgasbord. Just come by and try a little slice of everything.
You can even split up the sides. You can do half and half.
I'm going to beg
I'm
going to beg our listeners tomorrow, Thursday, pork belly burnt ends day.
Yeah.
Scotty and I just had it. It's a candied burnt end that has a nice kind of smoky edge and crisp crust, but you still get that pork belly fat and just delicious flavor in there.
Yeah, and so we call it pork candy now.
Oh,
because we had employees that were ringing up Kenny J burnt ends, which are brisket burnt ends, and they're more expensive, on the day that we're selling pork belly burnt ends. Anyway, so it's just called pork candy now, which it is kind of like candy, and it just melts in your mouth, really. It's like
so
it melts
good.
in your mouth.
And if people don't know what pork belly is, that's where bacon comes from. Mm-hmm. That's essentially a slab of uncured bacon. And imagine that cubed up and treated like a brisket burnt end. So essentially you've got chunks of bacon cooked as a burnt end.
Yeah, and we were walking them around to the customers that were in here with you guys for your show, and they were all loving it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can't go wrong here. And that's the thing. You come by, and Kenny will open up the back, and you can check out the smokers. How much advice do people ask you on a daily basis on how to do things?
I mean, it's daily.
I bet.
It's daily, and sometimes it's more than...
Yeah, but you love it, though. You know, it's like, hey, I'm here to share.
Yeah, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, I had a guy that was working for us before, and he's doing he kind of does his own thing. But he got a new job, and so he's not working here anymore. And he's like, I had to cook some briskets and some pork butts for a farewell that he was doing. He's like, man, I miss cooking it there.
Yeah, I bet.
Because just the setup. And you can come look at the setup, and it's great, and it always smells good.
Did you your first cook, was it a pellet smoker or
yes.
Weber smoky?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was
kettle?
a Traeger. I bought a Pro 34 back in like 2016, and it was $1,000.
Oh yeah.
At IFA, and I'm like, and then I just ruined a couple briskets and a couple pork butts. I'm like, how do you ruin them? But I did.
Yeah.
But just kept at it.
We've all had that first nasty barbecue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hans and Scotty, I'm telling you, folks, this is the best barbecue you'll have. It's right here at Kenny J's Barbecue, the district in South Jordan, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
At Peach Windows and Doors, they help homeowners stay in the homes they love while upgrading to the elegance, efficiency, and natural light of today. With hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, their clients know Peach Windows and Doors deliver what they promise.
I wanted to replace standard-size French doors with a large custom sliding door. The update required checking a weight-bearing wall. Plus, I wanted a couple of different styles of windows. The new sliding door created a much brighter and open look. Peach was so helpful along the way with recommendations and ideas, and the installers were efficient and respectful of my space. I was thrilled with Peach Windows and Doors.
Give your $1 million home the $1 million feel it deserves. Don't wait on that someday project. Visit Peach Windows and Doors Salt Lake Showroom. Schedule schedule a free in-home visit. You can also explore at peachwindowsanddoors.com or just call them at 801-566-1255. Peach Windows and Doors, where amazing home transformations begin.
Save now with UCCU Black Friday money deals. $150 cash for signing up for direct deposit. A free Shark robot vacuum when closing your mortgage. Low rate credit cards with 0% interest for 6 months. Auto and RV loans, no payments for 90 days. Home equity loans with an extra 0.25% off the interest rate. Lock the deals in now with just your name, phone number, and email at uccu.com. Visit uccu.com/Black Friday and lock in your deals. Plus more deals weekly at uccu.com. UCCU. Love where you bank.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots. Built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Cougars at 30 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. BYU going up against a great defense in Texas Tech. Andrew Gentry knows the Cougar offense has their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I mean, we started diving into them last Monday of the bye week. I just treated it like a normal week, and they're a great team. Great up front. They got some really, really good edge rushers, especially some really great interior D linemen, some really great linebackers as well. So I'm just excited for the opportunity to play against the best. You know, that's what you want to do, is play against the best, and that's what we get, right? That's the chance that we get right here. And so what a fun opportunity for us. Got a lot of respect for those guys on that other side of the ball. So it's going to be a fun challenge for us, but definitely excited for the challenge ahead.
That is your Cougars at 30 update, all presented to you by Kenny J's Barbecue. Check out Kenny J's Barbecue for your Thanksgiving dinner, for a catering option as well, and just come on by and grab a great bite to eat. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan, right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Complete game coverage of the Cougars is right here on the KSL Sports Zone. It doesn't get much bigger than this. BYU and Texas Tech, your home for the best coverage of Cougar football, is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Woo!
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. It is your Cougar preview show as we get you ready for BYU and Texas Tech. Even though Utah's not playing, we will have your Ute preview show tomorrow with Frank Dolce, and then a Football Friday with Alema Harrington and Ron McBride coming up on Friday. So we got you covered, folks. Everything you need to get you ready for another weekend of college football. In fact, I'll be up in Logan with Bronco Mendenhall later tonight talking some Aggie football. So, Hans, when you look at this game and you go Texas Tech as a 10.5-point favorite, I don't see this as a 10.5-point game, but I can't figure out where I'm leaning right now on this one, whether it's BYU or BYU or Texas Tech. I think I like BYU plus 10.5, but I'm not quite sure on if BYU actually wins this thing outright.
Well, there's a real advantage to having that bye week while Texas Tech is dueling it out with Kansas State.
Yeah.
And the numbers on that game don't show just how physical and how tough a game that was. In fact, David Bailey went down in that game, the defensive end that I've been talking about. He went down in that game, but he did return. But it was a physical game, and I know it beat Texas Tech up pretty good. The bye week giving BYU an opportunity to get quite a few critical pieces back. Now we're going to see it play out and see how healthy they are. So I'm going to put it this way. If L.J. Martin is 90%, if Jack Kelly, Ciale Acera, and Isaiah Glasker are all 90% plus, I think BYU wins this game. I feel pretty comfortable and confident. We've had enough of a sample size of Bear Bachmeier in big games, not turning the ball over, to know that he's good at it. He knows the importance of it. And I'm sure it's been restated a few times over the bye week. So he's a smart kid. He knows what type of chance it gives BYU if you just don't simply give Texas Tech an extra possession. So I trust that. I trust Bear Bachmeier in his sturdy build and his running ability with that sturdy build. Something we have not seen truly maxed out is Carson Ryan.
Yeah.
I still think that we've seen a lot of blocking from him, and we've seen some good catches from him. I don't think we've seen him take over a game like great tight ends can do. And what I'd like to see is if Carson Ryan matches up well with whoever they find in nickel or whatever outside linebacker they find responsible for that coverage. If they feel like Carson Ryan has the edge and advantage, target him, go to him, and hammer that until they focus, until they crunch down on him, and it leaves some other open crossers or opportunities for Parker Kingston, who's really started to peak.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think that there's room for Carson Ryan to grow, and I expect him to be a huge piece of the game plan going in to this Texas Tech game.
We talked about physicality of Texas Tech, and we watched it against the University of Utah. And Kyle Whittingham said afterwards, hey, this doesn't happen to us often, but we got just bullied at the line of scrimmage. So we know that they can be physical, but on the defensive side, from an athleticism, from a speed standpoint, is this a team that you can't go sideline to sideline on because they'll chase you down?
Yeah, you remember the outside runs didn't work against Iowa State.
Yeah.
And they had to go all interior. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, yep.
Iowa State's exterior speed was just too good. Utah's was too, where they would get out there and they would hit the edges. And BYU did a really good job of just coming back inside. Their interior zone schemes and their interior zone reads are lights out good. And the blocking schemes are lights out good. And one thing that I'm really encouraged by, and Mitch Juergens kind of mentioned it, I think that this offensive line has a massive ego. And I think they've got massive personality. And I think that they're going to rise to the challenge. I really believe that. You know Waylon Lapawal.
Yep. Yep, that guy wants to scrap with anybody.
Nobody. Nobody scares him.
No.
He's not looking at Texas Tech like, I don't know. He's looking at Texas Tech like, I am going to drive these guys into the ground.
Yeah.
Bruce Mitchell, former wrestler, former defensive lineman, he's the same way at the center position. He will grind and wall off and edge anybody. Same with Leusa and Mocassini. These are gigantic personalities, big egos that love the interior smashing. And, I look at Mocassini, Leusa, and Lapuaho to bring kind of that Polynesian badassery. That I always looked to my Polynesian teammates as, when we're going into battle, when we're really going to go into war, these are the guys I want to go to war with because they'll put on the face paint and they'll be the first one to charge.
Yeah.
And so I need them to be that, crazy, intimidating presence that they've been all year. And that's who they are. And I can't tell you how much I love Waylon Lapuaho as an interior leader. And it's been understated how important this offensive front has been. So including them and then throwing in Jada and Gentry at your tackle positions, I know this is a really good Texas Tech front. I know that BYU's offensive line isn't afraid of anybody. I know TJ Woods over the last 2 years may have been as big a piece, not quite as big as Jay Hill, but as big of an addition as anybody else, close to.
Yeah.
What he's done with his offensive line talent and how much he's improved the run blocking schemes. But if you really want to identify how this game is going to go, it's going to be based on BYU's offensive front. That's how Texas Tech beat Utah.
Yeah.
And by the way, it wasn't as much as their offensive front five as it was, and I pointed this out multiple times, was their tight end, their 2 or 3 tight end sets, their receiver blocking, and their running back blocking. That was the biggest issue. Remember, Tech was slicing gaps, and they were slicing gaps on the outside, and whether it was Lander Barton, who was a little bit green in blocking, or it was one of 3 different tight ends that they were using, Texas Tech was getting the angles, hitting the gaps, bubbling all the runs, and making cleanup tackles 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. So those are the types of things BYU can't do. I don't like the exterior runs.
Yeah, I don't either. Take the fly sweeps and put them somewhere else.
Run them twice.
Yeah. Just to show that you're willing to do it.
Yeah.
And then give it on the dive and fake the fly sweep after that.
But this team has built a pretty beautiful identity that they aren't going to back down from anybody.
Yeah.
And on the defensive side, that largely comes from your linebackers.
There's no smoke and mirrors with this team. Like they are who they are.
They are who they are.
They're coming to punch you in the mouth. That you know what they're going to do for the most part. Now, granted, Aaron Roderick's been very smart with his scheme, but you know their general philosophy of how they want to attack.
Well, yeah, it's you've already brought up the comparison of the Utah Jazz with Jerry Sloan in the pick and roll. It's like Texas Tech knows that the zone read is coming, and they know that the RPO is coming. But how do you stop it when it's run the right way?
Yeah.
Where is our emphasis? Where is our focus? And that's why L.J. Martin is so important, because if L.J.'s not in there, my emphasis and focus is not on Preston Rex. It's not on Enoch Nawahine. It's on Bear Bachmeier.
Yeah.
But if L.J. Martin's in there, L.J. is the 13th leading rusher in the country right now at 100 yards a game. By the way, I think that's largely, too, why L.J. does not want to miss a game, because L.J. knows he's 1 or 2 big runs away from being put up on a draft board and being looked at really closely.
Yeah. I mean, they're like, well, what did he do against Texas Tech?
Right.
Well, he didn't play. He was injured. Oh, okay. I would really like to see that film.
And L.J. Martin as a junior, it's time.
Yeah.
Like, it's time. And I know that he's on people's radar, but he wants to be the dude.
Yeah.
So this is a big game for him. And he's going to have to give it everything he's got.
Hans and Scotty coming up next. We'll wrap up this bad boy. We're live here at Kenny J's Barbecue in the District in South Jordan, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Cougars, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. It's the biggest game of the year for BYU as the undefeated and top 10 ranked Cougars head to Lubbock for a showdown against the Red Raiders. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Cougar football. Then catch a special edition of College Football Saturday game day at 8 a.m. with the postgame show immediately following the game on KSLSports.com. Your home for the best coverage of BYU football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Advanced Windows is here to help you out and get ready for winter because you're firing up that furnace. You're trying to keep that warm air trapped inside your home. But if you got bad windows, that stuff's going to be leaking out. The cold air is coming in. That means your furnace is going to be running nonstop. Hans, I died a little inside when I paid my last gas and electric bill. I mean, it is ridiculous what they're doing, and I can't imagine if you had poor windows how bad it's hurting you in the pocketbook right now.
Well, I've used Advanced Windows, and I've got 5 of their windows in one of my condos here in the state of Utah that is just fantastic. That our tenants have seen a difference. They've, I mentioned that the biggest difference that they've noticed is the sound. Sound is just cut off because the condo is next to a street. So it shut off the sound. They're also noticing there's not as much temperature fluctuation in the condo. It's holding the temperature that you want it to hold. The back bedrooms aren't getting cold. If you got a bedroom that's off the wing of the house and that bedroom seems to get colder than others, just understand you can correct a lot of that by replacing that garbage window that's in that bedroom and putting in an advanced window that has stacked installation. It's got different compartments in their framing so that it really keeps that warm air in throughout the winter. People don't understand the difference windows make. Just know all your energy is lost through the holes in your house. That is your windows.
Yep.
If you got bad windows, at least get an estimate. Let Advanced Windows show what they can do for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now, the company's changed. Or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So, what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan today, 801-210-6800. That's 801-210-6800.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Season's greetings start at the Garden Restaurant. Our fall menu and delicious food captures the essence of the holidays ahead. Stop in or order online for pickup. Have you tried our favorited jalapeno pork sandwich yet? It's perfectly balanced with sweet and spice and enough to satisfy any craving. Now let's talk turkey. The Turkey Club and turkey cranberry sandwiches are delicious. And of course the fan fave, the turkey pot pie is prepped daily and loaded with chunks of tender meat, veggies drenched in a rich, creamy sauce hugged by a flaky, buttery crust. But that's not all. Home-cooked, handmade baking is our standard. What's more aromatic than baked goods? From giant cinnamon rolls, cookies, bars, and our famous warm, buttery Limehouse rolls. Our chefs prep each little item with a little something that makes the garden so unique. It's fresh ingredients sprinkled with genuine TLC in every bite. Celebrate your season with us. The Garden Restaurant, with new hours starting November 14th. We're open into the evenings and on Saturdays. Visit us at thegardenslc.com. KSLSports.com.
Show some love to youth sports volunteers with the Hercules Hero of the Week. Let's praise your favorite youth coach, ref, or maybe the parent that pulls the team together. Your nomination could score them a $100 Visa gift card from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and a $200 gift card from Beehive Meals. Listen to see if they win Thursday afternoons with JJ and Alex. The Hercules Hero of the Week with Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, helping you take the busy work at a family dinner. Get rules, info, and nominate your hero at KSLSports.com/contests.
Hey, this is Chris with JCW's. Not feeling a burger? We've got you covered. Try one of our hot ribeye, turkey, or BLT sandwiches, and you'll understand why we say JCW's, quality and a lot of it.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It is your Utes at 50 update right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Utah coming off their signature win of the season against Cincinnati, as Kyle Whittingham loved what he saw out of Wayshawn Parker.
He's practicing very well. Not that he was a bad practicer, but he's starting to separate himself. And concerted effort on our part to get him more touches, because when you look at his production, he deserves more. And so I think we're getting him now to the place. He was over 100 yards tonight. We're getting about the right dose of what he can contribute each week. And so it was just a matter of him. Knock had some good games early on and still is a good back. But again, Wayshawn just seems to be the back with a hot hand. How about that? He's got the hot hand for us.
That is your Utes at 50 update, brought to you by Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan. That's Kenny J's Barbecue. So many great things going on down here. We'll be here for another 15 minutes. Come by and say hi. Kenny J's Barbecue in the district in South Jordan.
Nobody gets you ready for Utah football more than the KSL Sports Zone.
Ready?
It's a much-needed bye week for the Utes as they get set for the final stretch of the 25 season. Your home for the best coverage of Utah football is right here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. This is Hans Olsen and Scotty G, presented by Mountain Land Supply on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard, 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone. Wrapping up your Cougar preview show. Hans, on Friday, you'll take off to Lubbock. You guys will have an early morning there in Lubbock, getting you ready for this one. And, of course, having the broadcast, you, Greg, Mitch, on the call on this one. And should be a lot of fun. I'm envious of you on this one.
It's going to be an amazing day, an amazing morning. And this thing is going to come down to how healthy the team was able to get in the bye week.
Yeah.
I could potentially know in warm-ups when they're on the field, watching the way they're taking on the blocks or watching the way they're cutting, just to see their energy. You know, you talked about Coach Nasalki and the way he could identify things when guys would step to the line for a free throw. You can see a lot just by the way somebody's running into the pile, the way somebody's extending their arms to take on the block, to then shed the block. I'll know pretty quick. But if this team's healthy, they win.
Yeah.
If L.J. Martin goes 4 quarters, averages 4.5 yards a carry, they win. If Jack Kelly's healthy and he's able to get a little bit of a rush on Morton and he's able to contain the pocket, they win. If it's the opposite, then it could be a long day in Lubbock. But I don't think that's how it's going to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, we know how it's going to go down here at Kenny J's Barbecue. You're going to get some of the best barbecue on the planet, and the pit master himself, Kenny J, joining us.
Hey, Utes are pulling for BYU this week.
Oh, yeah, they have to. Absolutely.
I love how you bring that
This
up.
is the second time I've ever cheered for BYU.
The first
Once
time?
was in 09 when they were playing Air Force, and Utah needed BYU to beat Air Force.
Kenny, your wife's about to be a BYU grad. What are you talking about?
BYU Idaho.
Oh, do we have to really?
BYU Idaho.
Hey, but whether you're a Ute, Cougar, Aggie, Wildcat, Thunderbird, whatever, you can all enjoy the great barbecue.
We won a holy war for the championship game, right? Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, yeah.
And that's very possible.
It's possible if BYU wins.
Yep.
Yeah, they got to win out.
We need them to win.
Then
we need to win out.
Got to beat Cincinnati. Got to beat Texas Tech. And that does a lot of good for Utah.
Yeah, and we needed Houston to lose, and they lost to West Virginia.
Yeah.
I'm like, that was the one that we thought never would.
Yeah, because
would happen.
their remaining 4 games were the easiest games.
Yeah. Anyway.
Well, there's so much great food here down here. You've done such a great job.
I want to talk holy war.
I want to talk your barbecue.
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. You want to talk sports. I want to talk barbecue.
It's funny, Scotty and I sit here and talk sports, and as soon as you come on, we're like, the food. It's food. It's the best food in the world, but this truly is identified barbecue. It is Texas-style barbecue right here at Draper.
Yeah. Well, South Jordan, but yeah. Yeah, we're Texas all the way. I mean, protein-wise. And some people say, well, I don't know. But anyway, we do. We do, Texas style.
And you've got the smokers, you've got the wood, you've got everything to get you that Central Texas feel to your barbecue. And it's just remarkable what you've built here. Incredible facilities. And, look, you got it's almost holiday season. People can come by, do have their holiday dinners here, sure.
Yeah, we have companies that have already rented out. I'm not renting out the whole space, but we've got a couple companies, 150 plus people. They'll come in and they'll do it kind of like 4 to 6 p.m. So before dinner, and they'll be through 2/3 of it or whatever. But yeah,
let's go.
228 people we can sit.
Thanksgiving dinner, you've got that covered. You've got the charity aspect as well. Just come on by, learn more about how you can help out single parents this holiday season.
Yep.
Get your Thanksgiving taken care of. Come on. There's no reason you shouldn't be down here.
Apparently our GM didn't know we were open on Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah?
Oh boy.
That's an uncomfortable
I'll be here
and learn today.
I was just like, you know what? They're gonna want the turkey ready to go.
Yeah.
And so I'll be here. Worst case scenario.
You don't want to pick it up the day before. You want it day of.
Hey, we sell frozen meats, whole meats like whole briskets, whole racks of ribs, whole turkeys. We sell those.
Oh, okay.
But and they can be reheated. But for Thanksgiving they want it. Want it right off the smoker.
It's a very convenient location. Again, it's just here in the district. Everybody knows where the district is. You had the old Megaplex that was right here next to us. Was that a Megaplex or was that an LHM?
Yeah.
It was probably both at some point.
Yeah.
But you got the big movie theaters down here in the district. And Kenny J's is just right across the street, right across the little roundabout, right here in the district. Come down, experience great Texas barbecue. Experience the Kenny J family, too, because really Kenny started this up just to bring the family together, bring some great food to the community, and have a good time.
You got to promise not to make fun of me because I didn't put pictures up of me.
Oh, no.
That was 100% Mary, and I get embarrassed every time I walk by him. I'm like, he's ugly. He's like, I hate it. But
whatever. You cleaned up good for those pictures.
Well, they're professional.
Well, look at that picture of his arm with the vein protruding holding that. Like that's there. You did some curls before you took that picture.
Did you have a surgical tube up around the upper arm?
Yeah.
No, I still don't know if that's my arm.
Hans and Scotty, it's Kenny J's Barbecue, the district in South Jordan. Get down here now. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Whether you're stuck in the office,
I believe you have my stapler,
in your car, or at your in-laws.
You want a piece of me? You bet I do.
The Zone is with you every step of the way. Download the KSL Sports app to get live streaming of your favorite shows and access to all the latest updates on your favorite teams. Your home for the best coverage of the Utes, Cougars, Jazz, and Mammoth is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Throughout life, we have plenty of special occasions and events, whether it's a prom, a graduation, a mission call, a new job, or how about a wedding? Mr. Mac has always been there to help serve you for all of your monumental moments. Mr. Mac has been family-owned for more than 50 years, and that's important. And they'll make sure that you look and feel great, with affordability always in mind. The Mr. Mac family creates long-lasting relationships with their customers, and they've been doing it for generations. 9 locations across the Wasatch Front or online at MrMac.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to AmericaFirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Chevy trucks have you covered when the road takes you from smooth sailing to Chevy Colorado will eat up some of the toughest terrains with 5 available drive modes. And Silverado and Silverado HD have the muscle to take you out for some serious with multiple engine options and impressive towing. While Silverado EV is the perfect combo of performance and capability, making it a snap to hitch up this electric truck and hit the road. Wherever the road leads, Chevy trucks are right there with you. See your Rocky Mountain Chevy dealers.
Calling all Jazz fans. If you can't wait another second to see stars like Ace Bailey, Lowry Markkanen, and Walker Kessler tear up the court, you're in luck. Tickets are on sale now. Let's go! No matter what you're looking for, the Utah Jazz has your back. With season tickets, mini plans, and single game options available, there's something for everyone. Whatever your schedule or budget, there's a plan for every fan. Don't miss a moment of the action this season. Secure your tickets today at UtahJazz.com.
This is Jake Scott and Ben Anderson.
Will Hardy had his annual play hard and pass rant after the game.
Ben, why do you ask your kids to clean the house? It's not because they're going to do a good job.
They're not going to do a spectacular job. I'm going to do a better job.
That's not why you're asking them to clean the house.
Right.
No, you're setting the tone in your house, and I'm trying to do this with my girls too. We're going to be responsible for doing the hard things. You're not going to be able to get away with doing a half-hearted effort, even though I know that you're still going to not be great at cleaning the house. What I'm doing is setting a tone. And I think when he says that, I think that's what he's doing, is setting the tone, especially now. Like, I'm going to take my team back, and you're going to do what I'm going to say, and I'm going to tell you to do some things that you don't want to do, and there's some hard things, but if you don't do them, you're not going to play.
Catch Jake and Ben weekdays from 10 to noon on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Broadcasting from the Mountain Home Services Studio, this is 97.5 KZNS FM Colville, 1280 KZNS AM Salt Lake City, and 102.7 KSL FM HD2 Salt Lake City Midvale. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Hey!
This is JJ and Alex.
I made a name for myself, I told you I won't be denied.
As you wrap up your day, it's time to get your fix of the teams you live for and the sports you love. This is JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks for being with us on the program.
Alex Keary, Jeremiah Jensen, JJ and Alex with you on a Wednesday edition of the program. It's another shortened edition of the show. Let me describe for you the complications of having boo-hoo two major sports teams in the market here. Both are on the East Coast. Would they call each other? You think this is funny? Bill Armstrong and Austin Ainge call each other and go, when are you guys going to be on the East Coast? Oh, we'll go too. They're doing it at the same time. Isn't that how it works? Oh, are they on the same plane? They save money that way. Hey,
charter together.
Can you drop us off in Charlotte on Sunday on you guys' way out to Buffalo? That'd be great. Actually, you know what? That would actually kind of be a fun, little team building action. Have an NBA team on the charter.
It's a great opportunity for content.
Social
media director's biggest dream.
Oh, regardless, what you have now is the Mammoth and the Jazz both kicking off their pregames at 4 o'clock. So we are less than an hour away from getting you both the Mammoth and the Jazz on the 1280 and 97.5 signals, respectively. So there you go. We'll keep you updated on how that's going to work out. So in the meantime, JJ, nothing happened last night in the world of college football for us to be able to talk about.
We only have an hour.
I know.
And we're going to hammer that hard. But first, we have to acknowledge the bad news from the Jazz, right? Walker Kessler being out?
Yes, Walker Kessler, the shoulder injury, which we saw him go down with on
Gosh, dang it.
I just think that, out for the rest of the year with the shoulder surgery, torn labrum, yes?
Torn labrum, out for the year. He looked so good before the injury.
Yeah.
And obviously the contract situation, which I don't think is going to be impacted by this. I think the Jazz know who he is, and I think the league knows who he is. You just saw so much development in becoming a leader and taking his game to another level. He was making threes this year. I was excited to see what he had in store this year and have it cut short like that so early in the season. I mean, last year you saw Taylor Hendricks go down with a serious injury, out for the year really early in the season. It's just, can this franchise buy a break? And I don't mean that as a pun. Can they get a break here?
Can they buy a tear?
When is something amazing going to happen for this franchise? It just feels like they're just this constant adversity, and then you're like trying to put a positive spin on the adversity, which you have to do as a human beings. And then something else happens. You're like, oh, well, I guess we'll get them next time. You know what I mean? Like the lottery and injuries and everything is just not going this franchise's way, and this feels like the latest.
Yeah, and it's a bummer because but I will say, for those of you who are watching this thing go down, there's one less piece of the puzzle on, hey, how are you going to make sure that you do get a little bit further down? And that's a terrible way to look at it, but, I mean, this is the world we live in now. Like, you go, shoot, Walker Kessler, he was playing nice. This team's still going to win games, but the question is, you go to a place like Detroit tonight and you wonder how the team's going to do on the road after a nice emotional win over Boston the other night. Great. But then it hits the team hard when you get news like this.
Yeah.
Dude, Walker's out for the rest of the year. Like, I actually prefer this to the dragging it out deal that we would have gotten the updates on the injury every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That whole game. It's no fun to be able to watch, and it just keeps going. We'll reevaluate in another 6 weeks, and then you just go, ugh. So in this sense, you sort of rip the Band-Aid off, get the surgery in, and then you worry about what the rest of his contract is going to look like. At the end of the season, you're going to have to figure out if another team offers him as a restricted free agent, are you going to match that? What's that limit? What's that going to look like? How committed are you to? What's your commitment level to? I want to keep Walker Kessler here for the rest of however long we can get him. If you're Austin Ainge and Danny Ainge and the Jazz, these are all questions. So that's obviously one that we got to get out of the way. We've got a chunk of sound to play for you if you missed it from Hanson Scotty from earlier. We'll get started here. Let's play the cut here. We'll get going officially. I do want to listen to that to make sure that we hear what he said, though, just to make sure that we lead with that. But let's get going with the cut here, top of the program.
It's time for the biggest story of the day. This is what made the cut with JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Trajan Wealth brings you this portion of the program. Before we get into talking about the college football playoff rankings, I did want to play the comments that Danny Ainge had made about Walker Kessler being out the rest of the year. He was on with Hanson Scotty on his weekly Wednesday sit down with those guys. And so here's what Danny Ainge said about the news of Walker Kessler being out the rest of the season.
Walker Kessler, the Jazz just announced that he will undergo season-ending surgery. How do you, as somebody that's close to these guys, but also part of the front office, your heart breaks for a guy that's going through this. What's the message to somebody that's dealing with a season-ending injury?
Well, Walker's a big part of our team, and it's a real bummer first. It's like a bummer for everybody. He's put in a lot of work this summer. He got off to a really good start this year. Yeah, it's very unfortunate for everybody involved.
With where he's at kind of in his career, talk about the impact that this has on him and what he needs to do to kind of get back into it and get back to where he needs to be.
It's a shoulder surgery, and most players come back from it really well. I have all the faith in Walker and our team that'll put him back together physically, and so it's a real important time for him to just watch and study and be around and help all the young players and learn himself, and keeps, diving into the film and paying attention mentally how he can get better there.
How's his spirits? He's one of the most positive people you'll ever meet, happy-go-lucky, but this is a kick to the gut. How's he handling the news, and what you and Will Hardy and Austin, what's your message been to him?
I think that just hang in there. It's not fun going through these things as players, but like I said, this is an injury that most everybody comes back from feeling better. Walker's had some shoulder issues and missed some games with shoulder pain, and so it'll be good to get it resolved. It's just not fun while we're going through it in the middle of the year when, we were counting big things from him.
So whose minutes does this impact? Who will we see kind of pick up those extra minutes, especially on the young guy side?
Well, I think we got to go look outside, but I think inside we have some good players that help us in the meantime. But we're going to continue to look and try to strengthen our team the best we can.
When you say outside, I guess everything's on the table, from trade, G League to wherever you can find good players, I guess.
Yeah, Oscar is down in the G League, and Mo Bamba's down in the G League, and they're starting their season quick. Nurkic and Kevin Love will hold the fort down. Taylor Hendricks will probably get some minutes at center, is my guess. Kyle Filipowski played some center second half of last year and played really well, especially on the offensive end. So we have some other options in-house right now, and we're excited to give them opportunities.
There you go, Danny Ainge, talking about the Walker Kessler injury. That's a bummer, obviously, for fans too. It's another big name that's not on the marquee when you have the kids and you go sit down over at Delta Center. So that's the big bummer, right? But it's also part of the game. This is how it works. It just is not one that you want to see happen to one of the bigger names on the franchise. So we'll keep you posted on that one. But rest of the year, I'm interested to see how they do get creative with it. Taylor Hendricks plays bigger than his size. He's an insane talent. Filipowski, man, if that guy's going to grow up and be an NBA guy, playing defense has got to be a part of that. And he's not there yet. You heard Danny Ainge at the end there go, especially on the offensive side of the ball, which really just to say not really on the defensive side of things. If you're talking about replacing Walker Kessler, you can't. It's hard to replace the second best blocker in the league right now. And doing that is a tall order. So the reality is they'll have to figure some things out. In the meantime, let's jump in here. We have a lot to talk about with this college football playoff ranking and how this thing goes down.
You and I haven't talked about this at all. You had the show with Mitch last night on 102.7.
I am. It's all still kind of fresh for me. It also, you get these very first rankings are going to look so much different than they are in the next month. When you talk about this being the first one, and I don't even know how actually, somebody asked me, they go, how many of these rankings do they do? Well, every Tuesday all the way up until the 9th, basically, right? Or that Sunday the 7th.
After championship Saturday.
Right, so the 7th on that Sunday, so you're going to get 1, 2, 3, 4 more rankings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. So the official last one will be the 5th. So we've got more than a month of, and for BYU, 4 more games. For TCU, 4 more games. These teams have to figure some things out here. Where your rankings are at the beginning of the college football playoff rollout of these rankings matters a ton. Utah fans should be ecstatic that the Utes are at 13.
Oh, my gosh.
The question is, when they do the quote-unquote reset every week like they're going to, like they said, we're just going to start from scratch and rank everybody, re-rank everybody again. So you're telling me it's just going to be a blank slate and they're going to suddenly come up with Ohio State every week over the next few weeks? I doubt it. But I do think that that's a great sign that people look at what Utah's doing, and they've already painted a picture for themselves, JJ, which is you don't just win games from here on out. You obviously have to win every game. You've got to make it to where people cannot avoid talking about you. And the way you do that is obliterating teams on both sides of the football, which they've done the last 3 weeks. That's why they're at 13 is because how they've taken care of business the last few weeks.
I mean, look what they did at Arizona State, which is a ranked team. Absolutely obliterated them. Their only 2 losses are to the 7th and 8th ranked teams in the college football playoff rankings.
Pretty good resume, yeah.
And so I know Utah fans were frustrated with the Texas Tech loss, and obviously it goes without saying the BYU loss. But outside of that, this team has racked up a lot of yards on offense. They've been outstanding on defense. They're top 10 in both in the country, which anytime you have those metrics, it's pretty impressive. And then by the metrics, the committee says they rank these teams. When Utah has those kind of offensive and defensive numbers, when they have that type of production and the margin of victory that they have in their wins, they put themselves in this position. You look at them where they're at right now, and they're in that group of 2-loss SEC teams in Notre Dame. That's actually a pretty good place to be. And it's a compliment to Utah that they're in that position. The thing for Utah now is to just take care of business. But maybe you can't just take care of business. You need to do it in dominant fashion.
Yeah.
You have got, like
Absolutely.
you're saying, you have got to kick the crap out of Baylor on the road. You've got to crush Kansas State at Rice-Eccles Stadium. And then you've got to finish strong by going to Lawrence, which is a weird place to play.
Make it a stadium.
I went there. Remember the BYU game 2 years ago? It was for whatever reason, it's just a weird place to play. And Kansas does well at home. You got to finish strong. And it's possible that even without getting to the Big 12 championship game, which is going to be very tough for Utah because of the situation they're in with having lost to Texas Tech and BYU, they lose those tiebreakers. One of those teams would have to get to a third loss in order for them to get there, unless there's a weird tiebreaker scenario, which, again, that's we've seen it before back in the Pac-12 days, but it's not likely. But Utah now has a path to the college football playoff without getting to the Big 12 championship game. Alex, I didn't think that was even remotely possible. Based on week 1 at number 13, it absolutely is, because chaos could ensue for certain. Oklahoma and Texas, they could absolutely lose again. Notre Dame, do they slip up on the road at Pitt? Pittsburgh's playing really good football right now. I don't know. I think a lot of teams would like to see Notre Dame take a loss. It's going to open something up. And by the way, why does Notre Dame even in the discussion? They have 2 losses.
The amount
they're being rewarded for having lost to Texas A&M.
The amount of
their
boost that they get.
Garbage.
Yeah. So obviously from the perspective of the teams here locally, BYU of course at 7, which I think they opened up last year at 6 when they were 9-0 going into their first loss. They actually were in that pretty high up. They were either 6 or 7, and that's when they lost 2 games. Losing 2 games at this point of the year is like a death sentence. You can do you could do the Notre Dame thing and lose it at the beginning, and then go on a win streak, and then suddenly you're a darling. However, BYU ends up at that 7 spot. Did they get shorted? Because there are a lot of arguments for it. There are 4 undefeated teams: Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, and BYU at the FBS level. Ohio State 1, Indiana 2, Texas A&M 3, and then BYU 7. In front of them are Ole Miss, Georgia. Ole Miss's only losses to Georgia. Georgia's only losses to Alabama, who is in front of them at 4. So the committee was asked about that, and he's like, no, listen, the amount of the crazy run that those teams have made in winning these games against ranked opponents and blah, blah, blah. So BYU is already at that 7 spot, which would put them, according to this bracket, the way that it's set up right now, hosting a Notre Dame 10 seed in LaVell Edwards Stadium on December 19th. Now, obviously, things will not stay at that level. Texas Tech, if it were like this today, would be hosting Oregon down there in Lubbock. 2 Big 12 teams would be hosting the first round. I think the reality is either BYU or Texas Tech, the way this game is going to roll out this weekend, is likely going to be a conference champion at some point also. I mean, if BYU can somehow beat Texas Tech this weekend, and I think that's a tall ask.
I think we're going to see a rematch in a Big 12 championship game in Arlington.
The problem with a rematch is most people have, if BYU loses to Texas Tech twice, they would be eliminated. And I'm always like, to whom? And they're like, yeah, to Notre Dame or to a third or fourth SEC or Big Ten team. And that's a tough pill to swallow, because you would be talking at that point of, I think that if Texas Tech does that, wins out, and they win the conference championship game and they have 2 wins over BYU to get there, they'll likely be that number 3 or 4 seed in that. And so an auto bid for them. And then you wouldn't have a second conference championship appearance. It would actually hurt BYU to go to the conference championship game at that point. And I think you probably would actually see a higher ranked Utah team if they went out, because Utah's going, you guys go to the Big 12 championship game. We're going to just wait here and just kind of and wait and see what the committee's going to do. They would dare the committee to not put them in after their resume stacked up against others have a loss against BYU and a loss against Texas Tech, and then just killing everybody else the rest of the way and getting better the rest of the way. They give kudos to great playing quarterbacks. They give kudos to awesome defenses. They give kudos to the style points. And so these would be considered, quote unquote, good losses. And so it's great where Utah is, because I don't think that they have to necessarily say, put us in the conference championship game. I think it's a benefit. I think they could be conference champions. If they get to that game, they could definitely win that game if it's against BYU or Texas Tech or whomever it might be. But it's going to be hard to lose twice, one of those losses in the Big 12 championship game, and for the committee to ask the committee to put you above a Texas team that may have lost 2 games at that point and is not playing in a conference championship game. They will dare you to put BYU ahead of Oklahoma who has 2 losses, right? They'll dare you to do that. And it's crazy to me, but that's the way that this works. You are not the SEC or the Big Ten, and currently the way that people treat you is like you're going to see the Big 12 treated at the end of this year, which is, I think, probably getting shafted. The reality is that it's kind of set up right now like you could almost see them getting 3 teams in, the way that they've set this up. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I think the Big 12 would be deserving.
It just will never happen. It'll be either, it sounds like you could maybe get 3 teams in the Big 12.
Why not?
But they're going to put one in.
I could make a case for BYU, Utah, and Texas Tech based on what they've accomplished. You're trying to get the 12 best teams in there. I mean, what are they doing that the SEC is? I don't buy that crap.
Texas
barely beat UTEP. What is their resume? How many bad games has Texas had this year?
So Oregon is is an interesting study here. Okay, Oregon is the 9th ranked team right now in the college football playoff.
7-1.
At 7-1. Their next, and their loss, of course, is number 2 Indiana. Not bad. Their next 3 games go like this. Ranked Iowa. At Iowa. So Iowa snuck in at number 20 in the college football playoff rankings last night. They play Minnesota at home. Then they have to play number 19 USC, who is 19th in the college football playoff ranking, and go to Washington to play number 23 Washington on the road in Seattle. There are 3 ranked teams in front of them. Tell me that's not hard. If they get a second loss, then you're talking about an Oregon team that you're going to see some arguments being made for Dan Lanning's guys to get into the college football playoff, to sneak in with those 2 losses, ahead of a 2-loss BYU team possibly, or ahead of a 2-loss Texas Tech team, or ahead of a 2-loss Utah team. You're going to be going up against it. What you need is, because if they lose the second game, they're not going to the Big Ten championship game. And then they're the Indiana of last year.
Which isn't bad.
Yeah, you get in.
Look, there's plenty of history that says that the team that doesn't go to the championship game in their conference benefits from it. How many times has Ohio State made the playoff because they didn't play in that championship game? We've seen it before.
Yep, absolutely.
And I think last year was one of those years, right?
Penn State had to take that L.
Everything worked out just fine for Ohio State. They didn't miss anything. They won national championships without winning a Big Ten championship.
So if we're going to look at it, well, then let's do it like this. Who ends up winning this national championship this year? Easy. This is easy math. The number 8 seeded Texas Tech Red Raiders are going to be your national champions. just like you drew it up.
Well, unlike last year, this year the top 4 is not going to be soft. Let's just say that.
No. You're not going to have a Boise State sneak in.
Or Arizona State at 3, which, right? They were 3?
No, they were.
Boise State was 3, and they were 4.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
They were the 4 or 5. That's right.
Yeah, it's hard to do. That's hard to do.
For reference, by the way, BYU in the initial rankings last year was 9th. In week 11, they moved up to 6.
That's when they went up to 6.
And then the Kansas loss occurred.
So they were 8-0 going in, just like they were last year. They won that game against Utah.
Yep.
There in Salt Lake. And
at 9-0, moved up to number 6.
And then they lost those 2 games
ahead
in a row.
Of Tennessee.
One of them was
to
Kansas. One of them was to future conference champion Arizona State. And SMU got in ahead of them in the college football playoffs. That later people looked at and went, we didn't think about BYU. That's part of the problem. Is later people will go, you think Utah got shafted? I don't know. They were 2 losses. They're pretty good. Did we let a 2-loss Texas team in for real? Yeah, but look at their resume. It's so hard to watch.
Heisman Trophy candidate Arch Manning.
And look, Steve Sarkisian, you know what did you see his press conference yesterday too? He goes, I thought it was a joke that we only got 3 teams from the SEC. And really? 3 teams in the SEC? And I'm going,
crap.
The elbows that get put out this time of year, the jostling for position on the track, the put yourself in front of the politicking that goes on.
They had 4, by the way.
The politicking that goes on. Did they have 4?
Texas A&M, Alabama, Georgia, Ole Miss.
Texas A&M didn't go to the you're saying right now.
Correct. Sorry, you're talking about last year.
Yeah. But they had 3 last year. Can you believe the politicking that goes on in the SEC and the Big Ten? Well, obviously you need to put 4 of us in there, or 5.
Well, you saw Nick Saban doing it a couple years ago when he was still coaching. They all do it. They all get on TV and they brag about it drives me nuts too. Like, just prove it on the field, man. Just let your resume on the field. Like, if you have to go on TV and make your case, come on.
So, where the rankings are, I don't know if you're a BYU or Utah fan, if you feel like the team got a bigger boost than you thought they were going to get. I don't know one Utah fan that goes, oh, for sure I had them at 13 or 12. No way. Because 17 was where the AP poll had them, and I know that this poll's different, quote unquote. But to go up to 13 and then to look at yourself and go, if you win this thing out and just watch the flies drop in front of you, you're in a great spot. You're in a really, really good spot. If they had started out at 17 in this poll, more work to do. There's just more teams you got to mow down that would be the slew of 2-loss teams or not very good 1-loss teams in front of them that they'd have to wade through that mess to be able to be a part of the conversation. Instead, great start for them off of this. I think BYU is actually probably right where they need to be. The reality is they're going to lose 1 game at least the rest of the way. I don't think they're going to stay undefeated. My thought is they're going to lose at Texas Tech this weekend.
If they win on Saturday.
But what would you do? But where do they go from there? If they lose, how far do they fall? Do they go behind Utah after those first rankings come out?
No.
So there's a little bit of a backstop. That's the other thing. BYU fans should be excited where Utah is, because
what is the backstop? That's what's going to be interesting.
Is next week, are they going to, after a bye week, are they going to go, soft bye week for the Utes? Really soft bye week.
Did they drop behind Notre Dame?
Didn't like how they played during that. Didn't like some of their practices during the bye week. It's like, come on. So if Utah could stay against there, then both Texas Tech and BYU have a little bit of a backstop for the rankings, I think. Because I don't think that they're going to keep making them go backward. I think Utah's proven too much over the past 3 weeks for the committee. And you know what? They benefit from the fact that this is a team that is a Power 4 previous co-champion in recent memory, right? The last couple of 5 years. So anyway, all right. Did you get it all out? I have way more to talk about, but we got to do it.
I know we could do a whole hour. I'm thrilled, though. I'm thrilled for BYU and Utah because they're both in position they've never been before. BYU was last year, but this feels different.
This is what you wanted for this conference, right?
This is different this year for BYU. Yeah. And Utah to be 13, my gosh, you got to be thrilled, because it is absolutely possible, even without getting to the Big 12 championship, that you could possibly sneak into that college football playoff, the 12-team field, if chaos ensues in front of you.
All right, let's take a quick break here. We'll come back. We've got more around the corner when we return. We've got a Win Ticket Wednesday, some tickets to give away next. Yes, Trajan Wealth. I already told you about Trajan Wealth. Okay, just go to TrajanWealth.com, check it out for yourself, get your retirement going in style. We'll come back. We've got more to go around the corner. Stay here, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
And now, a look at traffic from the KSL Traffic Center.
Still some slowing northbound on the I-215 westbound going by I-80 up to where a fatal accident happened earlier today. Usual southbound delays already on I-15 going from Murray into Midville, and southbound on Mountain View Corridor heading to the 35th South intersection into West Valley City. Bad weather and parking lots love GoPave Utah. GoPave Utah loves snow. Don't wait for bad weather. Schedule your snow removal services with GoPave Utah. Visit GoPaveUtah.com. With your traffic update, I'm Alex Napolis here on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
It's game week for the Aggies, and the KSL Sports Zone is getting you ready for kickoff. Bronco Mendenhall and the Aggies look to get back on the winning track with a showdown against Nevada in Maverick Stadium. Listen all week long for the best coverage of Aggie football and your chance to win tickets to the game. Then catch all the play-by-play action beginning with the Aggie pregame show this Saturday at 4:30 on 1280 a.m. Your exclusive home for Aggie football is live on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check it out for yourself. Here's what they've got at saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the different testimonials. Among them are JJ and myself telling you about our journey that we've made over the past 18 months. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days on this program. You can have that same kind of success, but more importantly, you can keep it off, which is also what we've done with SLC Fat Loss. You can do it for yourself, and let's get it going today.
Yeah, this is a program that's discovered the key to losing weight quickly, up to a pound a day. And it really does go that fast when you follow this program. It's a doctor-developed program. There's no pills or injections, which, if you choose to go that route, great. But if you don't want to go that route, this is awesome because you can lose weight at the same rate and keep it off as well. And that's the most important part. I lost 40 pounds in 60 days, and then I've been able to keep that weight off for over a year now. And that's the big difference. You've probably tried to lose weight many times, maybe it's different programs, different fad diets. What happens after a while is you go back to your bad habits and then you put the weight right back on. This is going to help you stay on track. You're going to learn so much through this, the knowledge, the science that you're taught through the app each and every day on this program. You're going to build new habits. You're going to improve your knowledge about how weight loss works and how to keep weight off, and you're going to be better for it. This program will make a big difference for you. It's going to help you meet your weight loss goals. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com. That's slcfatloss.com. Take advantage of a $200 off fall special that's going on right now. That's slcfatloss.com, slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Hans Olsen, Scott Gerard. Hans, you feel it outside. It's football weather, but that also means it's colder outside, and that means your furnace, if you haven't fired it up already, you will be soon. So you want to keep that warm air in your house? Well, it's all about having the right windows, and Advanced Windows can make sure you have the best windows in the state of Utah.
Remember, they've got the lifetime warranty. It's transferable to the next owner. It covers all labor, glass, and parts. And these are original windows built right here in the state of Utah. They eliminate the middleman, so they make it more affordable for you. And they've got great financing plans, including 60 months, no interest, no payment, or no interest for 24 months. They'll set it up so it's affordable for you.
Go to advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com and find out how they can save you money. In fact, $2,500 off when you swap out 10 windows or more. That's Advanced Windows. Call them now, 801-850-9100.
Advanced Windows at advancedwindows.com, 801-850-9100.
Five guys walk into a JCW's and order burgers. A pastrami, a mushroom Swiss, a guacamole bacon, a hickory barbecue, a ribeye steak, 2 onion rings, 3 French fries, a strawberry, mint, peanut butter, chocolate, and marshmallow shake, and not one left to tip. Because at JCW's, we don't ask for it. We think the price you see should be the price you pay. And all that, would you like to leave a tip stuff, is for the birds. JCW's. Quality and a lot of it. Open in American Fork, Lehigh, Provo, South Jordan, and Harriman.
It's that time again. The Reams Boots and Jeans semi-annual work boot and outdoor clothing sale. Right now is the perfect time to save money and get the boots and clothing you need for cooler weather ahead. With the change of seasons, it's time to gear up. And Reams has the absolute best prices on the brands you know and trust. Save big on Ariat, Justin, Tony Lama, Georgia, and Timberland Pro Boots, built tough for the work you do every day. And that's not all. Stock up and save on Carhartt brand jackets, hoodies, bibs, pants, and vests. Whether you're working hard or heading outdoors, Reams has you covered from head to toe. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah's largest boot dealer. Come in today for the best selection and the best prices on the boots and clothing you need. Look great, feel great, and save money. Reams Boots and Jeans, Utah family owned and operated for over 80 years. Reams Boots and Jeans.
This is your Cougars at 30 update. Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
BYU offensive lineman Andrew Gentry talks about the challenge of taking on a tough defense like Texas Tech.
Yeah, I mean, we started diving into them last Monday of the bye week. I just treated it like a normal week, and they're a great team. Great up front. They got some really, really good edge rushers, especially some really great interior D linemen, some really great linebackers as well. So I'm just excited for the opportunity to play against the best. You know, that's what you want to do, is play against the best, and that's what we get, right? That's the chance that we get right here. And so what a fun opportunity for us. Got a lot of respect for those guys on that other side of the ball. So it's going to be a fun challenge for us, but definitely excited for the challenge ahead.
That is your Cougars at 30 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoke perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. Clutch Keller comes up a clutch again. That's next on JJ and Alex 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
The exclusive home of the Utah Mammoth is on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Nice play by Marino to pass it to himself. He lays it back. Keller across. Schmaltz shoots and scores! Nick Schmaltz puts Utah in front. Number 9 found number 8, as they often do. Keller in the offensive zone. He has an assist here tonight. Keller on the attack, skates downhill and scores! The captain says goodnight in Buffalo.
You know, we got better as the game went on. Then an OT there, Veggie makes an unbelievable save, and Sergey tells him like he's got time to play it, and that makes a difference there. And then we go down and I make a nice move. It's nice to see it going for sure.
You're locked into JJ and Alex on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Oh, the humility from Clayton Killer on that one. I mean, gosh, I guess I made a pretty good move. Veggie, great save. I guess I made an okay move. It's nice to see it go in the back of the net. Yeah! 2-1 last night in Buffalo.
Captain Clutch.
He comes in clutch, and I'll tell you, get 2 points on the road, man.
It was great.
It's all you ask for from your guys is figure it out. Figure out how to win in those situations, and then you learn something. And those moments are things that you can build on. I talk all the time about the skill of learning how to win those tight games, and it's in every sport. And there are feelings that are associated with being tied late in a game on the road. All these things add up in your head. So where's your brain when it comes down to it? And Clayton Keller puts in the winner last night. They go up 2-1. That's how they win that, or that they win that one in overtime. And it's Buffalo's playing better hockey than they did last year for sure. It's early, but they're definitely playing better than they did. They had a little bit more juice, right?
Yeah, look at their record. Much improved. And they just haven't been able to get those overtime wins.
They keep going to overtime and losing.
Yep.
and again, like I said, that's a skill, going overtime and getting the win. And so can your team do it? And the Mammoth did it again last night. And when you're far, far away from home, and you're wearing the white jerseys on the road, nice to have the captain put one in for a win. But they get another 2 points, and they're up to 18 on the season. And here we are, 9-4. Watching this team just move along up the standings there.
They got another tough one here in about an hour and 20 minutes in Toronto. We'll see how that goes. But let's enjoy the win last night because it was great. And on paper, you're like, 3-2 overtime win over Buffalo. What's the big deal? Well, if you listen to Coach Bear Turney in his comments after the game, like he was raving about how well his team played. And you're thinking, well, they didn't even score a goal in the first 2 periods. Well, Veggie was awesome
on fire. Yes,
he was great.
Killer save.
They were playing good hockey. They just weren't getting the goals to go in. But they played really good hockey last night. It was a really good game. And again, this team keeps finding ways to win in overtime. They have no overtime losses this year. None. And how many times? This is the fourth overtime they've been in?
Yep.
And they find ways to win. There's just so much confidence in this team that if they get to that overtime, they have the skill guys that can go score in 3-on-3. And so if you just get to overtime, this team's going to win. And that's amazing confidence to have. Just this team keeps taking one step after another to getting better. And the game in Buffalo was another step. Coming off a 2-game losing streak, you drop 2, you can start to question things a little bit. The confidence can wane a little bit. Not at all. They played really good hockey last night. They start the trip with the right way by getting that win. They get it in overtime, a dramatic victory. Were you not entertained? I know the first 2 periods, if you like to see a lot of goals, you weren't, but how did you not like the ending of that game? That was fun.
Yeah, coaches love defense way more than the fans do. That's for sure.
Right.
I mean, that's just the way it works. But the fans do love some crazy stops, which is what Veggie had last night. Just killer stops, one after the next, and just it's nice to have one of the best goaltenders in the league between the pipes for the Utah Mammoth. Hey, call in number 12 right now. It's a Win Ticket Wednesday. All you have to do is call us. That's all you have to do to win. Call in number 12 right now, 801-575-ZONE. Gets a 4-pack of tickets to step into the magic at Holiday Lights at the ballpark at America First Square. A brand new immersive holiday tradition opening up on November 14th. We've got a pack of 4 tickets for you and your family right now. 801-575-ZONE. That's 801-575-ZONE. 801-575-9663. We'll take a break. We'll get you ready for the Utah Jazz coming up in Detroit. They've got a big one tonight as well on the road in the Eastern Time Zone. So stay right here with us, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
You've been listening to The Zone for decades. Yes! But now you can watch the guys break down your favorite teams.
Some viewers may find the following video disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised.
Catch the video stream of DJ and PK, Jake and Ben, Hanson, Scotty, and JJ and Alex right now at KSLSports.com or by searching KSL Sports on YouTube. Utah's best sports radio is on air, online, and on the KSL Sports app. This is 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
I'm on beehivemeals.com right now, and I'm checking out the monthly menus. I'm looking at the family style one. They've got a macro balance menu. They have the full slew of the soup menus that they have taken input on from customers who said these are the ones that are our favorites. They put a whole soup menu together that is phenomenal. Check it out. If you're gluten-free, they have an option for you as well with that. But the reality is that JJ, these meals that you get from Beehive Meals, they're sent frozen to you. They're made fresh. They're flash frozen. All you have to do is throw them in the slow cooker, and you set it. It simmers. You serve it at home. I've told you how big of a deal it is for our family to be able to get together, everybody, for a meal, and this is just a great way to do it. Beehive Meals makes that possible.
We've got one in the slow cooker right now. I think we got apricot chicken.
Boom.
When we get home tonight, so I'm excited about that. Look, this is going to save you time and money. You're not going to be eating fast food. You're not going to have to spend an evening trying to prepare the meal, and you're going to have a home-cooked meal ready to go for you, frozen, delivered to your door. It's a great service. It's helped my family a lot. We're very busy. We're all over the place. I work 6 days a week. My wife works. We got kids all over the place. To be able to have a home-cooked meal like that is just an awesome advantage. And to save money at the same time is great. So give this service a try. Go to beehivemeals.com, make your first order, and use the code THEZONE, and you're going to get $25 off. That's awesome. Save money right now on that order, even more so than you're going to save by using Beehive Meals. Go to their website right now and give it a shot. Beehivemeals.com. That's beehivemeals.com.
Hey, Utah, think about the water in your home. Is it as good as it could be? Hi, this is the water boy, Colson Firmage, a third-generation Culligan man. Here at Culligan, our roots run deep. My grandfather started with Culligan over 5 decades ago, and that commitment to quality and service is stronger than ever. We understand Utah water, and we have the top-rated water filtration technology to make a real difference in your daily life. Imagine softer skin, longer-lasting appliances, and water that tastes truly refreshing. That's the Culligan promise. Maybe you're wondering about your current water system. Does it even work? We're offering free water tests for all makes and models. Just call us at 801-509-9602 or visit us online at culliganslc.com to schedule your free water test. And for a limited time, you can experience the Culligan difference and save. Receive $1,000 off a new Culligan water filtration system, plus enjoy the convenience of free salt delivery for a full year. Call 801-509-9602 or online at culliganslc.com. Culligan, water you'll love.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Listen every Monday morning to DJ and PK and Monday afternoon with JJ and Alex for your Chevy Strong Play of the Game. Win great prizes from Rocky Mountain Chevy.
3, 2, 1. This is your Utes at 50 update. 58! Presented by Kenny J's Barbecue on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Kyle Whittingham sure is proud about this Utah football team.
I couldn't be more proud of the football team, coaching staff, just the whole building. I mean, we're starting to get some momentum now. Love coaching these guys, love being around them. Leadership is tremendous, and just got to keep it going. We're on a bye week now. Good win to go into a bye week on and be able to regroup again and get some guys healed back up and get some guys fresh. Yeah, that's where we are.
That is your Utes at 50 update. Make this Thanksgiving unforgettable with Kenny J's Barbecue. Skip the stress and bring home slow smoked perfection. Pre-order your Thanksgiving meal today. Text 801-230-5396. That's 801-230-5396. We'll get you ready for Jazz Pistons next, and the Mammoth playing tonight as well on 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
daily deep dive into everything Utah Jazz.
It's time!
All season long and even in the off season, it's Jazz Daily with JJ and Alex on your exclusive home of Utah Jazz basketball. 97.5, the KSL Sports Zone.
Welcome back. You can nominate the Youth Sports Volunteer for the Hercules Hero of the Week program. Right here on JJ and Alex, we read those winners off every Thursday. You nominate a winner by just going to KSLSports.com/contests and then making that nomination, and the winners, we read them off every Thursday. We'll do it tomorrow, and they get a prize from Hercules First Federal Credit Union and Beehive Meals, both of whom are great sponsors of that program. JJ, we've got a short time here. Get you ready for the Jazz and the Pistons tonight. The Jazz, of course, coming off a big win at Boston on, was it Sunday? I'm not trying to think about it. Monday. On Monday. The news of Walker Kessler, interesting to see how the team will react. I bet you'll see the team kind of juiced up a little bit. I mean, you see how adverse news for programs a lot of times, you'll see them have that like a quick burst of, hey, man, let's go out there and get this thing going. I don't know how good the Pistons are. We were told they were supposed to be phenomenal this year. They had a great season last year, probably the most improved franchise over the past 3 years in the NBA are the Detroit Pistons. What are they going to face tonight in Detroit when the Jazz face off against the Pistons?
Well, they're going to face a really good team, as we learned last year. That was a team that made the playoffs last year. They got a superstar in Cunningham. That's a team looking to take it to another level, and it's going to be tough. I'm going to do Jazz fans a favor that want the Jazz to win, because I know some fans don't want the Jazz to win. I cursed it's my fault the Jazz won in Boston because I said they had no chance. So I'm going to say it again right now. The Jazz have no chance in Detroit. There's no way they beat the Pistons, especially without Walker Kessler. Jazz get beat by 40.
Hey, Mark, look on our producer, Alex Napolis' face.
I'm joking. The Jazz will be competitive. I think it's going to be tough for the Jazz to get the win tonight in Detroit.
It will be tough to get the win.
It's a good team. It's a long road trip. But, hey, this team, maybe they come together. It's just, you're right. We talked about it at the start of the show. It's such a downer, right?
Yeah, it's
emotionally,
terrible.
How do you get up after hearing the news that your teammate's out? It's tough.
Yeah, and I just think that but I do think that the team rallies on moments like that. I don't think they rally for very long. It's like when a team fires their coach, what happens the next week? Like, they're all, we're going to fight our butts off for the interim or for the guy who
only
left.
Get you so far.
Because they want to prove to people, too, like, we aren't a bad team. We're not broken, all right?
It
was that
us.
guy, or
it's not us.
Or we'll prove to you our hearts are in it. So, we'll see. The reality is that I'm interested to see how they're gonna answer this thing. Nurkic is a great option. He is also not in his prime anymore. So
you're going to see more Kevin Love minutes, right? They're going to try. I imagine they'll try to use Flip at the 5, but I don't think he's a 5 in the NBA.
Certainly not defending,
right?
And so that's the part I think that people look at and they go, "What are you going to do?" So Jazz and look, it's not fun to go on the road after you find out that one of your best players is going to be out the rest of the season, and that's also a weird thing too. Is that how do they stay close to the team in that sense? Walker's got to go into this rehab version of where he's at and what he's doing, and you just hope that everybody kind of stays on board with one another and kind of with the team as well. So, all right, here's what it looks like. You've got the Utah Jazz are going to be on 97.5 on the FM signal. 1280 is where you're going to get the Mammoth tonight. Because they both kick off their pregames right now, top of the hour. And then when the coaches show hits tonight, you're going to be able to hear Scotty G and Bronco Mendenhall on HD2. That's 102.7 HD2, and then the X-Stream as well. All right, we'll take a break here. Back tomorrow, 97.5 the KSL Sports Zone.
Get the latest Utah sports headlines delivered to your inbox with the KSL Sports Newsletter from the Jazz, Utah Hockey Club, BYU, Utah, Real Salt Lake, and more. Be in the know of all things sports in the state of Utah. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the KSL Sports Newsletter. Stay up to date with everything Utah Jazz related with the new Jazz Notes newsletter. Get draft updates, analysis, and be the first to know about every off-season move. Visit KSLSports.com to sign up for the Jazz Notes newsletter.
Salt Lake City Fat Loss, saltlakeCityFatLoss.com. Go check out the program that JJ and I have not just lost weight on, but we've kept it off. Go see the testimonials. Let's see our before and after pictures. No problem. Go check it out for yourself. It's not just us, though. There are people who get on this program and have the same success that we had. You can drop up to a pound of fat a day on this program. I dropped 65 pounds in 60 days, and then I've been able to keep it off. The program works, and you just have to jump on board. No better time to do it than right now with $200 off.
Yeah, look, no pills, no injections, no crazy workout plan. You're just going to be instructed on how to lose weight fast, up to a pound per day, and it's going to be right on an app on your phone, and you're going to change your habits. You're going to expand your knowledge about how calories work, how weight loss works, and those tools and those strategies you're going to be able to carry with you forever. Go to their website, slcfatloss.com, to learn more. That's slcfatloss.com. Take advantage of their $200 off special in the fall, slcfatloss.com.
Tom, I'm on the sideline here with Doug Smith-Chevy. Doug, the NCAA has changed its rules regarding NIL money. What do I have to do to land an amazing new 2025 Chevy Silverado?
Just come on down to Doug Smith Chevy in Spanish Fork.
Doug, I'm more than happy for you to use my name, image, and likeness. All I want to know is, how do I get one?
You have to buy it, Scott.
Together, let's drive. Get 2.9% APR financing for 72 months for well-qualified buyers when you finance with GM Financial on all new 2026 Chevy Silverado 1500s. No one knows Chevy like Doug.
Hi, this is Derek Overstreet, president of the New Millennium Group and co-host of Stop Working, Start Living with KSL News Radio. Can you imagine what your life would be like if you could retire 3 to 5 years earlier than you thought possible? The things you could do, the loved ones you could spend time with, the memories that you could create. That's what our team at the New Millennium Group does. We'll walk you through the entire process every step of the way. If you'd like to get a copy of the 5-step proprietary plan that will help you retire 3 to 5 years sooner than you thought possible, give us a shout right now. 888-999-6370. That's 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com. Listen, most of our listeners right now have a tax problem, not a money problem. There's not enough money in Social Security Medicare as it is. Let us show you how you can significantly reduce your taxes. That's 888-999-6370. 888-999-6370 or utahsfinancialplanner.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed.